duels where we're too solo, we're a little bit too stretched out on the map, and maybe taking some duels
Okay.
and it kind of reflected in the first skill, first death, where it's mostly when we're on solos, not when we're as a group. So that's something that we hope to improve for this match.
사실 이 RRQ가
Give me a
팀원들이
second
같이
here.
싸울 때는 많이 그 교전에서 이겼는데 그 스탯에서도 볼 수 있었다시피 좀 퍼스트 킬과 퍼스트 데스 스탯을 보면 혼자 싸우거나 아니면은 이제 싸워주지 않아도 되는 교전을 싸우거나 아니면 또 한 명이 너무 멀리 있었을 때, 너무 멀리 퍼져 있었을 때 좀 그런 데스가 많이 나왔고 교전에서의 아쉬움이 나왔던 것 같기 때문에 그런 부분을 이제 지난 젠지전 돌려보면서 분석을 했었고요. 또 그런 부분을 오늘 경기에서는 좀 더 고친 모습, 나아진 모습을 보여줄 거라고 얘기를 합니다. Well then communication will be very important today, especially because it's do or die.
Let's
but
see.
You picked out Estrella as the secondary caller, but the language barrier isn't something you can entirely ignore. How much of that language aspect affects your communication and more so the team's performance?
So the language thing is always just something that's going to take time. It's
Okay.
something that we learned
Let's see if
last
these
season
other
as well,
channels
where we
work
went
as
through the same
well.
things. And now for Gun, Estrella, he's just the next one that is now dealing with sometimes a little bit of a struggle on the language barrier. But for us, it's important to be understanding. And with the more playtime we get, the more matches we get, the better it gets. So we just hope to continue that trend.
Okay, first of all, let me fix my chat here.
사실 에스트레이아 선수가 이제 서브 오더로 팀에 들어오게 됐지만 언어 장벽이 아직까지 존재하기 때문에 좀 그런 언어
This is so annoying.
조금은 힘들다는 점을 체감하고 있는지 여쭤봤는데요. 사실 이 언어 장벽이라는 게 작년에도 RRQ가 좀 이슈가 있었던 부분이고 그리고 언제나 이런 선수들이 새로 들어오면 좀 커뮤니케이션에 있어서
Hello, chat.
조금 더
YouTube chat.
보완을 해야 하는
I'm
부분이었고
trying to
또
fix
에스트레이아
this.
선수가 오늘 들어왔기 때문에
Give me 1 second here.
선수가 당연히 이제 그런 좀 힘든 역할을 맡기도 했었는데 그래도 팀원들 전체로
Why is this always such a hassle?
전체적으로 기다려줘야 하는 부분이기 때문에 끝까지 지켜보면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. Well then, last but not least.
Hold on.
Any plans to shut him down today? 지난번 젠지전에서는 텍스처 선수의 슈퍼 플레이에 RRQ가 고전을 했었거든요. 오늘은 좀 텍스처 선수에 대한 대비책이 있을까요?
Yeah, in the days that we have off, we
Edit.
to try and analyze his gameplay and the style that he will actually
Oh,
play.
here we go.
Predictable that we're going to try and punish that. So for him, I think he needs to be unpredictable to stop that from happening. I think he's been playing extremely well, but it's something that we definitely
Okay, I
look into.
think it should be fixed. Let me refresh my chat here.
We definitely look at.
If anybody's watching from YouTube, if you want to say hello in chat so I can check. Same with Twitch. If anybody's watching in Twitch, let me know in chat.
텍스처 선수의 스타일이나 좀 좋아하는
And then we should be ready and good to go.
선수가 오늘 예상 가능한 플레이를 보여준다면
Let's see. Okay, my neighbor is working as well. This is sick.
하고 얘기를 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 또 텍스처 선수
Very good.
크나큰 승리 조건인 만큼 오늘 예측 불가능한 플레이.
Hey, Obsidian, can't wait for you to watch RQ lose 3 thrifties in a map. Oh my, if that happens again, I don't know what. I didn't hear entirely what. That happens again. Oh. Whoa. Okay, so I don't know exactly what Ewok said in that interview because I was trying to fix my stream. But if that happens again, like that was the real problem, was losing all those thrifties. Actually, there was more than that, but okay, here we go. All right, YouTube and Twitch chat both working. If anyone's watching on Afrika and Naver, I will open up those streams here in a second, but let's make sure the screen is all ready to go.
If power friendship really is your, strongest suit, then you have to make sure that you operate as a team, operate as a unit. Don't let Gen G pick you off, because if you're in a 4v5, then you don't really have the numbers.
There we go. I think we should be good.
The whole game's lost. That can't be the story, right? So
Yo, of course we got our RQ jersey.
concerning though, because you saw like
Oh, let me bump up the volume here. It might get really loud.
the whole way
Like it almost became a pentagon, right? Like it was very close because there's very.
Okay, let me know if it's too loud. Do I have a rest day today? Well, yes, from home. I will be watching from home, so we will be co-streaming. I say all the matches. I mean, if the last one's like about to go over like midnight, then I might turn off the stream and watch the rest of it, like half asleep. But
and I feel like for the side of RQ, clearly they have.
okay, now that this is all working, right? Everything's looking good. Let me go shut my door.
How can that core that we were talking about, right? LB more flips,
and also grab a snack.
How can they band together to make sure that even though maybe there's maybe Jemkin doesn't get it right, how can they ensure that that still does convert to a win for them?
I mean, I do feel like kind of that's what Ewok was talking about. You know, maybe kind of get a feel for get a feel for texture, anticipate his movements, get a read for how he's about to operate on the map. And if you know if he's going to peek out against you,
eat some spicy food, you won't doze off. Well, it's not so much about dozing off. I mean, what's the last match today? Last match is Zeta GE. Oh, I might doze off actually.
And as we can see right now on our predictions,
but it's more about being
relaxed.
Yo, Asteroid, okay. I feel like Asteroid is just always rooting for the quote-unquote underdogs, but you know, I'll take what I can get.
Surprise! Williams picked RQ.
He's wearing his RQ.
That's right, Mika. That's right.
100% is absolutely right.
Let's go.
I see you.
Come on, guys.
Listen, we don't have time to talk about Final Fantasy VII today. That will come later. This is elimination match. It's all rematches. You are correct. Who's going home? I mean, you see my prediction over here. Down like that angle. A little bit further. I think Gen G is going home. But okay, so here's the reality of it. Obviously, Gen G looked much better in the opening match. And I think mechanically, Gen G is stronger on the average for sure.
Yeah, I feel like RQ is just.
I mean, I think here's the thing is that Gen G always looked like they had really good ingredients. My biggest question was, is Gen G going to put it together? And so far, they've put it together well enough. Now, I haven't really had time to really go back and watch the matches other than from the live show, since we've had a show every day and then America's is going on and whatnot. But I don't know how much of it is, because here's the thing is that like the maps that Gen G has won is so drastically carried by texturous kills, but like how much of that is really set up for him and how much of that is just like him fragging out? That's my big question. I mean, I'm not saying he's like only doing it on his own. I think there's definitely assists, but like it's different from, for instance, like DRX, just because their style has also never been that way. Like while Buzz is popping off as an entry, it is very clear that he's like being set up for it, right? And then he's doing his part to extend that. So that's my big question. Am I shocked by the G performance against Bleed? No. I thought G looked like way worse than they should have against Zeta. I know some people thought like I was being too harsh, but I legitimately think GE just did not perform up to what they should have against Zeta. I think that should have been a much closer match. I think I predict on the show, I think I still predicted Zeta even in that opening match, but like I think the opening match should have absolutely been closer, I think.
Genji is a really great team, and for me personally, I think.
But also, obviously, Bleed was playing very poorly, and supposedly Ye was having some vision issues. So hopefully that gets sorted. Hopefully, you can figure out like what the reason was, whether it's it's a one-time thing, whether it's mental, whatever. Like who knows? But but like excuses or not, obviously Bleed didn't play up to even I think their base potential. Granted, I think even in their opening match, Bleed didn't look as good as I hoped they would. And then GE in their opening match against Zeta didn't look as good as I hoped they would. So, but yeah, we'll see. Here's the trend. So far for Gen G, they have not won a map unless texture goes above 300 ACS. All right. So RQ, you know what you need to do. You got to shut down texture. Not that that's easy. Yeah, if you go to Ye's Twitter, he tweeted that his vision started to like blur up, where to the point where like he couldn't really tell what was on his screen sometimes, which sounds pretty rough. I mean, obviously we don't know exactly like how often or what, but so he was just saying, like, excuse or not, I'm just saying that was part of the issue, and therefore if you want to blame anyone, it should be me, not like my coaches or anything for like putting me on bad rows or something. He just tweeted that out. I did see the Esther Yoru split clip. That's good. As a Yoru fanatic, that is good. I like it. It's really good. I was actually listening to that match a little bit on my way. I had a shoot today for something else. Yeah, so I absolutely agree. I think, well, I actually think the weakest link on Gen G right now is Lakia. But Munchkin's like either individual performance or even his call, like the calling was nothing like new, in my opinion. But which GE will we see today? Who knows? And then the venue is different for stage 1. This is just for kickoff. I don't know if the venue was announced for stage 1, so I'm not going to say where it is, but. So here's my thoughts. I actually don't think Solo is that involved in the coaching yet. I think what he said in the very first pre-match interview is correct. I think he was probably added on before the actual announcement, but I think he was added in pretty late. And what they've prepped for this tournament is mostly HSK. And Solo right now is there to like help guide the overall direction, like help call timeouts, etc., because he has experience doing that and things like that. But I think the color we're seeing from Gen G today or this tournament is probably heavily HSK more than Solo, for better or worse. Man, but I do think absolutely this is it's a tough match for RQ, especially because Gen G did come out firing on all cylinders. I mean, when it comes to like aesthetics, etc., I couldn't tell you. You mean just in general? And probably just for the sake of like presentation with lighting and whatnot, and LEDs and whatnot.
All right, here we are in the
Okay,
match 6 and
here we go.
and the biggest question, of course, is if we're going to get
Gen G probably banned Split.
exactly of what happened just a few days ago, Quack.
I'm curious if anyone leaves Icebox open, because I think RQ could have played that Icebox better. I think both teams could have played the Icebox better. I think RQ absolutely could have played the Icebox better. I like the Ascent ban.
It's like basically the same bands. Okay, so Lotus, you got to see that, you know, with
Oh, really? RQ's gonna pick up the Lotus?
I've got some tape on this map. Again, it is something that wasn't horrible at all.
Really? I mean, the split wasn't an easy win. It wasn't.
You know, it is a map that
They had to claw their way back in.
Popping off on, really pushing Paper Rex to the limit. Is this going to be something that
But man, like if they're gonna play, their calling has to be so good to confidently win on Lotus.
Check out how they're scratching their heads.
Because if Texture's firing again, it's like, what are you gonna do?
With the picks and bans, right? You can see where they kind of struggle. Are they gonna bring this out? Are they not gonna bring this out? And this one, they're really scratching their heads on this.
Really like considering all their options right now. But yeah, back to that Lotus, right? You know, RQ did
Breeze.
a few times, several times last
That's a good pick for Gen G, I think.
So I am a little bit scared, and now that Breeze is definitely being selected by Gen G, unless RQ
But I think
has them
picking,
work, unless they really
yeah, attack is the way to go. Not just because it's Breeze. I think especially against Gen G, you want to pick attack.
Kind of makes you wonder why they were like really struggling. Like, do we put out Breeze already? Do we not? Kind of makes you wonder what they have planned for this.
This new venue is
back by the Lotus pick. I think that one definitely made them kind of scratch their heads.
This new venue is in a neighborhood called Sungsu. You would know if you watched the Pacific Express that was played like 20 million times on day one during all the tech delays. This is in a neighborhood called Sungsu. It's a very, very like cool neighborhood. It has tons of buildings that are purely built for stuff like this, like 1 week events, like pop-up stores, like mini concerts. So this venue, it's actually in a complex of like 4 buildings. This complex has like 4 buildings, and we've taken up I think 2 of them. And so the first floor is where all the like pop-up store activations are that you might have seen pictures of and videos of, where there's like, you can get like your own agent badge with your own picture on it. There's like photo booths. You can play against like Korean influencers. There's like the Spike. There's the Riot store, things like that. The outside is decorated at Icebox, and then this is the stage is on the 3rd floor actually. Okay, so it does go to Icebox. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think the Sunset and Split bans on Phase 2 is also very reasonable.
So this is a very perturbing map pick and ban.
If RQ wins, then G should also win against Zeta. I mean, I think the Zeta GE one's very hard to call. To me, that was the hardest one to predict today.
You don't exactly want to go over to Icebox, especially if they remember what Texture did there last time.
Yeah, Champs venue is not confirmed, and I gotta imagine that it will be at least 2, if not 3, right? And like with the group stages and whatnot.
He's the full package when it comes to Jet. So
no, I think the thing is like Texture is just like so on fire right now. Okay, Elmi Moore Chamber, let's freaking go.
Can I change my prediction?
I mean,
Only because they're actually playing Chamber.
Very interesting, and we do have Texture.
I'm like a little scared. I'm a little scared, but I think this is I think this is a needed attempt. I think this is a needed attempt.
There is a chance, not just, you know, Jemkin and
I think this is a needed attempt.
The way RQ operates with Jemkin is very different, but at the same time,
Hold on, let me.
You've got that Chamber coming through. Chamber, if Elmimore can actually, you know, make use of those abilities and find those frags against these Gen G players, especially up against someone like Meteor, open up that C site, you know, allow the whole
Let me
team
just
to go in. This
post
will
this on
be
Instagram.
for RQ.
And he's a Sheriff God. Like, so the Headhunters are perfect for him. I love this pick. I'm so happy to see this. I was really hoping we'd see this more from, for example, Zeta Division.
Let's see, link.
Today, but this is a really
What's
good
my link tree? Is it WillChobra? Anybody know?
Not only do they have the tactics, the strategy, the teamwork, now they can showcase some of their firepower as well.
Yes, it is.
I mean, Meteor, he might be on the Killjoy. He's still cosplaying as a duelist. Sometimes.
Yeah, he was nuts last time. He was nuts.
I mean, like, okay, you might be Sentinel, but we all know where your heart really is. So that's still something to look out for, and it's going to be interesting how that's going to match up against the Chamber, right?
All right.
You might be having,
We make another
which could be a very, very interesting showdown indeed.
We make another power ranking list after group stage. You mean after kickoff? I was planning on it actually, just based on like our first impressions. Obviously, it'll be a little skewed because some teams will have only played 2 matches, but.
Don't make me second guess myself either, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm gonna stick to Gen G because I still have faith in how
You should come to Seoul for 25 days. That sounds exciting.
But I will just point out one last thing is that, you know,
No, I think Elmimore should be good on the Chamber. It's just like, I mean, first of all, Texture and Meteor are also just so good, and like, I feel like this is so much pressure on Elmimore. And here's the thing is that, here's the real thing. I feel like, again, just 1 match so far in 2024, Elmimore was still having a slow start, and that was kind of always his thing last year, was that, especially in the second half, he was having these slow starts. Like map 1, he was looking very weak. And like this is a lot of pressure on him is basically what I think.
Again. Fourth time isn't the charm here for RQ.
Probably just snipe a finals ticket. Good luck.
Deny them access into any form of playoffs. We're gonna find out as we get ready to get into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see how this.
You feel like a lot of teams are playing passive in Pacific, or you just mean like worldwide? Do you think generally it's become more passive? In Pacific, I don't think so. But that's also because we had like Zeta Division really dragging down the speed of Valorant last year in Pacific. Do you think Zeta performed the same way against T1 like they did against GE? Probably. I would say so. On overall, on average, I would say so. Yeah, especially after Excurate. Like, this is a lot of pressure on Elmimore. But he's proven that he has, like, the mechanical skill to do it. Though, I mean, the opping... I don't think you can match Excurates, but... Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go.
Who is going to be coming out on top? Because
Here we go. Let's go. RRQ, let's go. This game I'm going to be very biased. I will still try to break down whatever I can see, but this game I'm going to be very biased. The other two games, I will be neutral.
Even again, him not being on that chamber. Another thing I just wanted to point out here, Achilles, real quick, is Jemkin when they were up against Gen G last series.
Okay, so RRQ does want to fight early, but it's pistol, so okay, and they have frenzy too. So Estrella is actually not looking. They're not looking to go for the C's. Are they going to push out? I don't think they should if they don't have the C's.
Sure.
Okay, so they're just going to jump peek.
Fast start for Jemkin, but then just wasn't really able to maintain that performance that he was putting up. Went like 12-3.
I mean, this rendezvous is nice with the map change, so you can actually push in much deeper. So they can just hold.
Very much moving forward here.
Only one prowler. Early door broken. Oh, Zafira needs to watch out. That's good damage. I mean, you can have. Gen G can be trapped here because you had two members in B. That's a great paranoia, though. Good kill. All right, you have vision. Viper's up top. No. Did they not hear flips? Oh no, flips. Oh, 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 flips! Get the right click. Yo. I was gonna say the other thing that needs to happen is I hate to call him out, but Flips needs to frag this game. He knows where the spike is. Yeah, this is the better fight to take. I mean, they definitely suspect it. Oh. I think he thought he might have been close.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Again,
which bias? Chat. Of course I'm rooting for my home country team of RRQ.
But somehow he wasn't really able to convert the kills, whether it's the positioning, whether it's again.
No, this is it's a good push in from Tree. The double team. Oh well, jeez, playing on rotating minimap, which actually most people seem to. I can't do it. I don't know since when I couldn't do that. But that double swing in from Meteor and Lakia was just too good. They cleared that site mega well. No. William's the Korean. Because this jersey says Chobra. So Chobra's the Indonesian in me. Yeah, exactly. I think he thought the fade would have like tried to loop around or would be further. I think he also thought maybe he wouldn't be seen entirely, like he could tap the half. I mean, I don't know. Either way. But the real reason Gen G won that is because Meteor and Lakia's clear on the site was really good. Astray even got the first kill against Texture, and they were ready for the tree swing too. But Jemkin just couldn't get the shot off because the double clear was so good. That's a good drawing.
Just really grind each other's gears a little bit. I think.
All right, I've been there. I've ridiculed my duo plenty of times already.
Any friendships, you know, when it hits a certain point, yeah, you feel that.
What is it? What's it gonna be?
Stabs at one another. But we'll, if we get any update as far as what is going on here, we'll of course push.
What's going on? Not like this.
Very quickly, so that we can get back in. Because obviously, so far we've only seen that pistol round. Very.
All right, time to eat a protein bar.
By the side of Gen G, but potentially.
What have you guys thought about VCT Pacific overall, though? If you've been following it.
Another thing again.
I think it's delivered. I think it's delivered to my overall hype and expectations. I mean, you know, some instances a little lower, some instances quite a bit higher, but
it just feels like both RRQ and Gen G banned out Breeze and Lotus in the previous match that they played against, maybe just to save a couple of the strats, maybe just to not really show anything. But now that it is again, I told Mika to say this, but I don't think she did on the desk. The qualification day, you know, qualification and elimination day at the same time.
Bum, 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 bum.
I wonder why she didn't say.
Is it the
but I mean, it's very true. I mean, this is the last legs for a lot of these teams. Obviously, still that play-in is on the horizon. So
okay, hold on. I didn't mean about the production. I meant the games.
Is still going to be that.
Trust me.
Not double elimination. It's just that
trust me.
You have to be able to win out from here if you want to be able to go over towards Madrid.
Yeah.
I don't exactly feel that differently.
These teams will have to go for, and again, just being able to adapt to what they.
Can you explain? Not entirely on the first name. Also, because I don't know like 100% either.
Right. At least we're coming into this. It feels like.
But
it should be Gen.G getting that.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of conversations and discussions and a lot of work put into try to fix stuff, and you know, it's happening one by one. And basically where I stand right now is like the talks that need to happen are happening, like in various directions and places. And so as long as things are building up, you know, ever so slowly, as long as things are getting remedied, like I want to focus on the games since they are happening now. Meteor with the Outlaw. Thing is Elmimore also was talking about the Outlaw in that Outlaw video, right? About like how you could use it with like stuff like Decay and stuff. That's rough. That's a late check too with the Prowler. That's a.
There's a big flag that's coming from Flipsider here, but
I mean, very thorough from Gen.G.
As he is using that Outlaw, so that means like Xferos is gonna hold the site by himself as the paranoia hits him.
Away alongside the box, but as he looks.
I didn't watch the entirety of the games from EMEA, so I can't really speak to that. I was listening to a little bit of the cast from Steel actually, because I know people enjoyed it quite a bit. I mean, I'm not surprised. Obviously, he's got a lot of experience. No, I think he just died of the spike. It's a 2v5. I do no, yeah. You do not do this. You don't want to give an early showstopper to Texture. No, and Texture's like, this is smart from Gen.G. This is.
Ever so snappy with his aim. Texture comes up with one. Let's see if he can stay alive. Stands it around. Flipsider will be able to find the headshots. The flawless not quite going to be able to come through.
I mean, sure. Flips is getting pretty close to his pit.
Sacrifice himself over towards the spike.
This is where I think teams start to get, you know, a lot more. At least look into buys a lot.
Oh yeah, EMEA is still playing CS style Valorant.
Save round, even just an upgraded pistol, and you're forced to half shield against an Outlaw. We've seen how very powerful that can really be. And speaking of powerful, Gen.G, you know what?
All right, Munchkin putting up frags is not something I was looking forward to. By the way, I really like Gen.G, obviously, as a Korean. It's not even that like I like RQ. I like RQ, but it's just that, like I just feel like they always should have been able to perform better. I mean, Gen.G definitely reads this. They suspect it. It's just a matter of how much can they flush it out. And there's a good chance Texture wins it. Tell me more. Thank you.
They can press this though.
I mean, I think RQ, yeah, needs to at least rotate one, either the Omen or, okay, the Prowler just to see. I mean, if you were going to one-way it again, which I assume that's a one-way, they should have just sent it deeper so that they know if there's a lurk or not. But either way, watching B is fine. Rendezvous not up yet, though. Okay, it just comes up. Oh, you're going to put it on that side? Is that really the side we want to put it on? Okay, tries to spray down, doesn't get it. This has to now be a retake. It has to be a retake, Flips. They know that it's planted, or they can assume it's planted on the deep side. No one on the lurk, though. But it feels like RQ has a retake prepared, so... Snakebite slows it down. Prowler pushes them out. Jemkin's in real... They saw him. They haven't cleared Texture yet. They have to expect it. Okay. Because people have been using that a lot. Oh my god, he hasn't checked it!
He's been missed. He's got a big backstab opportunity. Xferos trying to get himself over here towards the spike. Taps it, but he is not ready for the flank angle. Just absolutely beautifully piloted here by Karen. The movement so very perfect to get Gen.G a converted bonus.
Not just that, it's him and
it's all gone horribly wrong.
You saw that every single time that RQ was trying to go for the kill, you know, secure that site. They have these again, quick trades, not even trades, just quick punishes to let them stay in the site and keep them
Oh, man, that one hurts for Xfero.
Just jumping on top of the wall, not looking down, not expecting.
But here's the thing. Like, I mean, listen, if you're going to pick a chamber, the chamber has to get frags, right? Just backing out on Lotus, just like taking a shot and backing out with the rendezvous is not good enough because you're oftentimes going to use your trademark on the other site, like B. And, right, it like doesn't slow them down that much anyway. And then especially because usually it's a raise anyway, so they will just kind of fly over it or even break it, etc. So it's like you need to get kills with the chamber. I feel like on Lotus.
Just chase down Elmi Morton's already injured, already used to get that rendezvous. They've been using this to just hard press their
Flips
opponents.
buying a stinger, I'm like not huge on, but actually, you know what? I'm okay with it just because it gives him a chance to get his pit up the next round. I'm not a huge fan, but I get it. I get it.
B-side pivot certainly is possible though for Gen G.
There is very little firepower for them to work with.
Dude!
I've actually gotten a headshot through the Prowler.
Yeah!
The way Munchkin does get whittled down, but
The Prowler freaking...
Spotting him, managing to find Meteor. If he can recover the weapon, that would be an outlaw, but...
The Prowler ate that shot. It was a headshot. It 100% was.
Now RQ.
If Flips can get one more kill.
If they can try to take this side back.
Took the Outlaw instead of the Stinger on this retake, really?
Everybody from Gen G has gone towards
You're not bringing the Stinger to anybody else? Draw the Showstopper. Not the worst, actually. Just don't give him the extra creds for it. Try to see if you can get other kills. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Get Jemkin closer to his Showstopper. I don't know if they can. The position is so tough for the defuse, but Flips, you gotta go in for a fight here. He doesn't get his pit up.
The spike will erupt. All of RQ can take it out. Gen G win the round, but their bank gets broken.
It's okay.
Realize, we're not going to survive this, but we can win the round very cleanly if we just do exactly this.
I mean, it's like a very silver lining round, but okay. Op, but half armor. So from this point on, because of the Outlaw, if they don't win this round, they're kind of boned. Because there's always a chance of Jemkin? Mistimed his last pack or something. How did Charon survive that? Not sure. Snappy. You got plenty of people. Good spray. That's a good setup. I mean, this is just classic Rubble fight, except it's a hard stack from RQ. It's 4 members. And the nade did so much damage.
Smoke dissipates. Swing onto the corner. Find one. Would have to be an ace clutch, though.
Oh, I was scared they were starting to give him 1v1s.
One member lost. RQ, they finally get themselves on the board in the 5th round.
This is what RQ is just kind of hoping for. That Gen G trips up their slow methodical
I mean, yeah, because they dropped all the weapons the previous round, winning that round now actually has more impact than it would have normally. So, yeah. So it actually ends up looking better than it did at the time.
In an unfavorable, undesirable situation, and as you saw,
upgrading up the armors is good. They have so RQ should 100% use these ults if they see that they have a chance at all to secure this round.
Still able to keep that one in his back pocket as the Haunt does get the reveal.
Oh, Jemkin like thought if he should shoot or not. Okay, Nightfall. Counter Nightfall. That's actually, this is not bad for RQ. The only thing is the lockdown's coming up, but oh, dude, Xfero checks for B? Dude, what a check with the From the Shadows. I mean, that's RQ keeping real good track of where they don't have info. That's really good. So now you just keep the Viper there. He tries to spray down. No, but Flips gets both. You open the door. Now he has to go for a cross angle. Yeah, you don't need to peek because you know he's behind the box and he can't shoot you. Elmimore can just hold it. Okay. Nice. Alright, comms seem to be a little bit better than their first match. At least in this round. Except, probably more ults than they would have wanted. Trading the Nightfall is okay, but because, like, Genji has a better cycle on their ults right now. So, RQ, like, this was like a, you had to use it to win it, but, they shouldn't feel good about their ult situation. No, they have they have half armors, and then they know they have the op anyway. So I think this is a round where you like go for that. And then if you keep losing, you're on the 3-round loss streak anyway, so you can stabilize in 2 rounds.
Early space here for the team.
Nice shot.
All jiggle pick in the corner. Elmimore comes up with the goods.
Okay, good rotate from RQ as well. You got the kill. You know there were 3 people, so you try to focus, make sure they don't get a lurk in, make sure that Trademark stays alive for as long as possible on B. Then you have Xpharaoh just solo holding Rubble, which he can now do pretty comfortably because there's no Prowler. So the only thing that can really push him away is the Paranoia. The pit's fine. I mean, the thing is on Lotus, like, so often on defense, if you're, like, trying to just wait for a good pit, you just end up, like, not using it. And the Trademark was broken, so... So that's good. I don't know about this rotate over, though. Like, again, Xpharaoh has an escape, and he can counter Paranoia as well to keep them at bay. So I don't know about this. I feel like this is... Oh, you have to run away now. You have to run away. No, Elmimore. No. Oh, never mind. You do not run away. You absolutely anchor the site. I was wrong. I am stupid. My phone is ringing. Where is it?
It's damage done already by Elmimore, right? It will secure that site, but there's so many positions.
Okay, now don't do anything stupid. I mean, he has Tour de Force, but you don't want to give over the op. That's the problem. With Gen G, they will absolutely take this, especially because Meteor can use it as well. Okay, so you know someone might have pushed out. I mean, he was ready for it. They know he's on site because they haven't heard the Shadow Step. Oh my god, it's Karen. Okay. Oh, dude, that box is getting so much usage. The new height. Oh.
Lighting up the house with that operator of his. So this time RQ they're creating.
All right, they got the op as well.
What is there to defend each and every site for C? It's been Elmimore. If they can't deal with this, they have to go through the.
So Genji, there's a solid chance that they will.
Yeah, don't forget.
There's something about his opping. I didn't hear it, but yeah, there's a chance they'll just like ignore the op. Especially in this round, because it's like a broken buy. A dangerous one. Especially because Texture's 1 point away from his showstopper. Except he's dead. Great C's. But Texture just barely gets caught on that.
Did they realize that he got hit by the C's? And they just pop shots through the smoke?
No. Maybe just a happy little accident.
Very good, because Texture's down. This leaves Gen G.
Oh no, the new plant is great for Seaside. Seaside is much more bearable now on attack.
He's just okay holding the angle at this point.
Man, always leave it. Oh my god, the timing. Okay. He was hit by that, wasn't he? Wasn't Karen paranoid? I mean, RQ should not lose his weapons retrieved or not. But okay. Nice stabilization. Oof.
Picks up 3 as RQ tie it up 4-4.
Cause and effect here for Gen G because
oh, while we're waiting, let me turn on Africa TV and Naver chat.
Takedown on Xpharaoh. They could have transitioned in, but again, losing him that early didn't allow the toxic screen to be up, so the walkway of Gen G going onto Link was very much exposed as to how you saw Estrella get those 2 kills, and of course, Gen G not really having too many options, wanted to go for A, and Jemkin's there just to receive very, very efficiently.
Multitude of ults though here for Gen G. Still not a timeout inside. Both teams very much Most close, I should say, very much trusting in their teams to be able to make the adjustments. Turret set up eventually has to be.
How do I pop this out? I don't know.
Really wanting to pull off the play. Now going to be backing away as he sees a Meteor continues to creep forward over towards Mount. Meteor feeling very confident in that battle despite on paper being outgunned.
How do I change languages?
Meteor is so aware of the angle that
I can't. There we go.
Gus goes to the other side. Estrella, Odin.
I missed it. But
Unfortunate.
I'm popping up my chat.
Just really utilizing and
Why can't
abusing
I
these high pen weapons,
pop out my Afrika chat?
paper thin walls.
That's weird.
More still just holding
Either way,
the line here.
what just happened?
I guess Gen G feels
Odin?
like they're
Odin
once
kill
again
on A? Okay.
forced to come up in towards his position.
Dude, Elmi Moore's so good. Dude, that rendezvous does not save you, by the way. Oh my god, I thought he almost got him. Dude, the backup's good. Their backup is, I mean, they had some quick backup last time too, but I think the angles they're holding, they seem to be much more communicative today.
The mid-air shot on Texture, that would have been sick, but
Would have been absolutely disgusting had he been able to get
Oh, my neighbor defaulted to mobile? Well, whatever. It's just there for the sake of being there.
Estrella just immediately reacts to it. And speaking of reactions, Xfero holds the angle, not allowing anyone to cross without getting punished.
Gen G timeout. Their timeouts have been pretty good this tournament. So RQ's going to need to think this through. I didn't get to see the ult economy there.
A reaction here to RQ. Again, as I mentioned, RQ, they have all of the defense.
Yeah, RQ's firing. Flips is getting frags today.
And mind you, with this scoreline, yeah, it looks tight.
Elmi Moore's having a great start. Xfero. The thing is Xfero, I think, is put in a really tough position with that Omen. I'm usually the Omens are on this map. Either you're holding Rubble or like B on your own, but then again, if there was a player to be responsible for that, I think it would be Xfero.
A few more seconds to try to find the adjustments necessary to get themselves back into this one.
They need this win though, because I think Breeze could be rough. Though the offing's looking good. Dude, Flips actually has 9 kills and only 2 deaths. What? Okay, so half armor again, showstopper. Okay, so they have showstopper and pit. You have to imagine Texture's going to use the showstopper, and their idea is they want to try to take over the potential op on C. It looks like. So RQ's going to switch it up. They're going to still pressure Rubble. And Elmi Moore most likely pushes out from here. Oh, really? He doesn't? I thought they were just going to push them into C and then go for a retake with the Nightfall, but...
Actually move Flipsider towards C. So now that they realize
Flips is just trying to buy time with snake bites, but he needs to be ready for the showstopper. He doesn't have an exit.
Showstopper entering. Hasn't spotted him, but
Oh my... This is why... I mean, No, I mean, I get it. Like, I get it. You thought you were going to hide behind the pillar, and then Elmi Moore was going to catch the kill, but... Or from here, and that would stop. The thing is no, Elmi Moore actually... No, it wouldn't have worked, because the showstopper was going to kill you anyway. I mean, you could have traded, but there was no way you were getting Texture before he shot off that rocket. Not from behind there. Texture pushing through that smoke, though, is one hell of a play.
Everyone dropping right in front of them, and Meteor finally gets a chance to go for his lurk, and this is that one round that Genji was looking for, as you mentioned, to equalize things.
Because of the economy, though, Elmi Moore can ult and still buy Vandal, so that's fine. Oh my god, this is very aggressive. But this is a very new setup from them. And Jemkin gets that. So now without the Killjoy, and you don't have information. The only thing you do know is the Raze was here, right? So you're like, okay, so what's the push on Rubble? That might actually, yeah, let them know that it's a potential chamber here. Now they know for sure. Elmi Moore, where are you going? No way you go for this. You only have 1 C's to support. They think he's behind the box. Oh, the mind games from Elmi Moore. So good. And then Flips, yeah, Flips needs to move up. I mean, you can buy time here. As long as Flips doesn't like fold over and die if they do rotate, there's like no way RQ should lose this round. They are just going to be funneled into crossfires. I think they can actually. I think he can actually spot Estrella before Estrella finds him.
Gonna have to push. Now that they opened the door, there still is
I'm not sure. That angle looks a little iffy.
some form of confirmation. RQ.
Never mind.
Genji going on A.
But it is an Odin, so it's not an instant kill.
Knocked down to 55.
Jemkin does not peek. That's good. I mean, he could have. Obviously, we see it, but it's a 4v2. There's no reason to. You still have sight of this, and you have sight of that, so it should be fine. All right, you know, there's only one here. So you know he's pushed out. Paranoia. They still don't know exactly where Karen is. Now they know, and Jemkin gets him.
Jemkin with 3, the fuse comes in, and RQ get themselves to 6.
Man, what a lapse of judgment there for Genji to think that no one was going to be holding rubble, right?
Do you think Meteor should?
Did make a very, very good feint that he
You think?
away.
Oh,
Look at this. No one was even
wait, what?
him.
Meteor should put his alarm bot close to the box?
Just wasn't able to, or wasn't able to react in time. That would have been the 3.
Elmimore's feeling good though. That's a good sign.
I love how Elmimore is just, chill. Just chill with all the highlights as he's been doing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think they're really relying on that.
Last round of the half, Genji.
Unless you're concerned that they can jump over it if they're coming from A, but.
Can collect some orbs, find a kill. That lockdown can come into play. Now Paranoia across the TP.
You did not. Okay, you did. Showstopper. That's good. Yeah, but now they're trapped. You don't need to push this. You don't need to push this. You don't need to push it. You only had 2 members. You knew you were going to be outnumbered.
In the back pocket. All other ults used.
No one got hit by it too.
Big pump of the brakes. Tell me more. Wanting to go for the shot. Tries to get the flick. The boom bot. He's eating the
No, you no. I mean, Spike's down.
Spike down.
Sphero needs to play this on a timing. Yeah, he needs to know when Texture could have rotated to stairs. Okay.
Texture is smart. He's not. He's using the time remaining.
I mean, this is so much pressure on Xfero actually. Until the last 15 seconds, this is more pressure on Xfero than it is for Texture.
Get that spike out in the open. So it's a guessing game.
He grabs it. He knows that it's been taken, but where is he gone? No tap on the spike quite just yet.
Well, now, especially with the spike gone, it's much more pressure on Xfero.
Texture, however, with time on its side, he might be.
I mean, Texture could go B. That's the safer route. As long as, yeah, you just check for that corner and then you have enough time. But now with that time, Xfero is making the right move of getting closer to B. He hears him now too. Doesn't have Paranoia. The thing is coming from heaven is the most obvious spot. He doesn't really have the leisure to do. Is Texture gonna wrap all the way around? Because that would be one hell of a move. Okay. He wants to stick the half. Wow. Xfero. Oh man, dude, you gotta feel for Texture on that though. Oh man. I mean, you cannot blame Texture on that. I mean, you kind of can, but I mean, that's just like a, oh man. Well, Texture thought it would have pushed him off the defuse, but I think it landed like right under him, or he like bounced onto the box or something, so he didn't get pushed out that far. Xfero was like right in the middle of the spike, so he didn't get actually pushed that far. No, it bumped him, but he bumped onto like the box, but he could still defuse it, or like right next to, oh, you know, no, that's what it is. He got bumped into the box, so he didn't actually get bumped that far. I think that's what it was. Yeah, the wall or the box, something like that. Yeah, that's what it was. Because he was still on the ground at the end. You're right. That's unfortunate. I mean, that's one of those things that, like, unless you've seen it happen like this once, you wouldn't really think about the possibility of that. I mean, I guess getting pushed up against the wall is always a possibility, but usually you would slide still, but there's a corner there because of the, right? Because if this is B site and this is where he's throwing it in from, the box is right here, and so you get pushed in here so you don't actually get pushed. Because if it's like here, you would still like slide along the wall. Yes. That's why, like, your gravity wells, if it's misplaced, it doesn't actually stop the defuse.
G certainly could try to run this back, especially if they can find themselves another pistol round win.
And that's why, like, people used to try to, like, body block on the gravity well so you can still, like, hold it, because there's, like, bodies keeping you from going all the way to the center.
This is his chance to
So tiny displacement doesn't matter. But you can't move. But tiny displacement doesn't matter.
RRQ's going to be the one grabbing, you know, these sites on the offense.
Made out, Elmi Moore quickly has to jump back with the rendezvous.
I mean, Elmi Moore, what a ballsy peek there.
And you can see already, Texture, I mean, just wanted to go for the combo setup, see if they can find anything, get some nice opening damage.
Yeah, might as well get the orb.
And then he's instantly rotating over towards
Is that set up on the corner?
Caron here.
They have no idea about this Killjoy setup, though. Curious to see if Genji keeps that for multiple rounds, just because it's a really good setup. Like, they have used it before.
Not a bad idea to do that. They can find Lakia and actually get the trade on him. That's going to open the C site fully. And
Lakia's in a rough spot. The Haunt's going to help, but the backup's so far.
Oh, that spot's nobody.
Oh, no, it does not.
Dude, I don't think it actually...
Landed inside of tree there.
Oh, maybe. Maybe it just goes up here and then it doesn't spot because they're behind.
Taking a more defensive fallen back position, but now the detail starts flying. He's gonna still go for a timing shot to the
Yeah,
smoke.
but flips. Here's the reload. Oh, flips. Oh, I mean, he was scared that there was going to be backup. This is the right play. It is the right play. It's just because we know where he is, but backing off is the right play.
What an angle, too. You can see already here the post plan for RRQ kind of got mixed up a little bit. Elmi Moore's going to be holding...
They have the numbers advantage, so Meteor can take his time clearing out the lurk. With this timing, they're fairly certain. I mean, Elmi Moore's just getting pinched. Jemkin needs to get all the kills. Oh, no comms on the potential drop. Or I guess they just didn't know if he dropped or not. I mean, Lakia getting the first kill and Flips not being able to get the trade. And that's not on Flips. It's just Lakia hides out just in time. And they don't have info on how close everyone else was. So Flips doesn't want to greet it. Which I think Flips made the right choice. It's just, it's a 5v4 and they were stuck. Really good paranoia.
But that is a huge kill in this post ban when you only have the pistols. That being able to survive, give that information.
Lakia said,
but
smoke kills are so free.
Works in the favor of Jet G just because again of the heroics of Lakia.
Friggin' Lakia.
Fortunately.
Hey, Marco on Twitch. Appreciate it. Here we are. We're sticking with it. Ride or die RRQ. That outlaw. That outlaw. I mean, it's just classics.
Very solid early kill coming through, and it feels similar to what was witnessed in the first half. Munchkin now.
Yeah, this Killjoy setup is freaking brutal. Unless the raise is going through, and even if the raise does go through with double sashes, it's like, this setup is so brutal.
Looks like they're just going to stay tucked and wait for them to try to push up.
It's just, again, RRQ also trying to...
So this round is done. The thing is excuse me. The, is there... I think there's a lot of echo again, isn't there? All of my soundproofing fell off. I like need to reapply the glue on it. But I mean, RQ basically. I think until they have an op, I think you have to. I think you have to just fight for. Dude, Munchkin, what is that mini map? I've never noticed that on his screen before. What in the world? It's because he's primary calling, isn't he? He just wants to know the overall flow of the map. That's crazy. That map was tiny. His map was like this big. Yeah, I think you have to fight for Rubble on a stack for RQ. Because, like, if this happens, yeah, you just need to be able to fight through it. Otherwise, it's so much pressure on Elmi Moore having to get a kill, no matter where you go. It's a good off angle.
Push up into this one. Toxic screen does fall.
Okay, you drew out the nanoswarm. You still have time to rotate. You don't need to force this. You don't need to force this. I mean, thankfully, Junji is also playing it safe, but can we watch the lurk? Yes, please. Thank you. Texture's checking it. Yeah. Dude, Munchkin just got a double? I mean, that's unfortunate. I think the lurk was the right call, but I don't know how Munchkin gets that double. I don't know where. I don't know. Oh, they were on the box, I guess. They were on both boxes. Man, Munchkin's fragging today. I mean, Flips is too, but so is Munchkin.
Definitely need that POV on the replay for Munchkin there, because it looked like at the start of that post plant, it looked like RQ should have been able to transition into a round.
Sky changes? Oh, that's that is just no. That's on RQ. Jemkin not realizing that he can be seen like straight up above the smoke is rough.
Nothing noted, so yeah.
That's on RQ.
That is going to be another timeout called.
I mean, it's a good shot by Munchkin, but what I'm saying is, like, it's not like something ridiculous that Munchkin. It's not like he got lucky or anything. It's just, yeah. You know, this timeout's necessary.
It's not. I think the change of strategy. It's more of.
The thing is this happens like whenever RQ needs to get aggressive is when the comms break down a little bit. And so far it has been tough. I mean, obviously losing the pistol, that's rough. But then losing this round is.
Lapses up against a team like Genji that will not miss a chance to punish you for it. And again, go back to that. Munchkin with the 4K really is a big punish against RQ.
You know, I'm always of the mind that calling a timeout before the eco is good instead of after the eco. Obviously, it depends, but
something that the org became a hell of a lot cleaner on. It came down to Lotus last season. It was those early
Jemkin's away from. I mean, I think RQ can like they can play this slower. Like even if they give up Rubble, they can play it slower. Like Omimore doesn't need to get the kill on Rubble. Genji, so Genji expects it to be a hard clash on A. It looks like. And then they're just gonna try to buy time and turtle up with the Killjoy. Good nanoswarm for Tree from Killjoy. Meteor. They're also ready to pinch onto C. So like this is Genji has a really good default for a post timeout, right? You can do the pinch onto C, and then if it is a strong clash on Rubble, you can delay a lot with the Killjoy util.
Kind of fight with it, right? Flipsider somehow manages to pick off a bit of the.
So Meteor should know that he's gone through if he shot that many shots against the turret, which couldn't be seen from right around the corner. They need to know that they haven't cleared Tree. They need to know. Okay. Don't greed for that gun, Omimore. Don't greed for the gun. I mean, he had a headhunter, so worth a shot, but. Yeah, it's they need to buy time for Jemkin basically. It needs to be paint shells first, I think. Well, no, I think on the first tap you hold. Okay, you know this is good. This is good. But now, yeah, you need to hold this cross angle. But now you need to push through. Snake bite. Oh, and the satchel, but it's half done.
Back through, just gonna be able to hold this defuse, and it's close, but not enough. Genji, they will be able to win the round.
Imagine if that showstopper was just.
Yeah, I mean, it's Genji being smart. This is why I think you should have used the showstopper first, because the moment you send the paint shells, because if you hold the showstopper, one of two things happens. Either they get off the spike for the duration until Jemkin dies, or they like flood out while one's holding it, right? So then if you hear multiple footsteps, then you can just like launch and get a double or triple. But if you use the paint shells first, they know where that showstopper is coming from, so they can already start pushing it before you activate it. It's in some ways it's hindsight 2020, but I think that's the order. I think hoping for the paint shells first and then the showstopper to buy enough time is like so ideal. I mean, unless the idea was like, if the paint shell gets a kill, we don't use the showstopper and we save it for the next round. Then fine. But either way, they don't have any ults coming up. Genji obviously has a lot. They have showstopper and pit coming up and nightfall. So this almost needs to kind of be a flawless. That's a That's a freaking good swing from Texture. That's a good peek.
So quick.
It's so pinpoint accurate from Texture.
Yeah, just way faster than Elmimore. Showstopper still held on to as well.
Yeah, the question right now for RRQ is, are they going to start?
I mean, yeah, I think Elmimore, dude, they
on the other side of the map.
Blast packing forward right on top
RQ's
of that
starting to
spike.
just they're not. I mean, they were down 4-5, but
Now Meteor creeping his way down, and he's able to find both.
Wow.
Himself the third as well. Slips comes through the door. Gen G.
this is all happening because they just don't know how to disrupt the setup from C.
They were gathering their
As long as the setup is here, like this setup has always gotten Gen G minimum 1 kill, and it has definitely stopped the entry every single time. So until they can figure out a way to disrupt that, Gen G has no reason to change that setup, and they have no reason to like stack C site heavier or whatnot. And Gen G only switches it when they think it's going to be a change, and they have other ultimates as well, so that's the only reason. But I think the biggest thing is they just haven't figured this out. And the thing is they've seen it, so it's not like they don't know about it. They've tried to go through that site multiple times. But like if you want to go C site against that setup, you need to break that early and then like spend a lot of time pushing and pulling on other parts of the map. And they just and one of the reasons they can't do that is also because I mean, it's because Texture's beating Elmimore in a couple of these rounds. Not multiple times, but Elmimore backs off. But Elmimore's not getting the kill, and backing off isn't enough to like rotate back and pressure A unless you've cleared this, right? Because you have to clear it to have at least one person and like one extra person in Waterfall, and then when you rotate back, at least the Raze and Omen can like get in for free, and it's a double team on the site.
Oh no, it's not. So might be able to go through. Alarm bot is going to spot him though as he comes closer, especially now that he doesn't have any utility except for maybe just the one.
No, but they do. I mean, it doesn't feel ideal, but they do, and it doesn't even have to be like the paint shells. First of all, it could be the paint shells, but it could also just be like you could use an early haunt there, right? You could creep up onto mound, you could double peek onto mound, you could push up, put the haunt so they can't peek you, and then peek in, take out like the turret or whatnot. Or at least like get him to activate. Oh wow, get him to activate the nano swarms, right? At least get that out of the way, etc. But this is also why like Killjoy is so good on this map alongside Viper, right? Or even Cypher up to a point, because it's like you can be a bit more liberal as the Viper with your snake bites, because that's a zoomer right there. Because it makes the snake bite be much more flexible. You can use it without as much. You don't need to like save it as much. Really good push out from Gen G. I mean, this is... And they have all their ultimates, so they can just wait, yeah. As long as they don't give up this area, they can wait. I mean, I almost think like... Well, I guess they're peeking for it. Yeah, this is fine. This is safer.
Should just about guarantee they get themselves up to that map.
If RQ wins this round, it would be a shock. And that would be what's needed for a retake, or a comeback, but...
Hit down here on the site. The jump out. Can't find the shot.
I think Estrella was hit too, though? Well, now they know for sure because the haunt has been taken out. Elmimore needs to get more than one. The angles are so tough. Oh, the lockdown. It's...
Elmimore now trying to stay alive, but there's just nothing more that he can do.
Good call from Gen. Good call from Gen G.
Gen G completely overwhelmed them with ultimates.
That was just rough for RQ.
That was a really fast push from C. They knew exactly what they needed to do with all the ultimates. They knew it was a free retake if they just used all their ultimates.
Quick little check on the replay, and then look at this. There's no way for him to escape. Gen G was just holding doorway, waiting for his exact moment to happen. Either
you never know. It's not over till it's over.
Straight gunfire of RQ here, or you get trapped into the detain, and you're just screwed. And now Gen G is already at map point.
I would say this is a map where the score line actually doesn't tell the whole story in reverse. I do agree. I don't think it was as close as a 13-7 or potentially a 13-8 or 9. If it ends here. Obviously, you don't know until it's over. You never know with Valorant, but
take it into OT. Something that
I mean, not to discredit Op, like Op's very powerful. That's why you play Chamber. So I guess technically it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, it's as it was, but it's
13-11 into a 13-8 on Sunset.
Although, actually, no, maybe not. You know what it is? You know what the real deal is losing that bonus in the in both, actually, I think, or losing the buy round.
This is already a done deal for Gen G, and we go to Breeze. We've seen how
Did RQ win the pistol?
strong
I can't remember.
Texture has been.
The biggest thing is losing the buy round in the second half. They haven't won a single round in the second half.
Really are pressed to try to, as you have been mentioning, is right, try to hit that overtime if they can. But 5 rounds, it's a tall ask.
Dude, these frame drops on
Does have his third
the observer. I mean, good angle from Texture, good backup from Munchkin, but it's just like, I mean, Elmimore's op was fine on defense, but part of it that was that Texture didn't have an op in his hands. And now Gen G is just doing whatever they want. A rare glimpse of Lakia in the past. Why is our RQ not fighting for map control? Well, the last couple of rounds, Gen G, I think the last couple of rounds is really credit to Gen G and the way they pushed up the pace. But as I was saying, the biggest thing is they just never figured out how to break the setup on C site. Which, by the way, it's a tough setup. It's a tough setup to break. It's a tough setup to break with this composition, right? Because you don't have nano swarms, and that's part of the difficulty with Chamber. I mean, again, it kind of sucks to pinpoint a player, but it's like, well, your defense was pretty good, Elmimore. If you're picking that Chamber, you got to provide value on the attack as well. And the only way to do that on attack with Chamber is to get kills, whether it's on the lurk or on the other side of the map. Well, that's technically the lurk, but
looks like it's heavily favoring Gen G.
I mean, RQ had some heroics in the first half. Jemkin had some nice shots. I think they looked.
Is this just going to continue to be a defender-sided map? Seems like so far.
I think individually they looked okay for the first half, but the second half they looked so lost because again, like they just you didn't know how to break that seaside setup. I mean, that's really because so then the times they do try to go through C, Raze and Noman are just getting wrecked by utility, and no one else can support them. And then if you go to the other side, and Genji just knows that you're coming.
They did, and it looked like they had some really good
So
reads.
I think the thing is RQ's defense and attack just looked vastly different. And again, that's part of the risk of playing Chamber is that unless you're playing like Obscure, where you just know that you're going to win every duel, and you make that happen even if you lose it in one round. Unless you do that, then the rest of your team has to break setups. But again, without the Killjoy, it's harder. It's harder.
By one, he just got them all down with that Chamber, with that operator. It was pretty nice. They had a 7-5 lead. What happened in the second half? 7-5 lead, dude. Like, oh my god.
Again, it's like losing steam.
Genji had other side of the match most time. Well, only on the defense. On attack, I think the map control was. The first couple of rounds were rough from RQ, but the rubble control was a little weak, I think. But I think for first half, map control overall was kind of half and half. The wingman, I think that's like. I don't know what it would be priced at if it was sold in. I mean, someone probably has seen it if you went to Champions or something. I think they sold it there, but. I think that one's $30. Or maybe 25, valued at 25 USD. No, maybe 30. Anyway, I'm wondering if I should buy it and set it up behind me. But okay, if I were to buy one plushie from the Riot store, should I buy the wingman or one of the tactical plushies? I actually really like the tactical bunny, the Tacta bunny. It's such a rare item.
There was that Raze and Fade combo as well. And although, you know, in terms of post
I did hear that today was Jesse Vash's birthday. Happy birthday, Jesse Vash. Hope you have a good game. Although I did protect Talon. Oh yeah, team skins come out like today. Is that? But does it come out at the same time globally?
absolutely right. When the side switch and Genji was on the defensive side, it was just RRQ, right? They weren't able to really push forward the way they did because Genji just seemed prepared. Not to mention, everybody on the side of Genji just seemed to have that moment.
Tactibear?
Right?
I mean, Tactibear just feels so common now, though.
Meteor, of course,
I'm like such a fake hipster.
And then you had Texture and even had Lucky.
If you buy one, you gotta buy all of them? No. That's way too much money.
Unfortunately for RRQ, they couldn't really
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking the bunny or Dan the penguin, the tactical penguin. It's like bunny, penguin, or wingman.
It seems like it all started to fall apart when they couldn't really break through the defenses. I mean, and they lost both bonuses on both sides of the coin. Like, that's really concerning.
130 IST.
Pistols, but then you're
RQ tweeted the global time. Oh, they did. It's global time.
Really concerning stuff here. The fragging isn't there for Estrella like it was in their first matchup. That's another part of the puzzle that's really not going so well. If there's any glimmer of hope here for RQ, it's that Jemkin looked pretty good. 5-0 in first bloods versus first deaths, so he had a really good impact in that role.
Wow, none of us predicted G. I'm actually kind of surprised. I was really torn on that.
Follow-up just sometimes isn't quite there. And I get that it's like a little bit more difficult, especially when Genji are feeling this confident, when it's not just...
But then again, I guess despite me being torn on it, I still predicted Zeta, so...
Pop off as well. So, although we are looking at this right now, and Jemkin has higher numbers...
Yeah, Bunny, Penguin, or Wingman. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we don't know the price point for the team bundles, huh?
To get that win over Genji. You cannot.
I mean, I think Jemkin did fine stat-wise, especially considering some of the rough entries he had to do on attack. I think Jemkin did okay. I don't think this is on Jemkin. I mean, obviously, would it help to have someone who can even overcome that? And some players do, then sure, yes. But I don't think this is like on Jemkin, is what I'm saying. Could there have been a world where he like carries it even harder? Sure.
You saw Jemkin right after, right? He was sitting and he was deep in thought, was discussing something with... Yeah, he was talking to
Caster upset. I mean, listen, I don't think the Zeta G match is an upset for either team. I don't think it is. I think that's a very... In terms of just like where they're at currently and then also potential, I think they're quite even for kickoff for this whole week. They're all available for now. I think some of the bigger ones are sold out. I think they have big versions. These are the small versions. But there's like a big version that's like this big. Oh, well. Thanks, camera. It's like 33% bigger, or I guess 50% bigger. The big one's like real nice, right? It's like this big. This big. But that one's like $70, so I'm not buying that. But I think some of those are sold out.
Yeah, for now. I mean, Genji, we saw, you know, the
Zeta versus Genji versus Talon play-in is going to be sick. What are you talking about? Don't you mean Zeta and RQ and Talon play-ins are going to be sick?
See those numbers up. We talk about power friendship. Yeah, it's there. Need more of it, but also like the individual power, I think. You know, you can't always just rely on...
The team bundles are only classics. So every team's bundle has a classic, a player card, and a gun buddy, I think. Does it have a spray? Is it 4 things? Does it have the spray?
Right, and you know, of course, Genji, I cannot wait to see them on Breeze. It's a map that...
You know what's so funny? I was asking someone if we could get free plushies for casters, and they were like, no, but you could sit in the front row and try to snipe it as the players threw it at you. And I am honestly considering that tomorrow, because I am casting tomorrow, so I can run off the casting desk once the interview starts.
I mean, I thought Elmore on the chamber would be something that could give some energy, bring you know, some fresh air.
Classic spray and gun buddy. Okay.
And it did look decent on defense. You could see that Genji...
I can't believe they told me to do that, though. That's like so rude to the fans. But also, it's like, I did nothing wrong. You know what I mean? So you might see me in the crowd tomorrow. But I'll probably buy one. We'll see. No, I don't. I think for the Riot store, I think for like merch, I don't think even Riot employees get discounts. I don't think Riot employees get discounts in game either, but I think they used to get free like RP back in the day for League, but I don't think they do anymore.
Yeah, and Quack, and now we're heading into Breeze. What are we expecting here? We don't need to look any further.
I know, right? Like none of the players are giving it to the backside. Flips is playing your.
This is wow. Whoa. Never seen before, of
Double
course.
duelist, and it's Jemkin and
This
Flips.
is absolutely first time.
Trend of the Euro being picked up more, right? But then again,
Age of
just
Yoru, man.
very curious as to how
What?
this would work, especially when Gen.G has that double controller.
Dude, I
Meteor anchoring down sides. There's so much more that they can do to really work against it. So unless there's game tapes that
don't know.
this Euro is really something that's that spectacular, I don't know. It might be interesting.
I don't know about
This
but we're gonna
Yoru
see
has a
it.
lot of
Inside
work to
the
do,
end,
though.
step into Breeze, over to your casters, Achilles and Azurai.
I mean, if you're gonna play Yoru, I mean, it's and then at that point it's a conversation between Cypher and another controller, I guess. But I think Cypher is still strong.
With the Yoru,
And then
now this is something that he has only played once in his career. So
Oh, he did play it. When did he play it?
From what we've seen so far,
That's crazy.
This tournament here, Azurai, it has been that the double
And then you know that Gen.G isn't playing the Yoru, so
You just have so much more
playing the Cypher I think is fine.
posture, again, whichever side you're on, and a lot more mobility, which is so important when you're thinking about how much power, how much impact
Flip used to be the
control
duelist. Well, a
really
lot of
does
people
bring.
used to be duelists, but not a lot of people used to play the Yoru.
Looks like they're just gonna go straight for an A split here. Two coming in
I mean,
from
Gen.G
Halls,
emptied
a
this.
couple of A
They're
main,
going for a
and
retake.
everybody from Gen.G is just going for the massive flank all the way through mid.
But Elmimore's already on the push. This is good. This is good from Elmimore.
You will have to hit the
And he gets the kill. That's huge. I don't know why you guys are stuck here. I don't know why you guys are stuck here. I don't know why there's two people stuck here with no support. That's insane after Elmimore pushed all the way to defender spawn. That is the craziest thing I've seen today. But Jemkin's crazier, so it's maybe okay. It's okay.
no hesitations from RQ here, just two.
There's a lot of Yoru on Breeze for Pacific too.
That A site. I didn't like the call here from Gen.G to go for that massive flank, but once RQ figured that, wait, no one's here on the site, let's just check real quick.
Oh, you want me to elaborate on Flip's Yoru? I mean, here's the thing, is that Flips plays flashes, and he's the primary IGL, so Yoru actually does fit him very well, actually. I just don't know if he has the tech to do it. And then, and the other thing is that at some point you're going to have to frag as a Yoru, so like, we'll see.
Use of flash and recon dart on A main again.
I wonder if they're going to play the Paper Rex style of like really funneling the ult points as well.
Looks like he was going to be inching forward there into Halls for a brief little moment. Has dropped back. But, I mean, also worth noting, the Astra, not something that we have really been seeing on this map.
I like Astra. I like Gen.G's comp, actually.
Kind of by itself, or the Viper
Was I on the desk for that?
has
We didn't get to talk about it. We don't get to really break down stuff much, but I really like the Astra as a second controller.
Team Secret on Breeze. So it's only Gen.G that's actually used.
I think D+ was actually the one. Man, that's crazy. I actually think D+ is the one who was playing the Astra second controller on Breeze before as well,
Use those stars for a lot more punishing rather than the smokes.
which
They do get the flank unlocked.
was coached by Solo. And I think XC was playing it. I don't know if that's when Solo was coaching or if it was before that, but
on the site there, but Texture with a nice headshot will be able to find Flipshider, putting that Yoru down and delaying the plan for a little bit longer. Low HP on
it's more about abusing flashes. Well, it's about both. It's about like Yoru has really good flashes. You can throw really deep flashes. And then obviously you can like help gain a lot of info with the decoys, with the gate crash, things like that. You're much more flexible. The ult obviously gives you more info as well. Yoru's really, because of all these things, Yoru's really good at breaking Cypher utility. And also like drawing out toxins from Viper. So it's all of that. It's just like it's like perfectly. Breeze is like the place, especially with opponent comps, where Yoru can do everything he was meant to do, right? Which is like distract and gain info and draw out utility in this attrition and things like that. The Paper X Sunset comp is something. We'll talk about that next week. Definitely, we'll watch through that together for sure. Someone was asking me about the Loud comp. I had to remind myself which one they had played. Oh, they're the ones that played the Phoenix. I mean, I think so.
Prior to that, they didn't know where
At least Omimore's chilling. At least they have high spirits. Someone said something about comms too. Do you think Silva's ideal initiator pick, or the agent can be swapped for another initiator like KO? Oh, for comp. So I've actually thought about this multiple times. Like, if it's a solo initiator on some of these maps, is it better to swap that out for the KO?
Okay. Secure all the trips, or excuse me, the ult charges.
So if you're playing the Yoru, I don't think you need the KO. For one, you have extra flashes. For two, you have someone who can still disrupt the Cypher setups, etc. That's what you would really want. The oh, Jemkin, I don't think could see him. That's a rough angle, Jemkin. That's also being very smart. That was a good setup from Gen G. Munchkin was watching and not turning away, and Charon played anti-flash. I mean, they knew. I mean, we all know now when the screen is there and you've heard a gate crash, you know that they're coming.
They can come back into, or they can just find a bit of that rotation, as they do still have all of their players except for the duelists.
And then, what was I saying about the KO? Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that the KO actually offers, other than the flashes, depending on the map, is obviously it really pressures the Cypher to have to like change setups and change location, etc. But again, Euro kind of fills like all of that Umbreeze, but does more. At which point, with the sites being so deep and so big, I think the Silva utility is more valuable here.
Gotten himself back into the side. Meteor will be able to take out Elmi more time.
Estrella hears everything. You hear one more. Estrella got I mean, really good on texture, but you heard the second pair of footsteps. I think you just make the call on the first one.
Somehow, some way, has been 35 HP since 30 seconds into the round, and he'll be the one that
I mean, one of them should have killed texture. I don't think they were going to win the round anyway. I think Genji would have traded Xfera one way or the other, but Euro's much more viable now.
Isn't supposed to survive, but somehow he is.
Euro's much more viable. The question was always like, what do you trade him in for? But now that the Sky has been nerfed as well, initiators are you're starting to juggle initiators now. So either it's depending on the map, sure you can do like on Lotus you can do the solo fade, and here you can do the solo Silva and things like that. But this way you can like Yoru can now really fill that slot of like half initiator, half duelist / half lurker, which is like 3 halves. But dude, Texture's been playing out of his mind this entire tournament. He's been playing at his peak that he ever has, like this entire tournament. So it's not a blip. Flips knows one. He's pushed him out. You gotta check the cage. You saw him. Okay. They already. Oh, they picked out. They picked out the Cypher. Estrella's watching deep back. Should have shock dart lineups if you're playing that far back.
Does he have some kind of super
And you have Pit.
lineup that we don't know, as well as,
I mean, he can also just go to window. Like, you have 3 other teammates, so it's fine. Being wary of the potential, like, late lurk is fine. There should be lineups for this, though. I'm not a lineup Larry, so I don't know, but... Yeah, he's got lineups. He's lining it up right now. Yeah, just shoot it now, I think, with the Pit, just in case. Good round. I don't know. I would love to see the kill onto... I mean, I think following flips there was fine, but I would love to see the kill onto texture.
Of that Cypher, which is the most important thing, obviously, when you're pushing into a site that he owns. And again, I love how he immediately...
Karen's that lady that's really holding up the checkout line at your local grocery store because they're complaining about something, about the banana being slightly brown. Karen is this mechanically gifted Valorant player that they just found in solo queue. What do I think about Harbor on Breeze? I don't think he's as good as I thought he was going to be. I think he's fine as a secondary controller. I don't think he's good as a solo controller. I think it's really hard to make Harbor work as a solo controller and on any map. On solo queue, it's like fine depending on the map, but like I play Harbor solo controller sometimes in solo queue. This is... Well, now it's a pinch. Get the timing together. There you go. Oh, that's a really good, like, triple team there. Texture surely suspects this, but I guess it doesn't matter. That's a fast push. And it's an A push. It's a split push onto A, which they hadn't done. And they double down with the poison cloud and the toxic screen, which is good because you know it secures that, and then you still block off this side. It actually, I believe they put it right on the stairs as well, so it blocks off stairs, it blocks off yellow. A bridge might barely be able to see over it. Actually, they probably 100% can, but and then you just have members here like waiting to push in until you get first contact on site. So
hunt someone down, which they are looking to do so.
We'll just go ahead, wait for that spike to.
Yeah, if you have another Viper, I think Harbor is fine on any map.
A little bit of noise, but I don't think that it would have been noticed. Drops down as the recon dart comes through. They go pushing in towards him. Like he'll be able to tuck away long enough to stay alive. So Meteor
4-1 on attack. Ooh, good timeout from Gen G. Gen G's timeouts have been good, I'm telling you.
Really seen Texture really get that value here.
Polvi and Artist have the same. Dude, Polvi's accent is way thicker, I think. I think Polvi's accent is thicker. But I think Artist, it's like part accent, part just like how he talks.
Either reposition or hold the quick offense that is already brought up to their plate to try to deal with. So, that being said, this...
I mean, Ewok seems happy about what he's seen so far, but he is sharing a lot, which I think is good. Solo's starting to share a lot more, so I think Solo's really getting into the groove of calling these timeouts. I think they're going to change their default, I think, for Solo.
looking good for RQ, but
The thing is RQ, I think, needs a really strong first half here.
to see a lot more dominance on the attacker side.
Because on defense, I think, depending on how... I think the way Gen G is going to play the attack again, I think RQ is going to have to rely a lot on Jemkin and flips. Like firing off.
I think that's what Gen G is, or excuse me, what RQ is also banking on, right? They already know that there are some trap setups with the Cypher in combination with that Astra.
I mean, actually, Elmi Moore setups could be pretty good, though. The Solo Sky is rough.
An anti-updraft tripwire, expecting maybe the quick B main push again here from RQ.
So they really want to just always hold on to the back wall on B site. They want to make sure Meteor can just sit there on his own, and then they still have the retake screen as well.
Seeing if they can catch anybody out here into the open. Texture and Charon for now just.
This is a good setup for the Yoru. Estrella peeking out on his own, regardless of weapon advantage, is a little rough, but timing aside, they're trying to sell that the Yoru's coming in through here. But the early Poison Cloud, Gen G should still have someone watching. They should remember this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Flips needs to get both that yellow. He needs to get both of these members. Gets one. Oh my god, Flips! Oh no, there's no excuse for that. There is no excuse for that shot.
Actually put this into a winnable position. 40 HP remaining here for Jemkin, and he's got no idea where Meteor's at.
I mean, listen, the flash, you could tell he freaked out. Oh man. Although I think Munchkin was only half flashed, but Jemkin doesn't know this, I don't think.
Gen G somehow come up with the round
Man.
timeout to get themselves a second on the board.
Two things. I'm not gonna take this away from Gen
And killing other teammates. Yeah, that's a good summary. Basically, firepower just means like how much can they like frag, right? Like how good is their gunplay, or like how much damage do they usually do? Firepower is synonymous to like KD or ADR, like a mix of both. Do I still have my RQ Copium high? Honestly, after the first match, a lot of it died down because I was actually pretty disappointed with RQ in the first match because I feel like the weaknesses we did see. You didn't check the pocket. You did not check the pocket. Oh my god, they all think they checked the pocket. That's insane. I mean, this is why this setup has been here the whole time, though. So props to Gen G. Props to Gen G. But the reason I was disappointed after the first match is because the weaknesses we did see, regardless of like relative to Gen G or not, is
the window texture.
The weaknesses I saw, that's actually not a bad peak because of the star, but you knew you had to do it. You had to get the kill. The timing of it was pretty good, hoping that it's just the Astra. I mean, Estrella's position is like the biggest thing here. Okay, that's the cue for Flips to start moving. You know he's holding it. There you go. Good on Estrella. I mean, Estrella just needed to get that first kill. Otherwise, Flips can't do anything. But the biggest thing is like as soon as they lose a round or they don't know how to like break a site or a setup, you could just tell they just like go off on their own. And that was exactly one of the biggest weaknesses that RQ had last year. So today that part looks a little better. Lotus, they still couldn't figure out how to break the C, setup, and that's going to take some time. Again, I do think it's a very tough setup, so props to Gen G with the way they hold it, but
Elbow not wanting to try to challenge over towards window, get the punish there on the lock. It just goes for the flank out in front. Texture, however, now going to be darted up.
just don't give another Thrifty. This is how you lost that first time you guys matched up. Elmi Moore is going very deep with the Vandal, and you can't... No need for this. Okay. I don't know if there was any need for it, but yeah, at least he got the kill. But then again, I play Mega Passive Valorant, so... You feel like the RQ duelists aren't getting support? Well, I mean, the Euro is being played as the support. Which is why I was surprised Flips to play the Euros, because either you need to be the support, or you need to, like, kind of be self-sufficient, which is very tough, but this is a good setup. I think Meteor caught the one on the box? Maybe not. Oh, well, now he knows. I mean, they have no reason to move until that timer goes down. Oh my god. Guys, he might still... Yeah, there you go. See, Estrella was crouched on the first peak, and then he stands up because he doesn't want to give the headline. Flips getting that kill is the most ideal scenario because he's only 1 point away. Is Jemkin? Yes, he's fine. Do I want Viper nerfs? Do I want Viper nerfs? No. Mostly because I play Viper. Do I think she'd be fine with a nerf or two? I think so, depending, as long as they're not drastic. Seti, you think they're RQ's too textbook? They're pretty textbook. They're pretty textbook. It's just the thing is I mean, again, and this goes with the first point I said, is part of their weaknesses is what they've prepped is pretty decent, but they're not even mid-rounding, but their round-to-round adaptation is still very weak. Nice try from Munchkin, though. The timing on that. He actually had the timing pat down. Wait, what? How did Flips die there? Oh, I guess he just came out of his ult. Yeah, like basically figuring out the opponents and then adapting to it is still pretty weak. I think that's where, I mean, one way to fix that is the timeouts, but obviously you only get 2. But I think maybe the timeout calls could be stronger as well from RQ. But it's a lot of this, like, well, what we prepped is good, and then if that doesn't work, we have a, like, it almost feel, I don't think this is, having talked to some of the players and the coaching staff, I don't think this is what they think, but, like, it almost feels from a viewing perspective is that they feel what we've prepped is good, and if it doesn't work, we have a star duelist who's, like, gonna frag us out of trouble. And it's like, that can happen, but that can only get you so far. And Jemkin hasn't proven that he's, like, world champion level yet, right? He's not, like, alpha year level, so... At least not yet.
The Guardian does come up with 1, so Flipshide are going to be taken down. Jemkin whittled low.
Elmimore's feeling very confident today, though. That's a good sign for RQ.
Jumping up on top of the wall. Does he look down?
Who did we have that, like, didn't check under here and got killed? A couple people, actually, I think.
They know that there's only a couple rounds left, and they want
to
secure this as the 8th.
Yeah, I think you need minimum 8 if you're RQ here.
These guys are gonna push that. I love the pinch coming in from this one, and they didn't lose any control in A.
And if they win this with 4 remaining, which I mean they can all buy for each other. They're actually all capped. But if they win this fairly clean, they can actually get 9 because of Gen G's economy. I don't know what the ult situation was here, but okay, Xfero. I was hoping Xfero would get one more kill so that he's close to the pit as well. Because just even having the pit available now makes you think that there could be a rush into the site.
We're talking about, how many rounds they need to try to get here on this defender's side before that
Oh boy.
right now, they haven't been able to find any
I can't tell you, but
Difference.
oh boy. Got a great day ahead of us. Do you think RQ getting an assistant coach would help them? Well, I guess they have an analyst. They did get an analyst. Although I feel like they had an analyst last year. They had an assistant coach last year. But now they have an analyst and a sports psychologist? RQ did expand their staff.
Just to try to deal with this stellar RRQ offense, and it hasn't really worked out. You're seeing Gen G slowly start to slow down a little bit here in terms of those.
No, YB got dropped, but then they got Vox Eyes, and then they picked up one more.
He threw out his wall sure for safety, but then RRQ's like he's still
YB, well, I don't know if it was simply not renewing a contract or dropped, but dropped makes it, I don't know, dropped makes it sound like someone like terminated their contract, which I don't think was the case, but don't they have another staff member aside from coaching? Oh, I guess not. I guess it's just Vox Eyes. But he's listed as an analyst, so I don't know. I don't know if they want to really like separate the exact difference between assistant coach and analyst, but they do have someone helping them break stuff down further. Okay. Straya up.
Very well versed with this operator.
I mean, this is going to be a fast push. They're not checking for the camera. Well, now they know.
Probably not fully believing, but now that gate crash, spam into the corner, and it does take a little bit of damage.
Oh, that is rough. Good patience from Meteor, though. I like that Jemkin had backed out, but they don't have the site clear. If they're going to go in, Elmemore needs to regroup, I think. Just trust the trapwire. Tripwire. NT Estrella. I don't know. I don't think they know that Jemkin's in there. Well, now they do. That's rough. Hello.
Is going to result in his win streak broken here.
That's what they were just looking for, right? The traps in the back of the site.
I mean, this had to be the round they get.
Oh, Meteor had spotted him, but he gives away his position. Elmemore swinging out.
Oh, Elmemore.
He was ready for Karen. That 50-50 that was trying to be set up, not going to try much. Texture right over his head. Trying to identify where the plan was at. Second too late, can't find it.
Xfero, you win these.
Xfero on his lonesome inside the pit. The lights are available.
That screen has to be used. Oh, yeah. So I think they think it went all the way into the box. I don't know if they're sure, but now they should have a good idea. Nice. Exiting the pit is good. Playing for time.
Other than just this operator, or is he going to try to just barrel stuff him?
Oh no! Now Texture knows.
He knows where he's at. The pit now being dropped, but the time dwindling.
But time's in Xfero's favor.
Swing onto the corner.
What the?
Gets the shot, but I don't think he has the time. No.
Oh my gosh, dude! How does he get that kill? Dude, he's what? Can we see that from his POV? Holy cow! I mean, the observing was fine, by the way. They should have held on Xfero, but that's just an insane kill. No, even with the no scope, like his model almost did not catch up to him. Right? I don't know if that's just my screen, but it almost it seemed like it was fast enough that his model didn't catch up to him swinging. Oh, okay.
Xfero was able to create that tempo for himself. He knew that his opponents were
because it looked like he walked out of that corner not checking the box, but maybe that was just a yeah, it might have been barrel. I'm not sure. Either way, RQ. I thought they were going to push up the pace last round, but well, I guess they kind of did.
For a brief little moment, but Elmemore going to be taken out, and Meteor catches Flipshider at the same time.
Xfero with a good lurk though. They don't know exactly where Meteor is. Jemkin's, I think Jemkin's doing fine. I don't think he's bringing the results you were hoping he would, but I actually think his individual performance is doing, like, I think it's par. I think it's on par with what you would have hoped for. That's a good kill. Oh my god. Dude, Jemkin is on. Well, that's rough. Did he see him? I don't think he did. Oh, holy... I mean, NT. He tried to play the speed. NT. Oh, man. Jeez.
Could have even waited for the wall to go down, I think. Right?
Wow. Am I going to stream all games? I'm going to try to today, but if they like all go to third map, then maybe not the third match. That's the goal though. Like at least until like 11 p.m. midnight my time, which is like 8 to 9 hours. That's the goal. But I have to go into cast tomorrow, and tomorrow's 3 games as well, so I don't want to be too tired, and I want to save my voice. I'll obviously still watch all the games, which is why I'm like, I might as well stream it. I might stream it and like just not talk much, but I mean 9-3 I think is fine. Obviously 10-2 would have been great. But again, with the Yoru, oh, I really think actually RQ needs to win the pistol. I know that sounds crazy, but no, I want to stream GE versus Zeta. That's the one I do after this one. I'm sad the order is Talon, Team Secret first. Not that I have anything. I mean, I think Talon and Team Secret's going to be a banger of a match, because Team Secret like woke up. But GE versus Zeta, I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like that's a much more dramatic match.
They could all start here. Pistols. Able to close out both.
Yeah, I mean, which is why I said with their composition, with the map, they needed, I think, 9 to feel okay. I think they needed 9 to feel comfortable. I think they needed 9 to feel like they had the lead. I think 8-4 wouldn't have felt that great. 10-2 would have felt good, but 9-3 is fine. But again, it's just fine enough that I think for RQ to feel comfortable, they need to win the pistol, I think. Otherwise, I feel like it rests a lot on either Jemkin out-opping or Flips pulling crazy stuff. Flips, I mean, overall, I think individually RQ is playing better than the first match, actually. Did you just shoot that poison cloud? But Charon is a god.
Bit of a quiet game for him thus far here with this Astra.
Oof. Good pinch from RQ though. I think RQ was just banking on this being a mid push, and if it wasn't, they were just going to empty a site and retake.
Still trapped on mid, had to deal with so many angles of re-attack from RQ.
Well, Lenny 2-0 Secret? I don't know. Well, for one, Secret looks revitalized. I think Lenny, he's going to need to redo that trapwire. I think Lenny's calling was better than Secret's last time, aside from the fragging from Governor. But I feel like Lenny was also much more in the preparation category, just like Secret often was. So who knows in the rematch? I think Cypher's not anchoring on a pistol is fine. I think it's almost better to a certain extent.
Always a bit concerning for his opponents when he has it. Just peeking halls for now, not going to be spotting too much of anything.
Man, I'm like, listen, I'm cool with every agent holding, like every role holding the scope, but I just feel like Sova's the roughest one to do it. There's like so many timings you should be holding. You know what I mean? Yeah, like it's just like you lose so much. I don't know. I also don't know why you would ping that when you've been holding the angle the entire time. That's a good anti-flash. I mean, good drone. They just don't want to lose anything. Now you have no information about this. Dude, Lakia's in here alone with the spike. This is crazy. Oof. I mean, that's kind of an ego. I mean, obviously with the Outlaw, like, Estrella has the advantage there, but like, I mean, Spike's down, but they can pick up the weapons here. Just one Spectre. I wonder if they just go for it with the Spectre. I think they should. Well, only 20 seconds. So that's a little rough.
Flash being sent out, tucks away behind them.
I don't know if you agreed for... Well, okay. You're getting the...
Spike is still stranded. Estrella able to
Again, it had nothing to do with Estrella as a player. I just don't like Silva's holding the scope, but...
For the Silva and RRQ up to 11.
And that Outlaw is turning to be the eco round king. That was also, I guess, a bit awkward that the spike was...
So with the Marshall buy?
Gen G.
And no spike plant? Did I see that right? It looks like they're going to stick with Guardians. Which Guardians great on Breeze, but... Mistress is so easy. Ah, you gotta watch out. Okay, 4 Guardians, but they're because of the Outlaw, they're going for the full armor. That's why. So they're going for the full armor, and so everyone has to go for a Guardian.
He has been absolutely fragging here on this map.
I mean,
especially in the second half.
This is their do or die. Now, RQ dropped one more weapon than they would have liked, but it's Sheriff's. Breeze is such a weird map in that sense economically, but now the Outlaw I think really shuffles that up quite a bit for Breeze.
Just trying to tuck away, see if anyone's going to come walking forward.
Aggressive hold from Elmimore, but this actually lets him really just clear out the entirety of the left side of the map.
His gate crash did expire already, so
these setups are fine. Everyone getting pinged is not great for Gen G.
About to actually hit that peak on Flipsider.
Doesn't go far enough though.
Oh, neither of them can barely see each other.
Texture, I mean, just absolutely convinced that there's somebody on the opposite side of that wall. He would be right.
They're gonna barrel through. Elmimore has the timing here. As soon as Jimkin spots.
The steady creep up. Nebula pop. They push their way up here through the
Yep, Elmimore's gonna rotate. Oh, Jimkin did not think he was gonna get hit by that. That's rough.
Able to find the kill. Carrot getting himself a second. What does Estrella does put that Outlaw to use, finding another kill.
It's unfortunate that it's the 2 Sheriffs because they... Okay, I was going to say they had a chance to take away at least one more gun. It's a 1v1. He picked up a gun. Elmimore is a god with the Guardian. And so is Meteor. Actually, they were both kind of shaky, but Meteor gets the kill. Overall, a decent setup from RQ. Good flash in from Lakia. But at the end of the day, that's a moral victory for RQ in that round, obviously. Because it was a buy round from Gen G with full armor Guardians. Trying to scrape together whatever they can.
And you saw the panic in his eyes or the panic in his movement.
Textured. It hasn't gotten a lot of kills. So it's half armors again. RQ doesn't know that. They're just trying to buy up just in case to match up. I think that's fine. They have Hunter's Fury. Excuse me.
Trades from RQ here, but if only Jemkin could have held a little bit longer, that could have maybe been something for RQ.
Opening dart there from
I feel like they could feel more comfortable about retaking. Well, the Cosmic Divide does make it a little iffy. Because if Gen G, like, you don't want to give it up for free. If it's going to be you almost want them to use the Cosmic Divide to get in, because otherwise Gen G can buy so much time despite the Hunter's Fury on Estrella.
Standing guard.
This is... You're just hoping that Elmimore anchors down and gets a kill and stays alive. Estrella might be... They might even consider Estrella using Hunter's Fury. That's a good recon timing. It doesn't see anything, but it's good timing. But then he just backs out. So they're giving out entire Hall's control. They're giving up entire elbow control, which actually denies so much info. Oh, and they're just going to use it to flush them out. I don't... very aggressive. Good tags. I mean, the fact that he tagged them, yeah, that should allow Flips to push because you expect them to back out. And RQ was... They never emptied the site. Jemkin is still here.
Toggles into that one. Jemkin dashing back. Throws in a cloud burst. Himself moved up over towards the bridge now.
Ooh, Flips getting killed is... Oh my...
Finds Jemkin, gets Estrella the door now tapped. They know exactly where Elmimore is.
But they knew that he was nearby.
Taking the round into his hands, comes up with a 4K.
They knew that he was there before. I mean, I guess he could have escaped through his cages.
Able to push in on that
rough.
Karen does get traded very quickly, but Meteor just holds an angle, and RQ are so unaware.
I mean, I guess you don't expect Texture to still be in mid. I don't know. That feels... I don't know. That round feels like a bit of a miscom. A bit of a...
holds orange.
assumption from RQ that they kind of have it pat down. I think they thought it was just one member on A. I think that's why. And I mean, it's an assumption. I don't know if it's a bad one. I don't think it is, but it's an assumption.
Just to confuse RQ's rotation.
Probably a bit of a sigh of relief right now from the coaching staff on Gen G, because they burned both their timeouts within the first 10 rounds of this map. So they have been leaving Gen G to their own devices. But now with RQ, Ewok feeling the pressure.
If RQ is gonna buy, it has to be half armor.
Solo can impart some knowledge here and observation over to the team. Let's see whose information is going to be more valuable. So RQ certainly.
How many people were left alive on Gen G? 3?
Wanting to just get that map.
They can all buy up full armor. Okay. They're not taking those chances again, especially because of the broken potential buy from RQ. So that's smart. That's smart from Gen G. RQ's not going to do anything too crazy with that. They're just going to go with half armors, even out, so they can buy up next round.
Half by someone. Estrella, he wants to showcase how much accuracy he has with these more one tap one kill weapons. So he's got himself the Guardian. Everyone else is somewhat underneath.
Gen G's ult economy is looking good. I mean, if you're Gen G, I think you consider using that Cosmic Divide pretty aggressively to... Oh, Meteor's probably like, what the hell? Oh, he didn't see him. Elmimore didn't see him because of the arches. It's a good catch on the jump, but...
With the stinger in hand, he wouldn't be able to do too much of anything, and Xfero also has his head taken off. Jumping around, Lakia able to find Jemkin. Will send out a bit of a warning shot there.
Gen G's playing very smart. They saw the early pushes on both sides, so they're like, there's probably some more. I think he might have actually got the question mark from Flips on the minimap, so...
Not available.
Flipside is actively looking for picks.
My God.
That was...
So long, Estrella.
Something. Yep. I mean, Flips, kill or die, gets his ult. Okay, so they do recognize it. They recognize they don't have control of elbow.
Word now being sent over to Jemkin. Try to make his way, but that Trailblazer is going to deny everything.
Good.
He doesn't even get the opportunity.
Gen G's very thorough this round.
Jemkin with the Guardian. He's got cash. I mean, he could try to save it, but dealing some damage might be what's on his mind. Either way, he'll start making his way back over towards that defender spawn. He can find anything.
I mean, you evened out for economy. Trying to build up points to Blaze Storm is okay, but giving Munchkin the potential pit is not great. Because you give it to him no matter what. So now Gen G's ult is looking great. It's almost like they're actually almost wasting their ultimates because it's so stacked up, but they'll take what they can get with the number of rounds they need to catch up on.
Tell Jemkin he was wary about it. He had a good understanding of what the movement could be. But
so the dimensional drift, you probably don't want to use it aggressively because you're afraid of that pit.
3-round win streak. Trying to claw this one back, so 5 to go to tie it up.
That was a push though from Elmimore. It could have been honestly something if he wasn't spotted.
Dude, Munchkin's minimap is crazy.
Recheck that, but you know what?
Okay.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
So they have Op and Halls. They're looking to do a push out mid.
Picking himself up the operator. Where is he playing at? Oh, Halls, but that mid smoke will possibly allow a double door push.
Okay, at this point, you know the ults are coming. Xfero just needs to stay alive. He just needs to get out! I mean, I don't know. I feel like this was such a like safe default to hold, which with the number of and the style of ults that Gen G had is rough. Gen G can now string ult to ult for 2 more round wins. I mean, the pit maybe not as much, but I mean, this is so much time they need to buy. Lakia knows that he only saw 1, so Meteor's already getting ready, and Estrella's dead, so there's no way Jemkin survives this.
He's making a lot of noise too on this B side.
Stomping around. I don't think he's ready for this at all.
Yeah, I mean, if he swivels and checks this and gets the kill, that'd be something, yeah.
Drops down, and Meteor is there to collect. Asking his teammate, do you want this? They say no. Op will remain on the ground, but Gen G will continue plowing on.
And Gen G just feels like, you know, after these timeouts and everything, one step forward every single round. And it's putting RRQ in such a decrepit state. Jemkin was kind of hoping that he gets
This is the thing, though. They needed the op. They needed the op because otherwise, like, the Euro needs to do something. Don't keep buying half armor up. Just, I mean, I know that Gen G's got really good aim and it's almost all headshots, but I don't know.
Maybe even hit a couple of shots, but no.
Early halls push. Only more. You're not playing chamber. This is a very risky position. Wow, how does he get that flick? And you know it's a spike. Wow, okay, they want to win this round. Okay. I mean, they already have Hall's control. So, like, this isn't the end of the world, but...
Flips gonna push through the tripwire.
Flips needs to do something if they want to make something happen here. Just trying to, I don't know. You got to funnel them in somehow on this eco. Because otherwise that retake is donezo. Flips needs to stay alive here. Dude, that is such a hard angle to hold. He gets it, though. Yeah, I think you all hold door. I think this is actually the play. Well, no, if you're going to do that, Flips needs to watch from stairs or somewhere. He needs to watch main. You need to watch main. They're not covered. Okay. 4v2 retake. This should get Gen G to use their ults, because they need to keep winning. They don't want to give map point. Yeah. So that's good. You have dimensional drift. You also have your own pit. The question is if I'm Flips, I use the drift to find Charon. I don't use it to find Munchkin, because if you're all focused on the pit, you have Charon could be anywhere on this map, on this site.
Yeah, there it is. Activate that drift.
Okay, sends out the decoy, even though they know that they wouldn't be able to see the Yor. Munchkin finding one. Jim can take it down. They know that he's going to be here. And center pyramid and Munchkin.
Holy cow! And they have no idea where Charon is.
Solo, the tap on the spike.
Oh my gosh, Xero saves that. I mean, really smart of Munchkin. That pocket with the screen, really smart from Munchkin, but my God.
The heroics from these Viper players.
Oh. Okay. Let's just take a breather. Check out the replays. Great tactics all together here from RRQ. There were also some positions where they had to,
I mean, great round from RRQ, obviously. Overcoming the half buy, the broken buy, but... Okay. They still have Cosmic Divide. And Bladestorm lets them go for the aggressive op, so I was going to say, I actually think early pit is okay here. They only have the one drone, so... Oof. A little rough. Munchkin doesn't look too happy about that on his screen. So now with that one guiding light that you heard, or you should have heard, you only have 2 more ways to find this, because the cam was broken as well. I mean, Asher can help the process of elimination, which is, I think, something Xfero will have to consider. Because that can really catch you off guard. I don't know why we're pushing out from there. They had no information, I guess. Estrella... I think you need to just... oh, well, now they know. They know it's a weak site. Yeah, Estrella just needs to keep him occupied. Set this up for Jemkin. Estrella!
But cannot get the kill. Jemkin holding forward, sees the gun barrel, sees the shot. Hold still for the time being.
Oh, this plan. They know that he's coming from B too. Elmimore just has to win these. Yeah, that's rough.
Jemkin, meanwhile, back on site, finds one, sends the cloud burst, texture pushes forward before it blooms, finds the kill, gets Sparrow around the back. And Gen G, they want to take this to overtime.
Now what about Chicken?
But the thing is, again, like Flips pushing up, it's not that the pushing up itself was like terrible, I don't think. I'd have to look back and see when and where the drone was used. I missed it. But it's just like the gate, like you need to be able to frag or have a really solid gate crash like position. You might as well. You might as well. Genji's trying to get their tempo back. Map 3 is Icebox? If this goes to Icebox, I think it'd be very interesting. I'd love to see how both of them have kind of switched things up.
So Genji was like, let's just keep pressing on. We already know we got this, and they did.
I do think Genji's comp was better on Icebox, but I think the Gecko KO was better than the Gecko Sova.
Wanting to close this out, use their second timeout, so no more intervention here from the coaches unless we do in fact end up going to overtime.
4 rounds for Genji, right? 4 very difficult rounds, but now that they've broken the economy of RRQ from the looks of it,
Double op.
He's looking a lot better.
Holy cow.
For them.
It's just the knives there for Jemkin. It's going to be there.
Double op?
Firepower. Flips.
On round 21?
Down onto a bulldog.
Okay, yeah, Outlaw. There you go. You know it's low econ. Yeah, double op was a crazy idea. Because even if you won the round, like if you dropped both, that would, like, you have so many more rounds to go, and if you keep dropping weapons, that'd be rough.
All of his mobility tools, so they can start to, I think, just compress and fight together in a certain spot here, so that they don't risk giving Jemkin any resets.
Oh, it's a check in here towards A main. Flipshider just flush against the pyramid.
I mean, this is a tough spot for Flips to win the fight, because you know that they're going to check with the Guiding Light or the dog or both.
Anything at all, but RQ, they're not giving up any tells.
Okay, yes, that. Okay, he's just going to get out. Oh! Dude, the speed on that. Somebody help. Oh my. I know they were all fighting someone else, but it's okay. It's okay. Well, it's actually not okay because the Seekers are coming up. Karon still hasn't used his Cosmic Divide, by the way. Like Genji can overcome that one last round at any point. Dude, Texture is on one this entire tournament. 21 kills again. Okay, you have Hunter's Fury. Like, let's set up a... I would love to see another retake set up somewhere. Okay, so finally they're changing up. They're finally putting the trap in halls, which used to be the way to go, and the Sovas would break it. They don't have a Sova on the other side. So now you can at least hold this safely. The problem is door can still be taken over. So this angle is kind of rough, in my opinion, because if the door gets opened, I mean, I guess you have a trip here for the double doors, but if metal door gets opened, like, oh man, the coverage for these two is rough. I guess if metal door opens, probably the plan is crouch in the fence, look at this angle, and hold this angle from behind the pyramid. They need to know that he can be... Okay, now they hear him at the door. Selmimore's crouched. And the Cosmic Divide. Oh, that's rough. Xero needs to get out, but I think he wanted to do the same thing to Texture. It's just that Texture was ahead. They had no idea. There was no way of knowing because of the Cosmic Divide. And Elmimore gets spotted. They used Hunter's Fury too.
Running away.
They have to.
Yeah.
So much money here from the side of Genji, though. They can very much afford to go for this hunt. You can see Karon's starting to sprint over towards that side of the map.
I have a bad feeling about this, chat. The thing is RQ's trying to play... they're not trying to play for these hard retakes on either map.
Break that tripwire. All they were really hoping for, as what we saw with Meteor,
I mean,
he throws out the cyber cage, then opens
I think it's because there's the Astra and the Viper. Like post plant can be very annoying, and it can be, but honestly, I would love to see them go for a retake setup on B and then use the Euro or Elmimore to just watch the flank. Now that would mean that you would need to make sure you're not getting first killed, which has kind of been part of the problem, I think. But I mean, this one's just great from texture. Really good. Really good jump up to that box, too, knowing that the Cosmic Divide protects you.
Okay, they just bumped heads. I mean, they used Flipsider. He lost to Lakia. Texture's been...
I would love to see that.
So RQ...
This is the round to win, actually, for RQ. This and the next round. Because nobody's getting their ults other than the Cyphers.
Or Genji's rather on the other direction on the map.
Well, I guess this and the next round is the only options they have, so... In some ways, it finally stabilized for RQ. Okay, so they are going for a retake on B. They don't have the screen available, which is a little rough. But... This is an okay start. Only one gate crash on Flips is a little rough. Because he just used it just to like peek out from Nest, and you're only controlling that for the first 30-40 seconds. So
He has a dart, so he's just checking it. He's just face checking it for now. But probably once we hit like around
Texture
40
wins
seconds,
this.
he might start
Oh,
to think something's wrong.
he would. He almost went F. Don't do it, Xero. Just buy time.
They have noted and figured out where Texture is at. Push out.
Okay.
Sparrow able to collect one on immediate.
The counter dart keeps him at bay.
Poison, so does get vulnerable.
They do have time to rotate, but you always were set up for the retake, so I don't think you need to rush this.
Here for the side of RQ.
That decoy is actually... It's a silly one. It's a good one, IMO. Just trying to make noise so that they have to like keep watching behind them. I don't think anyone was in range to hear it, but...
A tripwire there too that's holding the position.
Yeah, you let go of mid, so Omimore has to watch.
Rotated for RQ, there's
So it just has to be a 5v4.
I think they're so worried that somebody had already deep lurked into
Yeah, they're just... They have to. But they had always relied on this being a retake for B. So whatever they have, it needs to come through. The only problem is the post plant can still be very good with the gravity well and the potential snake bites. Now, Munchkin is here. So that's not good news for Gen G. Gives a little bit more hope for RQ. Gen G's holding for a long time. They need to funnel through Flips. Okay, Flips saw one. He should have noted that it was a Sky. Nice. Okay, with the Viper gone, it's just the gravity well you need to worry about. They're trying to push him so he can't activate it. And there you go. Told you, chat. Go for the B retake.
We are going the distance here in our opening series.
And it all works out.
Do not want to go down without a fight.
RQ, I think RQ really needs to get out of the habit of going for these 2-1-2, like 1-2-2 default setups. That's part of the thing that really destroyed DRX, right? Is playing these passive defaults. The only way, I mean, listen, having that as a starting point is fine. That's why they're called defaults. But like playing these passive defaults, unless you have a very oppressive comp, like Ascent, Sova KO, and Omen, right, where you can just I guess that entire comp, where you can just constantly go on a timer, right? It gets really hard. Like once the team figures it out and they just keep pushing you, it's rough. It's rough. So you need to do something else. So the attacking team can't just be like, hey, just like poke and prod and go to one side.
It's a really strong start for RRQ on their attacker side.
It's still a very tough game for RQ. Icebox it could be anybody's, but
He was having a really tough time dealing with it. I really liked what they dialed up for this map.
I really like that Euro too. I mean, the guy just really knew how to kind of make use of the dimensional drift at times, or even the fake out to cut into space and really, like you said, disrupt your opponents. I think those are one of the main things, because even though Viper's pit up, or Texture's trying to get a good angle on his opponents, as soon as Flips comes in from the sides and keeps annoying him, there's always that other factor. You're always wondering in the back of your mind,
13 first kills. It's not bad.
Gonna pop up. So that was a great first half. Second half, though.
Also, someone had asked me earlier, how do I feel about single elimination in the playoffs? I mean, it sucks.
definitely lost it when they
But-
switched over sides because Genji, again, that aggression from Texture.
I mean, double limb.
First skills that he was able to get, and that would like shake up.
I don't know.
RQ, right? They don't have that ability to just round
I don't
them
know.
together just yet. It's not as confident just yet, but we did see shades of it in this map.
Yeah, exactly. And it helped that they got some pistol wins. Like, that was a really, really big factor here. Again, on Lotus, they couldn't find any pistol round wins. Here they get some, so that kind of sets the tempo as well to really give themselves that extra cushion going into that second half. Even though there's a pretty good run back. It is kind of an attacker-sided comp, though, right? Double duelist, you kind of expect that you got to get that damage done on the attacker side. So for RQ, mission accomplished. Send it into map 3. We're going to take another look at Icebox, so this is going to be really exciting because last time it was a very, very close map.
That's right, and that's why we were worried about,
Dude, I'm trying to read the Reddit thread.
Because we did mention that, if
Genji is looking very good.
They might need to take the first map as well. How are we feeling now that we're going over to Icebox, Quack? I mean, last time wasn't exactly good for the side of RQ.
It's pretty shaky. Very close, though, right? I mean, that's the one thing that they've got going for them. The composition was rather similar. One difference being that Estrella was on the Sova, and then you had Munchkin on the KO.
All right.
Which is,
Icebox. I can't imagine that the comps are changing, so
but that's the main
I
thing,
just hope.
Texture popped off on that map. Texture is popping off right now. 13-10. Although Genji lost,
I mean, RQ's
top score in terms of frags,
util didn't look
and,
good.
yeah,
It didn't look good on that
RQ.
Icebox.
So, can they continue to bring
Gen G's looks pretty decent.
Really correct the mistakes from day one?
Xpharaoh also did not.
You can expect the same stuff.
I mean, that Icebox, like, there were so many moments. There was that moment when, like, Flips had pushed Garage, but, like, Xpharaoh just wasn't watching behind him. So while Flips got he actually got first sight around the corner, didn't get the kill. And then a member of Gen G just, like, walked out of Garage and got him from behind. Stuff like that. So, and that's, like, as the Gecko, which is, like, that's rough. Shouldn't be happening. Like, if you're gonna do that, you should go double duelist, which I don't know who would play the second duelist, but I guess Estrella, actually. Imagine that.
Agent changes, there will be a lot of strategic changes and things like that.
Jemkin Raise, Estrella Jet.
I'm seeing some mental mistakes here and there, like they'll call for a save and like Estrella decides to go for a long-range fight with a Phantom versus a Vandal. Things like that were a little bit concerning. However, what isn't concerning is Jemkin's play right now. Today he's been very solid, even though they lost on
I mean, Jemkin's being consistent.
Individual performance. Now he's on the Jet. He has another stellar performance. So the good news here for RQ is that your duelist is keeping up with Texture. It's just can the rest of the team keep it up behind him? That's what was missing on the
Oh, man.
Still have
I don't know, chat. What do we think is going to happen?
How much really, unless you can really time the recon bolts along with
I'm going
Jemkin.
to open all the chats separately.
But it's going to be difficult to say the least. To say the most, it is RRQ's best shot at winning this, age-old rivalry against Gen G. So they've got to make it.
Oh my gosh. You guys are chatting. My chat is desynced.
Especially since that this has been going on since last year, right? But this is a good
That's
sign.
crazy. I'm sorry, chat. You guys are chatting that whole game. I thought nobody was chatting.
Problems in a way, right? It's kind of cool to see that
That's my bad.
with Texture, as you mentioned, paper thin, especially since you did have
I refreshed it. I think it should be working now. Well, I'm glad you guys were chatting. That's good, because that was a fun game.
Yeah, it's more, it seems like, of a communication.
Hello.
Essentially, not, and this is something that Ewok alluded to in the pre-match interview, right? He said that we're still trying to integrate Estrella into communicating with us using the English, as their primary language as well.
Yeah, Estrella's comms definitely. Why is playoff best of 3? Yeah, I mean, that's probably I know why it's best of 3, because they're going to play both in one day.
On Icebox last time, the score came very, very close, and it was 13.
And I think that's fair. So if you're not doing double elim, I think you have to do best of 3, because if one team, because you can't play 2 best of 5s in one day, but if one team gets an extra day of break after playing a best of 5, that's not fair. So unless I guess you could extend it even further by taking another break, but it's
showing that you definitely want to make a mark of, especially since this is your debut on the specific stage.
Yeah, but if you give them a week, Masters would be pushed back a week, and then Stage 1 would be pushed back a week, and then Stage 2 would be pushed back a week, and then Champions would be pushed back a week. I don't know. I know not all the kickoffs end at the same time either, so listen, I don't know is the answer.
What happened to his friend? Why did you take him away
Is
from
it
his
a
friend.
sign?
I blame you.
Is this a
It's my
sign?
fault.
Oh, what happened?
The penguin does look
Power
good,
of
though.
friendship.
Oh
It's
my
like-
gosh.
Oh no.
That's the curse? Is
Did
that
your
what
Twitter
this
blow
is?
off after the
hope
GE
not,
game?
but
Not like particularly. I mean, everyone was just like tagging on to the predictions thread, which is fine. Like, listen, by the way, like, I think if you want to be like, if you want to go off after your team wins and people like didn't predict them, I think that's fine. But I think you do have to, like, there is a fine line, right? I mean, I think even being like, oh, you guys are so stupid. It's like, I mean, I think that's a dumb thing to say, but because it's a prediction. And also a lot of times, well, I mean, I don't mean to break the magic for you, but a lot of times some of us just do it for storylines. So like that's one thing, but it's like, I mean, that's just a dumb thing to say, I think. But at the same time, like that's fine. It doesn't bother me. But then if you're like, if you really go off, that's when it's like, whoa, like let's calm down.
You know, on Lotus, he was the one setting the stage with the Fade utility. He was the one who was able to clear out, you know, some of that space that they needed.
I mean, listen, I'm all for like after, you know, after that, like coming back, like for instance, after, you know, Team Secret bounces back, you know, and kind of dumpsters CFM, you know, being like, wow, like you can't believe you guys like started doubting them again just after one game, like whatever. Like, no, that's fair, because guess what, that's exactly what happened, because they looked so bad the first game. I was just like, oh my god, if this is how they look in 2024, this is bad. And then they were like, no, it was just one game. And it's like, I'm glad I was proven wrong, you know, that's fine. It's just like there is a fine line between hype and no, dude, I think he scoped in on that.
So, I mean,
I think Texture scoped in on that.
They've done on Breeze and do things like that. You know, we were thinking that Breeze was such a strong.
We'll have to go back and watch it at some point.
Based off their performance against Paper X. Now we're
Did you know the boba on the Wingman plushie is a magnet? It's got magnets on the side, so his hands are magnets, so you can take it off.
If they can keep that up, and you're hearing them shout and cheer every time they win a single round, they can continue to bring that.
Oh yeah, Achilles really doubled down on that bit, and he said,
then, you know, he's really
goodbye India, which was it was a risk. All right, no changes. No, I thought it was pretty fair. I thought G getting hyped up after that win was fine. I don't know, the level I saw in the predictions thread was mostly okay. There were like one or two where I was like, yeah, you're crossing the line, but it's whatever. Do the Papa stores have team merch? I think so. I don't know if every team put it in there, but I think I mean, I think it was up to the teams whether they wanted it there or not. I think every team's jersey is there, and some teams have more merch. Like DRX has a ton. DRX has like flashback coasters, but it's just like a prism colored coaster for your like your mugs, and it looks nice, but like I don't know what it has anything to do with flashback, because I don't think it has this like name on it. But
Once again, this time into Icebox. Let's pass it over to your casters, Achilles and Azurai.
yeah, it fell out. Yeah, you saw that, but it's a magnet.
Thank you very much. Here we go once more into the breach.
Also, Zet, if you're still in the YouTube chat, you spelled guarantee correctly the first time.
Just a couple days ago, now it will be the one that determines who is staying in the tournament. And who is
No, I think flank coverage is really important. And here's the thing. Last time they played this, Gen G played the map really well on attack. They played the map really well on attack. They really made sure they could constantly bounce back and forth and back and forth. So RQ should remember that. The problem is at that point you either have to push out or like control mid or something, and that's a little rough with double initiator. Dude, Xfero, that was actually a good bait. I mean, good chase on Texture as well, because you only saw the one shot from the Dizzy. I mean, half assumption, but stuff like this, like Gen G was always on the lurk.
Double footsteps coming through the Dizzy as well, getting the catch. Swing in, getting ready to come through though. Is Caron trying to bail him out?
Almimore needs to come help this. Spike is already down. They need to clear this ASAP. Okay, Almimore now goes back. Lakia hears it. Not much time though. I actually think they need to stick and cover. Pinch him. Someone stick it. You don't have much time. Oh my god. Stick it and cover him. Estrella, cover him. Oh my.
The 3K to get Gen G yet another pistol round win.
Wow. Gen G burned so much time. RQ just had no capability to even have the defuse.
Why is Estrella holding the closer angle on the wall? Why? Why? Why is he there?
As they had to run all the way back where Locky was waiting, and he performed surgery by
Why?
taking them down 1 by 1 to secure the pistol. What a round from Lakia.
Only more trying to get him. Seems like they are very well aware. Yeah, they are. They know that there's going to be somebody lurking here. The dizzy shot helping to
I mean,
get
it's just small things. Like, is that the worst defense in the world? It's not. And like but it's just like, I don't know. That just.
It's now recovered. Sparrow trying to lurk forward. Has been noted by that 0 point. Swing onto the corner.
Yeah, there's no way he was getting out of that. All classics.
The one shot into the shoulder there, so much gets still.
But this is like the other thing, right? If you're gonna go for all classics, like, you really should just stack harder and then just die to the spike. You know what I mean? Like, RQ does this thing where they're like, if they think it's a tough round, they just like default even harder, but then they like still go for the fights. And I don't know if I agree with that, but it just seems like it's a built-in thing, so I don't think it's like any one player.
The amount of targets being blinded, right, has been pretty substantial here, and quite impactful too.
Decent value being found, but
Is there a Zeta merch? I think so. I think there's a Zeta jacket? Uniform? I'll just double check. I think I have a. Oh, it's on my Google Drive. I have a video of the catalog, because I was filming the venue.
Sparrow this time, no bait attempt, just going to be sniping that one out of the sky.
The alarm bot doesn't really get you any value.
Sneak his way in under orange.
Surely they know.
Is he aware?
He's cutting around over towards Snowman, but now Media with the jump. Able to find Estrella. Punish though.
It works out in a weird way because you actually took out their lurker, and you know the main force was B, so like it puts a lot more pressure on Gen G, but they didn't see him. I mean, they did, but they didn't. But see, you need to push into Snowman these. It's so much easier to push into Snowman these days. This is what I was talking about with the double duelist. Now they're doing it with the Gecko, and now they're gonna save finally. Gecko and I do think Gecko and KO is a stronger combo than Gecko and Silva.
So beautifully well with the charge out from Texture at that very last take.
Because here's the thing, Gecko and KO, then you can triple push out with the jet very aggressively.
With the wingman, they had to push all the way.
It's just like,
Snowman and get that value, which they did.
I don't know. I mean, until we see something further, like even though in the first match I thought this was close as well, I think Gecko Silva is just such a, it's such a comp that just like relies on the opponent acting the way you expect they would off of each utility. And KO is actually specifically an agent who can like disrupt that with the 0 points and things like that. And so is Gecko to some extent with the wingman.
That really hurts them too.
So, and even then, if that is your goal, you need to have a couple rounds where you do have one guy who's just pushing out and getting kills. And Jemkin's meant to be that guy, and that can happen if you are in the lead and such. But
check for a forward spot. Jemkin for now. Staying put, drifts back, gets himself up on top of screens.
they could have heard that.
Really wary about anybody coming out from that belt push.
So you lost your first buy round. This is a must-win for RQ.
Rotate to B or vice versa. Now the push starts coming in. Decent defensive setup is.
So they have a harder anchor on B with all the Killjoy utility, which means Estrella has to watch mid. So it's once again a very standard 2-2 default. But the way they're positioned, you would imagine that. Well, Xfero's stuck. Okay. But Xfero is still stuck. They know he's still stuck. There's just no exit.
They're backing away again.
Does manage to find that kill, and that's
Yeah, but then they left. You know what I mean? Like they were rotating, and then they left texture just in case. And as soon as Meteor dies, they're like, "Oh, just come back to B then." Gen G plays this attack very well. I think they play the defense better than RQ's comp as well, but I think again that's partly due to their composition.
Thrash now going to be let loose. Still going to shove them all back, but Lakia trying to bring it back over to himself, maybe for a recovery, but given the positioning, don't think it's going to be possible. Munchkin now rotating in through mid, gets the backstab, Flipside goes down.
So that earlier setup, the idea was the alarm bot and nanoswarm would buy enough time, and you can like peek off of it. Except again, there's just more flashes on the side of Gen G.
Sova gets taken down. Jemkin trying to make this bit of a punishment here for them.
I don't think you live here with where that's planted.
Barely misses the opportunity to take down Karen as well.
Spike.
Munchkin swing it out. Snappy comes up with a headshot, stops him from escaping as Gen G move up 4-0.
You know what I mean? Like you can't hold here and then like here and here. Like there's just so much room to work with then for the attackers. If you're gonna do that, I think you need either better retake, like I don't know, you need some mid control or push out from one side on Icebox. Otherwise, it's just, or you need to have like a Sage and a Harbor to really force the defuse.
If he couldn't get any kills, Gen G would have just trampled the site, which they did.
So this is smart. They're waiting for the Dizzy.
Not wanting to peek into that, not wanting to give away this position.
So now they've pushed up, but they also stacked because they also sent both the rifles forward and no one to recover it. Not a big fan of it, but I guess they're just assuming that they're going to get the kills. Now they can plant flips there, and that's okay, other than the fact that he's Gecko. And but they were never going to rotate to B anyway. RQ never planned that, so
being sounded, it would seem here from RQ as the rotations do begin. They are not forward onto the site.
But okay, these are the rounds where I would be like, okay, Flips, you have your ultimate, you have a Vandal. I think you let the other guys do what they can, and then you just save. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe now you do go for something. Ooh, these are the rounds where it hurts the most.
There's the clear out texture backing away.
You have your other stuff, yeah. You have your Dizzy.
Dizzy goes chasing but finds nothing. He's swinging back, spotting Elmy Moore. Knocked down.
He's weak.
Drops down off the top, looks for the headshot, can't make it happen. Elmy Moore taking him down. Fragment now going to be invested.
Not too much time. Oh, this is going to be the worst if they go for the defuse and they all die.
Meteor finds two and brings it into a 1v1. Swings onto the corner, but Flipshire stands his ground.
Oof. Okay. So once again, I play like a coward.
A near thrifty win to get themselves on the board.
Huge round for Jemkin too. Those two
Would the comp thing also work on Breeze? Yeah, I don't think Gecko's great on Breeze. The Mosh just doesn't provide too much value. And Wingman too, like even if you send him off on his own, like he has to go so far to plant.
Up until the back of Snowman is already gone. They immediately got reverted to B main, which
Munchkin is, I think, one of the bigger reasons why Gen G's looking a little more stable today, though they did lose Breeze. Munchkin's hitting more shots more reliably. Surely with the drone, Gen G expects this. As they do. Low me more.
Just gone down so far forward. No hope of bailout. Nowhere
to
go. Maybe anticipating.
I mean, again, hindsight 2020, but you take out the turret, you don't have a double swing, and you swing further.
They even use a turret, right, to
I feel like it's almost better to just take out the turret, place your turret, and back out. You know, again, this map is not about like having to get the first kill. It's about just making sure they can't keep bouncing back and forth. Like Gen G is beating you guys because they keep just being free to bounce back and forth. Once they get the first kill, they'll push in. They even have the ultimate, so like they have nothing to lose. But
back on Raptors, dead. The headshot is bound. Xpero comes up with one, spots
this hurts.
Clears out the Dizzy, but
it hurts, chat.
Continues the wide swing, avoiding the spray and getting the kill. Gen G right back into the driver's
like Munchkin is having good calls, but it's also RQ is just letting him call however he wants. Again, you don't need to get the first kill here. You're not Chamber.
But Flipside are re-peeking an angle when the null command is used, when the toxic screen is up. I mean, that was way too risky for him to take, especially when his teammates were still very far from really helping him out in that case.
I mean, it's a classic RQ. When things break apart, they kind of they all try to be heroes, which I think is the biggest risk. Obviously, if you hit your shots, then yeah, it counts. But I'm glad the confidence is there. But they're sending Flips as the solo lurker again, which is always very interesting. With the only Vandal. Like, I'm just not a fan of this. I'm just not a fan of this. Because it's like, unless you get all the kills, you just provide no value. You know what I mean? What? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think he wanted more, which is a little rough. It does distract him long enough. Oh, he's going to try to run up, but the alarm bot's there. There you go. That's a good combo. The wingman as well. You don't have much time. Good scout. Good scout. That's a move from Flips.
Somehow coming up with the goods here.
All those small decisions.
Again, it worked out, but like sending the solo Vandal
was that too thrifty
on an eco.
Wasn't mathematically one, but it was
I just again, it's like, yeah, it can work if you get all the kills, but it's like
these shots that they got to are very
I don't know.
Right?
Oh yeah.
The flank from
Yeah, he didn't shoot the wingman. I think he was just hoping that he could like get more than one kill on the Viper, because they already had the flank. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just like wasn't paying attention. I doubt that because you heard it, but because if he had shot the wingman, he would get traded and they could just plant again because they were so much weaker. I think that's the idea, is that you wanted to like kill them and make sure they can't keep the site so you can pick up the weapons. I actually don't mind the philosophy of it. They're hoping that they can hold it with lockdown. Okay, be wary of the peek. That's fine. Easy lockdown. Now they had a good lurk last time, so they're hoping that pushes them out enough. Fragment done, but you still got post plants with the snake bite. Ooh, that second hit. How have you not killed him? What is this pit? What is going on?
As the pit does drop, so too do the hearts of RRQ. Gen G swiftly cleaning up the rest of the players. Now lock in 6.
Was that really a Viper Pit that helped RRQ or helped Gen G in the process? Right, because that was Xfero using his own ultimate for things. Look at the replay real quick here. Yeah, everybody was somewhere placed on either belt or rafters. And obviously because of the plant on that
yeah, you need a timeout.
The Viper Pit and everyone from RRQ would have to be checking.
They're so out of it. I mean, first of all, they should have just gotten... Texture should not have been able to survive that. But I think they were very concerned about the cross angle. Or maybe he thought he had the kill. I think Elmimore might have thought he had the kill. But that's a mental breakdown round.
That is ultimately just hurting the entirety of the round for them.
Earliest timeout we've seen from RRQ thus far. Not feeling comfortable at all in this position they find themselves in. 6 and 6 is the most that they can hope for here.
They didn't think it was an Astral. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm like trying to think what the pit would have accomplished, like even if they had gotten the kill into Texture. I think you were maybe also hoping that the pit covered the spike? Wait, was the spike even upstairs? I don't even remember. I mean, they probably are shook by that. That's probably why the timeout came through. And now Gen G's gonna push mid. Like, the thing is okay, first of all credit to him. Good calls from Munchkin, but it's partly because they let him. Like, I don't think it's Munchkin being like this crazy guy who is Dude, I mean, they are doing it with the thrifties. I'll give you that.
Well, good God, Elmimore.
I mean, somehow they were ready for it. I thought it was a good call from Genji. I mean, it partly starts with the texture full int on the chase.
Like the danger of not having all of these good, better weapons or these better buys, and they're just honed in. Look at that.
And then Elmimore just has 6 shots. If they had just gone into B, I think they actually done fine.
Yes, just given the disparity in firepower between those guns, but given that it's Elmimore, he's just, you know, he made a name for himself.
Yeah, if it was at the bottom, then it might have been that they also thought the pit would cover the spike. I don't know. Anyway, it's passed round. Obviously, they called the timeout for a reason. Okay, so now he goes early, doesn't see contact, and he's just going to hold. I'm okay with that. He can now play off of contact off of his turret. He just needs to be wary of the potential for a double, which they're trying their best not to show. Okay, so he is aware. So yeah, it's fine if that's the kit. He wanted to greed that tailwind, I think. Or texture was just really quick. Either way, 1-for-1 trade, but no killjoy. So less post plant, no one on the lurk. So you know that if someone has to watch behind, it's a much weaker hold. So you know it's a 3v3. Elmimore needs to win this. He hears the footsteps. He made the call. There we go. Now they're trapped. And it's not planted. So you don't need to rush this. You don't need to rush this.
He'll get the 4K. Texture bailing them out once more. Genji just not allowing for RQ to get any consecutive round wins.
Sadly for RRQ, this is still a buy round for them, so no thrifties. I kid, I jest, but look at the timing for texture too.
I mean, especially after they got the kill on Munchkin. Really, Elmimore could have just hit outside of the building and waited for the plant and then gone off to rafters.
Texture has been such a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, he really has been. And this is...
And you know the crazy part is it can still be a 5-7, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Like, that's the crazy part. Because of the thrifties.
Really only maybe one more ultimate to be seen before the half. Sparrow, though, with a nice
Hey, good one way.
Down Munchkin. Solid early kill to
You have Thrash. Sure, they have Pit, but you have Thrash.
Very simple post plant situation here for Genji.
Like,
there's the investment.
who's chasing that?
Now chasing forward, looking for a target. It actually might have caught somebody, and it has. Lockett going to be detained there for the.
Why is no one chasing that? Why are you using it so early? Oh, they're both detained.
They're both detained, but can anybody find the kills? The answer's going to be yes. Meteor coming up big. Picks up 2. Lockett finds 1 and flips. Can't get anything done.
It's over. It's over.
Will take very chaotic, cartoonish.
I think the comms are just still not there. I think the comms are just still right there. Yeah, the Thrash, like, even if, here's the thing, is that it's exactly as Asteroid said, the pit is still there. So if you're setting the Thrash, even if they back out of it, you have to, like, push it and clear it. And you know that this wasn't cleared. So you want at least one person to go in here. And because it's the Thrash, even with the decay, you would be safe in the pit. So you should have only, like, you didn't need to rush that. It had just gotten planted. Like, I think the only reason I can think of for rushing is maybe you thought the Viper would be close because it's like right after it went up. So you're like, well, I'll catch the Viper. But it's like, but if you catch the Viper and no one's already in the pit for you, you don't know if the enemy team has filled the pit, right? And Flips is doing this thing again where he keeps pushing out as the Gecko. This has to be something that they've, like, decided works, which we have just not seen. We have not seen. We saw it once. And even then it was with the Vandal, which I just think theoretically was a bad idea. Okay, well, back on the round because Jemkin is doing his darndest to keep this alive. Karon is good.
The 1v2. Karon, the young gun, trying to make it happen. Can't get them over the line. So it's 4 rounds and a half for RQ, but Genji.
But this push out with the Gecko solo and try to hide for hero plays is just... The thing is I actually don't blame him. I don't blame him because the thing is I think he's thinking the same thing I am, which is at some point you do need to push out, right? Because you don't have a lot of delay. I mean, sure you have shock darts, but like you don't have things that like last a while. You don't have you know, the fragment to really go with that, or even the phase C's that can really keep them, or even a paranoia or things like that. So I get it. So at some point you need to push out, right? Just a safe 2-on-2 default is not working against what Gen G is doing. Obviously it would if you were just getting the first kills every time, but you're not. And Gen G is making sure you can't with the Gecko KO combo. So I get it, pushing out, I get it. You don't want to leave Jemkin on an island to die in front, so I get that. But no, Karen was going for a wide swing, and I think that was the right move. It was either that or like trying to jiggle peek, but he wasn't sure where the other person was, so I think it was just going for a wide swing to try to get the Sova, but he got shot like right as he stopped. Well, that's the other thing is I think they bought it once, right? And then it got dropped? Maybe not. Maybe they never bought it. That's the other thing. Oh yeah, because they lost their first buy round, so they never had it. That's also fair. Is that if you have the operator, then you can like stack a little bit elsewhere, etc., etc. But even then, the Gecko KO is really good against the operator, so it's just like it's rough. I think they're gonna have to revisit this comp and the way they use their defaults. I do think it has. I think it just has like every comp has a weakness, but this has, I think, very distinct weaknesses.
Molly into the corner. Wall comes up, thrown. How far forward can it make it? Not very, because the blind comes in before they would spot anybody.
And they're just hoping that they flood it, which really, really fast backup from Gen G. Good call from Gen G. Granted, you heard the drone early on a pistol round, so I think you make the call as soon as you hear that drone. But good for Gen G.
Toxic screen. So the duration of their push as they're coming into that A site is just gonna again separate the players here.
I'm like spilling water and everything. I'm just like losing track of my senses as I watch this game. By the way, for any RQ fans, I mean, you know I'm like the biggest RQ fan out there. So all of the like disappointment I'm expressing is because I just feel like they could be doing better. But I have to imagine a big part of this is the comms. Like, it's so hard. This is a good setup from Gen G, and Omimore's just not biting. But, man, when you don't have good comms, and especially when you have people... Here's a great way to put it. So we have this in production as well. When you have people where English is not their... or whatever language you chose is not their first language, those two shots, man... The comms just gets worse until they get really comfortable with the frenzy. Great mosh. Good speed from Xfero. The wingman doing work. Jemkin is apparently a frenzy god.
Two players left. The outlaw recovered. Flips. Scopes in. Check swords back. Raptor takes out Munchkin. Now with a spike in hand. Start shifting their way over.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen it bought minimum once per every game on Pacific, but definitely more times than that as well. You're right that you can't win games if you're losing so many 2v1s, but you also technically can't win games if you're getting thriftied so much, and Gen G has gotten thriftied. Well, they've lost a half buy.
Dude was too far to really influence this.
No, the thing is I'm still in on RQ. Like, I'm still in on the combination of players. I'm still in on the philosophy. I'm still in on the style. But the thing is something that you will just never know is, like, how are the... I mean, they'll release comms videos, but, like, how is that affecting them, right, at the end of the day? And what's the level at?
It's going to be point blank. He's trying to rush him down. Swings around, ring around the rosy here of yellow. He swings back out, puts him low, and Jemkin will have the finisher.
Good setups.
Outlaw now scooped up into
They got
his
the
hand.
Bulldog as well.
Recovered, and RRQ with a very much needed round win.
Watch them get destroyed in this 2v1. Thanks for the anti-curse. But yeah, we have it in production, right? Like our producer, even if they're seeing something very short, just something about it like loses the tempo, loses the beat. And in a game like Valorant, tempo is everything in your comms as well. So it's hard to gauge it, but I guarantee it's definitely an effect. Now, is that an excuse? No. I mean, they chose this, right? So they thought this combination was still strong enough that the sum was still greater than the difficulties of comms. So props to them, and hopefully they work, but hopefully they can fix it even quicker. Good shot.
Just take him down using that enemy outlaw against him. Now the full rotation coming in from Gen G. Looking to see if they can do it RQ.
I mean, yeah, I think you absolutely go for this pretty strongly. Good wingman setup, by the way. Last time they were caught. Where is the screen?
Some damage dealt. Spike not planted, but
I mean, it shouldn't matter either way, but I guess he ran out of toxins, but
they're on to Elmi more. Everybody now pushing in towards him with Flips picking up a 3.
I think 1 to 3 and 4 to 6 episode would be pretty spicy.
Extra money there off the plant, and RQ just 3 rounds.
What does tempo mean? Well, tempo. Okay, so when I said tempo just now, I just meant like pacing in general. So pacing is, well, I guess I meant it in both ways. I mean, tempo is what it would mean in MOBAs. It's what it would mean in card games. It's basically about, but when I say you want to keep up the tempo, I mean you want to keep pushing, right? You don't want to miss a beat. Like if you do for instance, like tempo would be something like if you took this, you want to contest for this. If you took that, you want to contest for this. And if you lost that, you want to make sure you regroup here and you're taking this or something like that. Like it always needs to be this back and forth. You can't just be like, oh, we lost our fight on pipes. Like, you can't sit there for 10 seconds and be like, what should we do? Right? Because then the enemy's like pushing up to here or pushing up to here, right? So the flow chart has to just already be in play. And the problem is if your comms are with people who are not comfortable in the language, it cannot be helped. Your comms will just be slower. Now, it's up to you to figure out ways to overcome that, right? Maybe you just do everything with keywords and you have this like giant dictionary. Who knows? Or whoever it is that's having a rough time just has to learn the language better. But it's just going to be slower. It's going to be tougher. It's going to be less clear. And you need to overcome that. And part of that is maybe just practicing like all the different set plays and fundamentals and how you want to trade and set up so that you don't even have to say anything to adapt.
Still available here for Flipshider. Dropping off the top of yellow.
I mean, a lot of times, yes. The idea is that if you get a lead, if you get an advantage, you're pushing it and making sure that you're not giving up. Now, it depends on your composition, right? If you have a very slow comp, like for instance, let's say you're playing, again, Paper Race is a weird example because they obviously played it very aggro. But let's say you're playing no duelists, you get a pick, you back off, right? Because you still have so many ways to stall and things like that. So that can work, but it just has to suit your thing. And what we notice often from RQ is either they're doing individual movement. This does not count because he's just on the hunt for the funnel.
That was heard, which I believe it was. They're going to be ready. Not necessarily for him. Never mind. Jemkin will fall.
He knows someone's behind.
Oh yeah, they're looking to hound him down. Shoots at his own turret, and that's going to be Elmi Moore.
Yeah, that turret threw him off.
Weapons not held on to.
But what I just mean is your comms can't slow you down. Like your decisions have to happen just on a snap, right? You only have 1 minute and 40 seconds in each round.
That was only one round one by Gen G.
Well, yeah, I mean, for players, you should learn other languages. You should always, I mean, if every player could have 2 languages, that would open up everyone's career pool a lot.
Taken swiftly by RRQ. This was some sick reads. Like the setup for Gen G was to, as we saw at the start of the round, was to allow Texture to safely and quietly get into Nest. And then Estrella is just like...
That's a lot of words for the term lock-in. I mean, well, we're trying to explain to someone who's trying to catch on to the concept of tempo and comms as well.
Just spraying him down with the Phantom, and I guess Texture just fully believes
yeah, like Izu.
he's just doing a spray.
Izu?
Yeah.
Any moment he'll stop shooting me.
has gotten great opportunities.
And I think that was the first time.
I mean, to some extent, Munchkin.
That specific angle be spray checked by anybody from RQ. It's usually just the kind of left and right.
You know 3 languages, you're already on a good start to your career in Valorant.
Maybe Australia was thinking, somebody broke our dart very early. I feel like there's.
Okay, so this is a good timeout from Gen G before RQ really catches their stride. Now, obviously, Gen G, the same question is on their side. Again, I think they can overcome not having an operator much easier than RQ, but they will desperately want an operator. They look, and they, on an eco, they're just going to go for a hard stack.
Basically, everybody other than Lakia, who does have that thrash at the ready.
I don't think they use the thrash, but if they can get RQ to use all of their stuff, that would be huge. Oh my god. Oh, they still get him, and they cleared out all the other corners. It does work out. I almost think that Hunter's Fury was about to feel slightly wasted, but I actually like that as soon as he didn't get the first hit, he just backs out and tries to clear the other angles, because that way you can still just rush in. Flips? Flips is freaking out, man. Flips is freaking out. He was fragging pretty well in the first map, but he is having some freak out moments today.
Estrella committing the ultimate, right?
Okay.
This goes to show how much
So now it's operator time, and you don't have the Hunter's Fury. You do have a thrash.
Just to check if there was anybody tucked inside or on the side of generator there. Also, I do like how they mixed up where the plant on the spike was. It wasn't on default, it wasn't on save. It was there right smack.
And I would love to see them RQ use something with the thrash to try to scout out this op. Texture's fairly aware of that pocket. It's a pretty big pocket, so they don't know that the op's here. Now they do. You don't need to push this. I like the thrash going wide, just to clear all of that out. They still have Elmimore on A. Gen G also still has Charon on A, and so Charon's playing this in a way of like, all I need to do is if they clear the site or not, because until they really clear the site, they're not going to be able to get in for free. So Gen G or RQ leaves Xfero behind. That's okay, but the timing of this, because Elmimore didn't have control of the site, Xfero is really here to just get a pick on the retreat and also just like keep them occupied. But Gen G, I mean, with the thrash coming out again, oh, they just have enough time because they send the thrash in first. This is exactly what Gen G did to them last game, and even 2 times in this map as well. And Jemkin doesn't get caught by that. This is a really good setup from RQ. Gen G was somewhat aware, but not that close, and then they still have to worry about Jemkin. And Meteor's kind of concerned, but he doesn't have much time because they're already down 4v5. Wow, RQ's... I don't want to speak ahead of myself. Going for the anti-flash, goes for the trade. Good. Gen G's not in a great position to save the op. They know that too. Munchkin knows there were 2 upstairs, but this is great. They take the op out, and they tie up the score!
What a masterclass here from RQ, showing to us how strong.
I think part of the reason Gen G doesn't expect this is because RQ just like didn't do this last game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think Jemkin was also able to hear most of the players of Gen G.
They just didn't. They just didn't do the push and pull. So now Gen G is going to be pressured to start pushing out a bit more, especially without an op. Granted, they do have the Blade Storm. Okay, so especially with the Blade Storm, actually, RQ should suspect the push out on A, or at least be wary of it. They also have ults, and they have half armor. So, like, Gen G can easily win this round. They're very well aware of this. Flips' position, I actually like it. It's a little risky, but you've got... I mean, look at this angle. Look at... I don't know why that schoolie line is like that, but... Dude, these angles... But they knew the 0 point got hit here. And at some point you can drone out B. You can know that that's not where they pushed out. You hear the dizzy, so you know they pushed out of A. So if they don't come out and get killed by like the 50-second mark, you could just throw your dizzy out on A to check how many members there are, and then go to B.
Even deactivated the turret, maybe to get a coax out of Gen G.
No, are you're really gonna try to go for a trap play against them? Why are we doing this? I mean, I know we see the minimap and they don't, but you saw the Jet and the Gecko.
Nearly gets himself a third elimination. Managing to stay alive.
Gotta start running.
Cutting through.
You gotta give it to Flips. Oh, he doesn't have wingman. Oh no, he does.
Coming in here from Estrella.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Spike planted. I mean, can they even try to get away from this position? I don't think they can. I think they have to play right up close.
He doesn't get the finish.
There we go. Will manage to make it happen. That could have been catastrophic otherwise. Flip Shutter now. The 1v3 finds the first, gets the headshot.
He's not just. Oh, Flips! That's my IGL.
Absolutely massive. The 3K to get RQ.
I think it was a bad call in the beginning of the round, but boy, oh boy.
They had to figure out where he was. At that point, he was so ready. But Sparrow's heroics with that lurk. You said it already, right? They were starting to lose grasp of this.
I don't know. I know we see the minimap, and I've like never IGL'd in game, but Flips, calm down, calm down. I know their economy is getting broken, but Gen G's feeling the pressure. They're all inning on this. They're kind of banking on this round because they're going for the op.
Shimmy at the end.
And not equaling out. They just used the Blade Storm too.
How much this win will mean to them, because not only is it just would it be keeping them in this tournament.
I mean, I can probably scream a little bit at this hour. It's only 6 p.m. But otherwise, no.
Okay. So for RQ,
I'm actually surprised so far we've been okay without any complaints. Like if I'm on plat chat and stuff with very minimal soundproofing. My soundproofing mostly fell off, so I have to reapply it. But
not sure if RQ was.
So I think our apartment actually has like pretty thick walls and floors. A lot of apartments in Korea don't. So I think we've been pretty blessed with that. But I don't know if they're going to expect this op. It is a pretty ballsy buy.
Catastrophic for him. No contact just yet.
There's the jump. Falling to push him off the angle.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to clear the angles.
He's taken down. He's looking for the quick peek there onto the third. Can't make it happen. As the lockdown comes rolling through, and this is going to be completely catastrophic. Oh!
Flips is detained. Yep, they don't know where he went, though.
Just stuck, hiding up above, and somehow
this might actually work out for him. Okay, he gets one more.
He's only going to be able to find the first kill, Karen.
Oh, this op. I mean, this is a good call from Gen G.
10 seconds remaining, no hope in hell.
But if you can drop the op. If you can drop the op, though, Estrella.
As he pushes up onto heaven there, he will end up falling. Gen G, they break the win streak. It had been 6 rounds in a row.
Never IGL in your games? Oh, well, I do if we have like a 5-stack.
Texture is such an artist with this operator. Look at how well he is just able to isolate fight after fight, force RRQ to go to where he wants, where he's prepared.
I don't use my voice chat when I play solo queue, but I also am...
With the wingman? Yeah. All with just the operator.
Where am I now? I think I'm with the reset. I think I was back down to plat.
From texture here.
Still something they have to be concerned
Highest I've been is Diamond 3, but on the Korean server especially, it's freaking rough. I also mostly play like during like early evening, which is when all the kids are playing, which makes it doubly worse. Okay. Lockdown as well. The opponents have null command, but you have pit for pit. Oh, the early wingman to push them back. Risky. Oh, the coverage from Elmimore. And the flank. This is an early lurk from Estrella. Especially with the lockdown. I don't know if they... Oh, Texture suspects it. Texture suspects it. Texture's so good. With the pit playing for time. I think he might have been seen when he wrapped around the corner. No, maybe not. Dude, Elmimore's position is hard to read. Yeah.
Gonna be taken down. Texture taps the spike, but time is dwindling, and Xfero stands his ground. RRQ once again.
It is time for revenge. Let's go, my fellow RRQ Glazers.
Throw everything at him. Just make sure that he does not get even a chance to prepare.
Well, unrated, yeah. At ranked, honestly, you should try to voice common ranked, because here's the thing. It will help you as well. It will help you as well. It will help you learn the game as well. For me, like, a lot of times when I'm playing the game, because I'm usually doing VOD studies anyway, so when I'm playing the game, I'm just like making sure that I'm keeping in pace with the mechanics of the game and, you know, what it feels like to be in the player's shoes, like individually and things like that. So the stress of having to listen to these kids who are also, I'm like very sensitive to audio. So like kids who are playing at PC Max who like leave their mic open and stuff, I'm just like, first of all, I can't deal with that. And then me giving calls a lot of times are just like, no. And also like I want to give calls like I would in a pro game, which like doesn't work in solo queue, right? Like otherwise I just follow whoever's, if I'm duelist, I just ping them, I'm going to this site and I just follow the utility, or I just go in and break open the site. And if not, I'll just always follow. I'll just follow whatever, like whatever the team's movement is. So it's not that I like play it on my own, but you know, if I'm gonna call, like I want to try calling like as you would in a pro game, really pushing and pulling and such. And most people don't have that patience in solo queue. Elmimore got real deep real fast, and they read right through that. They know that he's through, because Meteor otherwise would have seen him, I think. Yeah. So they know. It was too early to celebrate, chat. No, chat, I celebrated too early.
We stay neck and neck.
Should still be a healthy buy here for RRQ, but wow.
I think first of all, I think in that previous round, I think using all the ults to make sure that they can't keep buying another op is really important for Gen G. Are you a controller main or Phil? So my preference is controller and Sentinel, but honestly, unless you're playing, I don't think Sentinel is a great way to climb. I think the best way to climb is Duelist or Initiator, honestly. But that was when Sky was like so dominant as a solo Initiator, so maybe not. Yeah, I also hate it when people ask for my skins.
It's high pressure time now.
I just hate it. Don't ask me for my skins. Which is why on the Asia server, I've told myself I'm just not buying a single skin, so I just don't ever have to deal with that. Alright, let's actually focus on the game now instead of getting too hyped up, because what they do in these last couple rounds is going to be real important. Thrash is available. No ults coming up for RRQ, so they have to go through this by gunplay. The thing is the whole bouncing back and forth, that idea still holds as long as you don't get killed. Like, you don't have to keep pushing in. I mean, I think the aggressive lurk in from Elmimore was okay in that last round just because they've never done that on that timing. Okay, this snake bite should let you know that there's something going on, because they don't want you to get this early control. They want to keep you there. This is Gen G playing this really well. RQ, I think, is just banking on the turret.
That rotation does come through, the early alert system for them to start rotating back to A, and otherwise, this is being played very nicely.
But Texture's playing this really well. This is a good setup from Gen G.
Follow up Dizzy again, nothing spotted. Everyone playing.
They don't actually need to fight this. They can actually allow the plant to go through, or they can send off Thrash as the plant is starting. Granted, it's probably going to be Wingman. And then that's when Texture breaks the turret, and Gen G would have like absolute dominance. Oh, the 0 point's just too big. The Thrash.
And that is going to be match point here in the hands of Gen G. RRQ, their timeout, it is burned, is entirely on the players to determine whether or not this goes to overtime.
What a trap. Beautifully set up here by Gen G.
I mean, this is just Gen G playing it really well. And RQ, like, they had just made the call that they were going to go for B. The snakebite just didn't stop him. The only way RQ could have recovered that round is if they looked at the snakebite and said, why would they snakebite the entrance of Garage? Did they push out A? And, like, yeah, you could consider that, but I think they just thought they could get a timing, which is rough.
Coming out here with that Spectre. The opposite side, as is the lockdown for Meteor.
Oh, dude, look at this setup from Gen G, though. It doesn't matter if they get the op.
They have to read that there's going to be an operator in this position. Crash goes out, but it actually doesn't check close. So
It doesn't check lock yet. It does not check lock yet. Oh, the setup is so good from Gen G.
Always when you're nearest the goal that you have that one lapse of judgment. Sure, they use that Thrash RQ to check one corner here, but there's two. Lakia tucked away. Texture, all he had to do was make sure that he can sell, that he was the only one playing on that yellow position, and Lakia strikes for the win here for Gen G.
See still some smiles persevering on some of the players here from RRQ, but this has got to be...
I did. I straight up did. I celebrated early. I mean, that round was good, so that round deserves celebration. But you know what? This is my fault. This is my fault.
They have not been able, or last 3 opponents, I should say, and they have not been able to get that win closer. Yes, the progress is there.
I know, right? I should have kept the jersey of every team. I should have bought a jersey of every team. Just quickly go out and swap out my jersey. Why were people so high on RQ? I don't know. I still stand by my theory. Obviously, the execution of it isn't there yet, and it could never come to fruition. It could never come to fruition. I mean, last year it didn't. Last year, I always thought, you know, if EJ became a bit, if EJ became more consistent and Omimor didn't have a slow start, I think that alone would have made RQ stronger last year, regardless of comms, and that never happened. And you know, it's just, I like the direction and philosophy they try to build, and I think their roster upgrades supplemented that. So that's where I stand. But obviously, we just never saw them during the offseason. So if you want to argue, like, it's not necessarily all hopium, but it's like all theoretical. So I mean, I'm like kind of disappointed, but the more I think about it, well, there's a couple things. I think for one, the comms are definitely rough, and I have no idea if they're gonna. What? Jen's really gone ham with all the extra extensions on her hair. What in the world? What was I gonna say? I was talking about RQ. Whether the comms are going to get better or not, that I don't know, because I don't know which part of it is that it seems rough, right? I don't know if it's simply like, oh, just a little bit more like language barrier, etc., or it could be like a personality thing. Like maybe they're just still like really quiet and slow in their comms, and that could be it. And to be fair, there's not a single person on that team where English is their first language, so like that makes it doubly worse. So like maybe it can't ever be fixed. That could be true, and that would suck. So I don't know. I'm not putting that up as an excuse. I just think that's part of it, and that's the part I don't know if it could ever get fixed. But the other thing that I do think can get fixed is I do think they should stop trying to go for hero plays when they don't need to. A lot of them do this. A lot of them do this. Now Flip's pushing out on defense as Gecko doesn't seem so much as him just making an individual call, more so than that just seems to be something they've agreed upon, and I'm just not sold on it because we haven't really seen it work except for like once. But Estrella goes for these like ego peaks and hero plays a lot. And Xfero does sometimes. I think Xfero gets excused because he also does clutch up a lot of times. Obviously, Flip's had some really incredible clutches in this game, but so I think Xfero, maybe we'd have to go back and look how many of those really felt like they were like ego hero plays or not. But like Elmimore also, like last year he would play a lot of lurks in a way where like he would put himself in positions where he's going for fights at a time he didn't need to yet. Obviously on a lurk at a certain point you do have to get contact, but this year I think Elmimore's lurk timings are a lot better. But so yeah, those are things I think that alone would clean it up a bit. But then the other thing is they keep devolving into these very safe defaults, and I just don't think Valorant's going to play like that anymore. You know what's crazy? Okay, the people all think this. People all think that the entire crew voted for RQ because of my copium. I don't think that's true. I think we just all had our doubts about Genji's teamwork coming together. And that part I am very impressed with.
So I really need to do my part, pull my own weight, and I just feel like I still have.
Why are the subscribers less than 1K? Mostly because I only started putting up videos and streaming on YouTube like this year. And Texture's also like popping off this kickoff, right? Let's not act like there aren't some hard carried moments, but there were on the side of RQ as well, which is why I think this went to map 3 both times. But here's the other thing, right? Is that like, okay, this is the other narrative that I don't get. People are like, holy crap, Gen G looks like a top 2, top 3 team in Pacific. Man, Gen G could really like give DRX a run for their money. And then they're like, oh, why was everyone so high on RQ? And I'm like, RQ just went to map 3 both times against Gen G, while personally I think not looking as good as they should. So I mean, granted, I do think RQ's getting there more off of like hero plays and some bad rounds from Gen G. In the first match, I think it was a lot of bad rounds from Gen G. I think this match, it's definitely off of heroics, like thrifties and clutches. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's this weird narrative that follows RQ. Like last year, everyone was like, oh, like why did people think RQ could get better? I'm like, because they did, although they finished 7th because of like the early scoreline. It's crazy. This match, I don't know if it was so much a texture carry. Let's look at the actual numbers. The last match was definitely strongly texture carry. Let's see. This match, I mean, he's still top forwards, but on Lotus, I mean, he performed very well. But 222 ACS, 266 on Breeze, 277 on Icebox. So he kind of carries them a lot out of a lot of situations on Icebox, but so did Jemkin. Jemkin was 262 with the same number of kills, 25. So yeah, this was actually in some ways I think that's why I think this match was more fun, despite RQ having to rely more on clutches and thrifties. Just because last time it was like, wow, Texture's just like pooping on everybody. Yes, also we all rated Jemkin very highly. And here's the thing. I actually think Jemkin performed pretty much up to my... Well, I thought his moments themselves would look more exciting. But I think at the end of the day, you look at the averages of all 6 maps that he's played against Gen G, against the likes of Gen G, I think Jemkin performed like right in the range that I thought he would.
So we're getting the plushies autographed by Lakia. Thank you very much. Awesome autograph.
Gen G over DRX, that I'm not so sure. After the opening match, I would have been like, you know what? I'm cool with that. But then but if I don't know, dude, flashback looks so good. I mean, you're right. Texture's like overall differential is very big, but last time was like, dude, what was his actual? Hold on, let's see.
A little bit of accident.
Why did it hit the camera?
Hopefully that gets figured out. Okay, Lakia kindly going down to stage. Getting the wing.
Dude, I can't believe RQ just played against Genji twice and then they have to take a break. That's insane.
Once again.
Dude, last time he was plus 27 and then Meteor was plus 16 and then everyone was negative. That's why it feels so much more like that. This time it's him 21, Meteor plus 11, Charon plus 1, but higher rating than Meteor and not as low negatives on Lakia and Munchkin either. That's why. It's not so much that, like, I mean, Texture is still performing well, but I guess what I'm trying to say is the win contribution was not as high. I think Texture's performance was similar.
I'm gonna toss the wingman. Hold on. That's a massive celebration, especially with this win. That was so
Yeah, I think Jimkin lived right up to, like, the beginning of the hype.
I mean, it was so back and forth. On that icebox, it looked like Genji was going to run away with it. They come into that second half, they win the pistol, and then right after that, it's the eco round win for the side of RQ. They string together 7 or 8 rounds in a row, whatever it was.
I mean, there was good reads from Genji. The initial hard B from RQ, I don't mind it before the round started.
Absolutely delivered. But then, you know, that last
But
round,
then,
like, there are some rounds I'm just like,
and they what was it? And then they but then, like, they saw the snake bite and then they committed to it. That's the part where I'm like, that probably is something that you can look at, right? And it's like, but I think that's part of it, is I think RQ is still having a lot of trouble being flexible, like mid-rounding and round to round.
I'm kidding. I'm playing off course, but you know, that was like really good, not bad. But just the main thing is still,
yeah, exactly.
last round, you could have
Like,
almost made it
RQ's, their map controlling could use more work. And on defense, part of that comes with not playing really safe passive defaults.
Great setups by Genji, of course, but just slight little things that just can't, again, to bring you over that finish line. And this is now like, what, the 5th head-to-head that they've lost against Genji?
T1 DRX PRX. I mean, the thing about Genji, the way they're performing right now, is it's kind of the same question as Talon, except they look overall slightly stronger than Talon. It's that, okay, you look strong. Now, we saw it get broken down by Paper X, but now going to, like, RQ, it's a question of how strong was RQ or not, right? Because Talon looked very good, but DRX just, like, didn't give Governor the time of day. So, you know, is Texture so good that he can overcome teams like DRX not giving him the time of day? Or, right, is it just because he is getting away with it? I think that's part of it. Is Astra good on Breeze? I think I actually like the Omen better, but I don't mind the Astra. I'm also just a huge Omen supporter.
And certainly Jemkin was breaking down doors for RQ. He was absolutely insane. Put up a monstrous, you know, first half plus a few rounds into it. But he had like 22 kills. I want to say it was around like 18 or something like that. So
12 and 7 for Texture. Yeah, it wasn't as one-sided for first kills. You know, the other thing is Lakia actually fragged out this match. He's been looking heavy, and he fragged out this match. Oh, T1 versus Genji, Munchkin's Revenge, and DRX versus Paper X, and then T1 versus Genji would be the Korea team rivalry as well. I'm actually okay with this script. I'm good with that script.
Kickoffs, you know, we're starting things off with VCT this year. It's not the whole thing yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one for RQ, only getting to play against Genji. Really good matches, but I think there's a lot they can learn from this. I think there's a lot they can learn from this. And I'm just glad they didn't look as, like, flustered on stage. I think that's another thing they had trouble with last year. So we'll see. I still have big hopes for RQ. I still do. I think I've had a bit more of a reality check of, like, okay, so they're still, like, they're still in the process. So we still don't know what the peak would actually look like, if it's actually as high as I hope or not. But I'm still hopeful. I think they still have good ingredients. I don't think they have world champion winning ingredients. Like, no offense to any one player or team or coach, but I think they have good ingredients.
No doubt. It is going going to be a hectic day. You have to play 2 matches tomorrow for everybody. Everybody's got to play each other once. It's a ground robber group stage, so it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm down for the T1 Paper Rex rematch in the final. That would be exciting.
You got to do what you got to do to get in.
Gotta do it. New teams, you know, you gotta study the VODs from like today, yesterday, every single day. There's not a lot of time to rest, and if they can actually make it work, that would be huge.
But it's a good teaser
so
for
hungry.
what is about to come. And speaking for what is about to come, Team Secret and Talent.
What do I think would be RQ's peak? I think RQ's like highest peak that I don't think is like crazy ridiculous is not getting eliminated first at an international tournament. And then depending on the group, maybe like barely making it into playoffs of an international tournament. When I look at this roster and the style that they play and the philosophy that they've shown, right? Like all that considered and the coaching staff, I think the realistic highest peak would be going and not being the first team to get eliminated at an international tournament. But what we saw at kickoff is not that at all. In this stage, even if they had like barely won against Shinji, I don't think that would have happened. Dude, Yoshi's good. Yoshi's good. There's a lot of good players still out there and challengers across all the regions, but I don't know as much for the other regions, but for Pacific as well. Dude, I can't believe he clutched this. That's the thing, man. But Flips also had some very weird, like, freak out aim shakes today. I don't know. Maybe he's, like, working on a different aim style or something, but... honestly, a good match. Honestly, a good match. Well, honestly, a fun match. Actually, it wasn't a great match. There's a lot of ego peaks on both sides, honestly, between those two teams. And I think Gen G, honestly, I think Gen G might be getting overrated a bit because of that match, because of the matchups, but... we'll see. Did Estrella prove his IGL prowess? No. He did not. I will go straight up. I think one of the biggest things I am disappointed about RQ, despite having, you know, we didn't see them during the offseason. Who knows how much time they actually had to practice together, etc., etc. Well, the biggest thing I am disappointed about amongst all that is I did not feel Estrella's impact as much, both as a fragger and both as an actual player and sub IGL. I just didn't see any impact that, like, I could notably feel that he was assisting so much on the comms. Now, obviously, parts of that, it's hard to feel. It's even IGLs, it's like primary IGLs, it's very hard to feel. There's only a few IGLs. I always say there's only a few IGLs in the world where I'm like, you can feel the IGL's impact by watching the game. There's only a few of those, but you know, so I'm not going to say that he's like not doing anything on the comms. Who knows? Only they would know that. But I was less than I had hoped. Their firepower looked really rough. Well, that's part of it, right? I thought Estrella's assistance and calling would actually make Flips' firepower kind of come back up again, closer to his peak level, a little bit more consistent. We didn't see that happen. Xfero also seems to be having a bit of a harder time, but that might be just relative because Gen G has like really, really good firepower. That's the other thing. That's why it's so unfortunate that they only play, well, that RQ only played Gen G twice. Because it's like, man, we only have that one standard to go by until April. So Blaze King instead of Estrella, do I think that could have helped? Well, I think Blaze King would have fragged more, but I think the energy of Blaze King alone would be a huge boon to a team like RRQ. What do you think about Russ and Benkai's performance? I think Benkai's performing... I thought Benkai would actually perform pretty well. And I think in their match against... I'm blanking out. Chat, help me out here. Bleed. He performed at the level that I expected and hoped for Benkai. Russ, I think also kind of exactly as I expected. I'm not, you know, considering how much they've been saying, like, nah, like everyone's doubting us, like our firepower's got no problem. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm willing to give you the excuse as the primary jail a little bit, but I mean, he's had moments, but not consistently enough for me to be like, oh, okay, he's like really found the balance of calling and fragging. I think it still needs some time to prove it. His calling is hard to tell because both their games have been so messy. If RQ had a full Indo roster, there would be a huge drama of one Indo Astrad for a non-Indo player. I mean, that's always a tough call. In T1, there was a lot of that, but then they did well. But then they're doing well, and now Koreans are like, well, maybe I will support this team. So who knows?
Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason.
Didn't you say Benkai could potentially be an insane fragger when not? Well, I didn't use the word insane, and I don't think I ever would, but I think he could be a really good fragger. And I think he's shown moments of that. So yeah, for those wondering, for the next match, I did predict Talon. Does that rely on Governor bouncing back? Thing is I don't know if Governor necessarily, like, I mean, I think it's more so DRS just shut Governor down. So I think it's hard to tell. But I think Team Secret will do a much better job of that this time. But I think it's going to be a much tougher for Talon than it was the first time around. But I think Jit Boys is still above NDG in the lurk battle and the sentinel and the anchor battle, and then I want to still give Lenny the edge over Jesse Vash, but both of them are very heavy prep based. Lenny more so than Jesse because obviously Lenny's growing in as an IGL, so I think it's going to be very tough. I think there is a world where Talon just breaks down because of that, because it's so hard to keep up with the pace and the calls. But
it's like it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty.
But I rate that aspect higher. And I also think Governor is going to play like well. What's my analysis of DFM versus Team Secret?
Going to this year,
I mean,
a lot of the
DFM just first of all did not play well. Team Secret was, I mean, I think the biggest thing we can take away from Team Secret's game against DFM is Team Secret like looked a lot more confident in their aim. But I also think they got like way over cocky and got away with it because it was DFM. So we'll see. Povey's ego peaks. I don't know. I don't know if I would agree with that. I guess we'll see today. Boomers versus Zoomers. Team Secret versus Talon. I like that. I like that. I'm with the Zoomers, man. I'm a boomer, but I'm with the Zoomers. I want Jeremy to do well, man. He's got some insane potential IMO in terms of just like pure peak mechanical performance. But if he can never find it consistently, then that, I mean, that's part of the skill of being a pro, so. I like forgot I didn't eat this. I'm like sitting here starving. I like our opening video. The Paper X on top of the truck shot is so good. Facing down against TRX. This trade of shots between Buzz and Forsaken is so good. Severin, Blaze King, Monyet. I mean, Monyet, obviously. All those names, all the Indo players are very talented.
Talon Esports and Team Secret. Now, of course, Talon made quite a splash indeed here in Pacific, right? While Team Secret, they had a rocky start, but they were able to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's the real concern here is, was it enough? Like against
All right.
TFM, were they able
Who
to
in chat
figure
thinks
things out
Secret
enough? It looked a lot more
is going to
stable.
win?
You know, we saw some cheeky plays from Jesse
Who
Bash,
still believes in the
he was really able,
the
to
old
kind of outthink
Secret?
his opponent.
The baseline of
It's hard to do
Secret.
against this Talon
Do we
squad
think they're going to
because
come back into
seemingly are
form?
pretty aggressive. They're pretty willing to throw caution to the wind, to throw Governor out there and let him make plays, and he certainly was able to do that against
I am
Team
not
Secret.
entirely
Really
convinced.
strong, and not to mention also the calling from Lenny, you know, seemingly improving for the entire squad with their new coach Frost as well. So I do feel like Team Secret, they didn't have the best start, but after that showing against DFM yesterday, there is that idea, you know, maybe with NDG coming in, maybe the fact that they're sticking to some of these roles, Jeremy on the duelist, and Jeremy also having a pretty good day yesterday, they might actually have a better chance against Talon today.
That's a big question, right? Jeremy having a good day seems to be very dependent, or seems to be a very important factor for Team Secret, especially since with Governor was a factor that I think they weren't exactly prepared for.
First match only issue.
Can Talon do it again versus Team Secret that is far better prepared?
Yeah, I think so, and I think a big part of that is going to be not.
Dude,
just
Talon got
preparedness,
74
but also
kills
sort of
exactly
the
on both
emotional
maps?
preparedness. Like, I think
That's insane.
NDG in particular had a rough day.
Jitters, yeah.
Yeah, there were jitters for sure, and that's changed completely when they went against DFM. So I think this time around it is going to be a different Team Secret. Talon's still an absolute.
Dude,
force to
Jit
be
Boys
reckoned with. I
popped
think probably
off
our
in this
most refreshing
match.
team. To all of us, we were kind of unsure how this was going to work out. A lot of players who have been IGLs and other things on other teams. A lot of players who are very vocal on this squad, and that is kind of one of the things that
Estrella, I mean, I think language barrier is probably part of it, but I don't think that's it. I think he just needs to get used to playing against better players. I think he's playing very cocky. I think he's playing like way too lax and cocky.
From Governor, but the bigger ones come from Jit Boys, who absolutely had a pretty good day as that Sentinel as well. So anchoring, you know, it's starting to come back alive, and it's the Jit Boys that we saw last year as well. If you can continue.
No, I agree with that comment that Talon looks decent despite the loss against DRX.
Then again, it would be a lot better. The other thing is just.
I think that's like a good comparison. In fact, I think these two matches are a good comparison, right? Talon losing to DRX felt like it was a big part of it was a lot of forced errors from DRX. Whereas Team Secret versus DFM seemed like a lot of unforced errors from DFM. I'm not saying like Team Secret didn't play well, but in terms of just like is it just you playing well and them not playing well versus like you are making them not play well? I think that's the big difference.
Exactly what they have to prove here, right? Because
I think it should go to 3 maps, and I think it would, and I think that would be exciting.
Does that play a factor in here? I don't know. We'll find
Well, that's
out,
a.
but yes, that
I mean,
was-
not
that was
all
better.
IGLs, but obviously,
You know, you
that is
may have
the.
given first
That
day.
is actually
You still
exactly the
have to say
philosophy.
so
Last year
many
they went
things
for
on the
all
first day, and
aim
you
gods,
can't exactly be
and
at
this
your
year
best or even
they've talked about it. They said they changed it.
But now, again,
They flipped on
both
it.
teams are far better prepared. There's the birthday boy, and I do want to point. You know, you mentioned Jit
I mean,
Boys,
it's.
right? And you look at his
I think
counterpart
both is
on that
tough,
team,
and
NDG,
like
and
certain
he didn't
people
exactly
can
have
make
the
only
debut
one
that he
way of
wanted,
that
right?
work. Like
Because he
DRX
joked
is
that his
making
monitor was off
the
yesterday.
cracked
And I
jets
respect that.
into
I respect
other
that he's
roles.
very
They're making that
self-aware,
work
but
very well.
Yesterday, we did see NDG wide awake as we did Jit Boys, right? So his performance, Jit Boys' performance yesterday against DRX was what made the fight so close, you know? So now that we have both of these Sentinels in top form, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, I mean, and there's going to be pressure on NDG in particular as a guy who's going to have to anchor those sites versus these explosive Talon attacks. So if he can start doing that, if he can start setting the tempo, kind of putting Talon on the back.
I should really go change my jersey.
Again, part of the problem with them is
We're not gonna see this sick jersey for another month and a half.
Who's going to be able to make the adjustments?
It's insane, chat.
Yeah, sometimes it does work out, and other times we saw that against DRX.
What's August in Korea like? Is it unbearable summer like Japan's August? I've never been to Japan, but I'm gonna assume similar. It's humid, it's gonna rain a lot, and it's very hot. But it's very hot like Korean standards, so if you're coming from like Southeast Asia, then it's probably not that hot, and it's probably not that humid.
Almost everybody on their team was outperforming even the second place player. Yeah, you know, Jeremy had a decent amount of ADR.
I don't have jerseys from either of these teams. Cough, cough, Talon and Team Secret.
Team Secret definitely just.
I can be bought.
You can't really feel much of their impact. Any of the players, truly.
Though if I had
So
to
the numbers
choose,
speak
I think I would choose the new
volumes as to how
challenge
their
jersey over the
performance was,
secret
in that
jersey.
game. But apart from that, you know, I think you're absolutely right, Clinton. It's just if NDG can really outperform.
I mean, I only have
step up
jerseys
to
from
the
RQ and
plate.
DRX.
Governor is a crazy player, sometimes very aggressive, oftentimes on a map like Breeze, which is why I think map picks is going to be another important factor too. Governor would peek out as that
I'm gonna go
into
change
areas like
while
Kane,
they get ready
that
for this
opening
game.
pick run off.
So
If you
I will
got
be
someone
back.
like NDG who can, you know, find that frag against Governor, get that punish, or work as a team instead, then of course you would have a better time. So Team Secret, hopefully there is a lot of preparation for this matchup.
We talk a lot about, you know, the new blood, the new talents on every single roster. I kind of want to focus a little bit on two of the guys who we haven't really been seeing much of in the spotlight too much, Cruz and Borkum. You know, these are two who have been with the rosters since, I don't know, since VCT began.
Yeah, literally.
Basically, right? Since VCT began. Lately, they've been a bit quieter here, but, you know, they still are there for the rounds whenever, like, you know, let's say everything falls through. These are two players that you can count on to deliver the round. It's just that we haven't really been seeing them, neither of them, pop off too
When
much.
is Slorkum time?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Borkum time yesterday. Like,
different time
there was one
zone.
time I remember saying, "Oh, I checked my watch and it's Borkum time,"
Yeah.
but I think it was only once
What time is
yesterday.
it right now, BST, you know? Borkum Standard Time. But you see how it's skewed right now. You don't see it swinging in any which way for Cruz and Borkum. On the side of Team Secret, though, I feel like this is actually where they want to be. They want to skew it for Jeremy because this is exactly what they lined up their roster to be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of has to be a little bit more of everybody getting involved, and it's also really concerning that Envy's not involved more inside of this, considering the impact he had in 2023 in VCT Pacific. So, yeah, Borkum and those guys, like in Cruz, we need to see the controllers be a little bit more stable, a little bit more steadfast. But I think for Cruz, I'm willing to give him a little bit more leeway because of how much they've been leaning into the rest of the players. You know, Jit Boys and Governor in particular. So he's playing more of a support style. He's playing more of probably a side caller type role. So I'm willing to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. But Borkum definitely going to need to step it up today for Team Secret. They're going to need extra firepower.
For sure, and everyone kind of has to, you know, it's definitely going to be Borkum, you got Cruz, but then also you're thinking about players like Envy, for example, compared to last year, and maybe now even Ben, who is supporting Governor. So our star duelists for both sides, you know, we've seen a lot of impact for both the teams, but how is that going to face off today? Because although we've seen Jeremy play, you know, such an incredible game against DFM yesterday, Governor was the one who really broke the back of Team Secret in that first game. So you have to find some form of adjustments, right? I think Team Secret, maybe it's a little bit more control, whereas Governor, you also kind of need to know exactly like when not to push out, when to be a little bit more controlled, because that does not work against a team like DRX, and Team Secret might have adopted some strategies from that.
And you're seeing the numbers, right? You see the headshot rate on Jeremy, you know, almost twice as, you know, that Governor. But the problem is the conversion, right? How does that even convert into a win for Team Secret? We're seeing here that oftentimes it does not, and it's usually sways in favor of Talon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in general, when I think of these two players, I think of Governor as the explosive one. Jeremy's like
Just
more of
ever
that
so
sturdy,
slightly.
steadfast jet who's trying to play with
Let's open
the
it for a
team, who's trying to
bit
be that guy,
so
kind
the
of
room
working
cools
together in
off.
Jesse Bash's system. So it is a very different style, and that's kind of why he gets more headshots.
They brought
I think,
snacks.
he's not as
These
loose
are
and as wild, so his aim is
apple
more
flavored honey
disciplined,
twists.
or, you know, getting those crosshair placements right where he needs to be, whereas Governor is off the fly. He's trying to
It is not a sponsor.
Talent, in my opinion, really needs to set Governor up better today, even better than they did the first time. They got to work with him. They got to get those flashes and other stuff in place to get him success.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're exactly right. It all depends on, again, the setup. That seems to be the theme that has to happen here for Pacific. So it'll be great if we get some insight, by the way, from what's going on in the team's heads right now. And what better way to do that than to toss it on over to our coaches for a quick interview with Jen, who is standing by on stage.
Yeah, sure. Send me your address. I'll pass it digitally. Don't actually send me your address. That's personal information.
네, 오늘 경기를 앞두고 있는 워버즈 감독 그리고 프로스트 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Frost looks so bored. He's like, dude, I just want to get this game going, man. That last game was so long.
And also could show a lot more. What do you think you need to address? 먼저 감독님, 일단 생각했던 것보다
I was very torn on G versus Zeta. I was very torn, but
Yeah, for us it means a lot to win.
I
Especially
think
today. Today's just
Zeta
our birthday.
will win.
So we really want to do it for him and also get some revenge while at it.
Happy birthday, 제시 바시. 먼저 오늘 특히나 승리가 중요한 이유가 제시 바시 선수의 생일이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 반드시 승리를 하면서 좀 좋은 생일을 보낼 수 있게 해주고 싶고 또 오늘 복수를 한번 해보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well then I want to talk about NDG because we see that the potential is definitely there, but sometimes it's the inconsistency that comes into play. Do you think it's just the nerves?
I was actually surprised it was all Zeta from the crew. Because I was so torn on it. I was so torn on it. So I was like, oh man. But the thing is like, if I'm that torn on it, that's when I would agree with someone like Wyatt that the powers of depth would carry them through.
For NDG, I think the first match he had a little bit of nerves. Second match he had a little bit, but it was a lot less. So we're just
Right on you, Sean.
working to help him.
Here's the thing. I'm like really torn on it. I think it's very close.
NDG 선수가 사실 첫 경기에서는 굉장히 많이 긴장을
I think it's like almost as close as like 55-45. So to me, like if G won, I don't think if G winning would be like an upset. At least not in this kickoff. How they grow, obviously that awaits to be seen. But
drastic change in play style, so much firepower. How on earth were you able to transform this team into a completely different team? 탈론이 정말 드라마틱한 변화를 보여주고 있습니다.
so I don't think it's like skewed enough that G winning would be an upset or like a big upset.
It starts with first the acquisition of Governor and Ban was
But
pretty much the catalyst of the team. Both of them had a lot of chemistry. They're also very
it's just one of those things where I'm like, if I'm this split, I think Dep's like carry power and a little bit of Laz's carry power just gets them over the finish line.
Definitely not aggressive. I even had MW Zero last year, and MW Zero on Sova was not anywhere near as aggressive as Lenny. I didn't expect that either. So it was really nice to know that fear wasn't going to be part of.
Wow, Frost is just like
versus DRX yesterday.
just sharing everything he had about his previous teams.
That was probably the hardest thing to teach, but I think over time, if I can get them to play as well playing slow as they do fast.
일단 벤 선수와 거버너 선수의 합류가 좀 큰 이유지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이 두 선수가 굉장히 화력도 좋지만
I'm so hungry. What should I eat for dinner?
또 이런 스타일 체인지에 있어서 많은 변화를 준 것 같고, 근데 또 예상하지 못했던 건 레니 선수가 소바를 정말 공격적으로 잘 운영한다는
One second, let me
사실 MW 제라 선수와 함께
ask my wife if we should order anything.
이 MW 제라보다도 레니 선수의 소바가 굉장히 공격적이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 좀 팀이 두려움이 없을 거라고는 예상하지 못했기 때문에
She had decent ideas, but in recent
운영하는 방법도 잘 가르친다면 충분히 좋은 경기를 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 지난 DRX전에서는 조금 더 슬로우 템포로 천천히
Just so you know, there is meant to be a draw for the playoffs once today ends. I don't know if it's at the end of today or end of tomorrow, but probably not the end of tomorrow because then nobody can really prep. Oh, I guess we have a day break, but
And I want to get a little bit technical if that's okay with you. Sova on split, very unorthodox. Is Lenny being the aggressive one the specific reason why you're sticking with Sova even on maps like split? 일단 소바를
but I would agree with that comment that I think G had decent ideas. The bind one, I mean, listen, I'm always willing to wait and see. Pros and coaches are probably they're spending more time coming up with new things than I am, right? I'm spending more time studying what's already out there and then theorizing a little bit.
What I can tell you
Wait, hold on.
Sova was specifically for DRX. We assumed they were going to pick it. We had it planned. We actually had a specific game plan in mind with it. We have multiple comps on multiple maps, so that was more towards DRX.
Wow.
Whether or not we play Sova for the rest of the tournament is pretty much up for grabs. That's more like a team technical thing. But
wow,
yeah, that was very specific to DRX. We thought
that's kind of exciting to hear.
Been able to pull out that series with the map pool.
The Sova comp was on Split was specifically to target DRX.
Sova was a specific counter. The things that we
I mean, whether how much we want to believe that or not is up to us, but.
Sova's a hard counter to the double controller, so they
because of the double controller.
Did what we expected.
I'm okay. I mean,
didn't close the deal.
I kind of get it.
일단 굉장히 좋은 질문이라고 저에게 얘기를 해주셨는데요. 이 소바에 대해서 다 밝힐 수는 없지만 사실 스플릿 소바 같은 경우에는 DRX를 저격하는 픽이었고 또 이 DRX를 위해서 특별히 준비했던 픽이기 때문에 이제 앞으로 스플릿에서 소바를 보여줄지는 모르겠다고 얘기를 했고 또
playoffs? What? No, the play-ins is just a round robin. But the playoffs, like the infographic says that Group B and C winners will play against each other and Group A will play the play-ins winner. But I'm told that that's just there for ease of understanding. There is meant to be a draw. So like even if for instance whoever between Zeta and G wins play-ins, like even if it's not that, sorry. Like let's say now that we know Gen G's in, even if Gen G wins play-ins, there could be a draw and it's like DRX versus Gen G. But the rule still remains that the teams from the same group can't face each other, or at least not a rematch. So
I'm the duelist for Talon Esports.
yeah, the infographics a little misleading.
Disappointed. And if we beat DRX, we would have gone to playoffs and been one game away from qualifying for Madrid. So very sad for sure. My biggest, excitement is that I hope we can get as far as we can and just play as many teams as possible, get like a lot of match experience under our belts, and then
But hey, I think Governor, I think he played still really well against DRX. Said that in Korean. I think Ban looked fine. Obviously, he didn't put as many kills on the board, but I think he looked fine. Jit Boys popped off.
Man advantage, but we lost it.
And then I think Lenny looked fine. The split game doesn't do him justice, I think.
3 rounds. So the match went like very tight at the end. Against Talon match, not gonna be like that anymore. By preparing.
Oh, you're right. So I guess they would have to draw it after tomorrow. You're right.
Communications and small details about the utilities we have and what utilities enemy had. Today we're gonna beat Talon and we're gonna get our revenge.
Ooh, revenge is on the line here for Team Secret. But you know what? You gotta love Frost being so generous with his answers. He was like very, very careful. It's like, I can't say too much. But the fact that they had something prepared specifically for DRX leads me to think, what could they have prepared specifically for Team Secret this time around?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's really interesting to hear that they have different comps prepared for different teams.
Man, having different comps prepared for different teams is a very cool idea, but that's going to be so stressful.
Are we going to see that again here? Maybe they feel like they can just press their advantage. Maybe if Split comes through again, maybe they shift Ban over to a duelist potentially.
I think if TS shows their absolute best, I think it's a 50-50-ish.
If I were Secret, I might just ban Breeze. I don't know if I want to challenge Governor's Neon and that Yoru again. So I'm not too sure, because Secret is a team that loves to prepare. Warbird studies a lot and has anti-strats prepared for the team. Maybe they'll just go for it, and hopefully it kind of becomes like this game of rock, paper, scissors. Who's going to have the edge upon the other opponent? So maybe Frost kind of adjusts to that as well. I'm thinking Lenny has to adapt on the fly. If he doesn't, Secret has something up their sleeves, it's going to be a tough game.
Speaking of
yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good test to Team Secret playing well, and then Lenny's mid-round calling. I agree.
Team Secret as well, and of course Lenny, we do know that he was on the team last year, right? So all of that learning, like how familiar they are with the team, is definitely going to play into here. And as we saw in the first match against Team Secret, how that paid off, right? Lenny finally saying, okay, all of this I can use against you. Is that going to happen this time?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, because it is sort of in Lenny's favor, in my opinion, right? Because he was the one mostly as the 6-man on Team Secret last year, so he got to sit there and watch and learn and understand the tendencies of Jesse Vash in particular. So is that going to be something that comes through? A lot of us think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna explain myself. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm wearing a Filipiniana here, so
Okay.
you guys know Azurai and I have to.
Which team in VCT Pacific do you think can
Okay,
best adapt on the fly?
But
Paper
yes,
X.
I mean, like Lenny, of course, he is showing
That's
a
no
master
question.
how
Paper
good
X.
of an IGL he is. I think it was very, very impressive against Stacks yesterday.
Whether they're
Of
doing
all
it
IGLs,
methodically
right?
or not
DRX
is a different question, but it is 100% Paper X.
Level team to play against when you're talking about IGL, and I think it's like it looks really good when you let Lenny lead.
Who else do I think could do it further? I think T1 is actually pretty good at adapting on the fly, whether their execution and like whether they find the right answers or not is different. But I think the new roster of T1 is going to be pretty good at it.
Read what Secret's about to do, and if Lenny can pull that off against like someone like Jesse Vash, that would be a huge counter, and it would be very effective. If they can do that, I mean, I have a lot of faith in what Government Band can pull off. So let's see what the rest can do.
Yeah,
Zeta,
that's a really interesting
no.
question, right? It's gonna be Lenny up against
Team
Jesse
Secret,
Vash,
not so
right?
much.
Happy birthday again,
Talon, not
Jesse
so
Vash. What a way
much,
to
I don't
spend your
think.
birthday here.
Not yet.
You know,
Even better if they
RQ,
right now, dealing
no.
with the pressure, it's like, oh, I can't celebrate my birthday right
BFM,
now. You know,
no.
we gotta first defeat Talon Esports before any kind of
Leads,
celebration happens. But here's the thing
no.
with Team Secret, right? When
Yeah, and the new DRX awaits to be seen. I think the new DRX awaits to be seen. But I think DRX will still always be very.
They oftentimes give us heart attacks.
I think they'll still be much more flowcharty.
Just yet until the first few rounds, and then usually the momentum of the team is determined on that.
It's just that they can now take ballsier approaches to that flowchart.
Team Secret's power level sometimes because they'll run some
But we'll
games together
see.
where you're like, you guys are really good.
We'll
Like,
see.
I'm definitely all in on this squad. I'm really appreciative of the way that you think about the game and the way that you approach the game. And then sometimes they come in and it looks like all of that like fundamental mental fortitude that they built up just comes crumbling down. And so it is very concerning that could happen here again. If Talon comes out swinging, if that aggressive style that Frost talked about that is the nature of these Talon players can come through and get them over the line, or if they've been able to, even in this short amount of time, find a way to play slow as well, a little bit better, this is going to be a fearsome Talon team to deal with.
That's a big thing, being able to play as slow as they can.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, the other thing is we won't really know until we get some glimpses of comms, if ever.
Of course, it's still early. I want to see
Just because, like,
Talon, really is
I mean, I don't know. I think that's the only way they will improve.
Team Secret knows the
But
game
we'll
that well.
see.
They've been playing forever.
Other
as
than
a
the
squad.
roster upgrades.
The addition of NDG now, I still feel like maybe Team Secret might be able to do something. But
Let me
if they
close my
stick to
window
old
now.
Habits, then again, I just prefer what's fresher right now. Talon looks really fresh, really cool. It is chilly in Icebox right now, so. Maybe, that's
Too
why my
cool.
vote goes
Too
towards
cool.
Talon.
Gotta give me a little bit of
Gotta give me a little
bit of heat there. You can see like my fingers, like I don't know, I'm turning
Some of
blue
my
or something.
energy.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. We do need that fresh start for Team Secret, right? They have been doing this for a long time, and that's my fear as well. Have they?
The distance between my desk and the curtains and the window is so small, so the curtains often get like scrunched up when I try to close the windows.
Very long time since we've seen Team Secret reinvent
What's the most thrilling moment?
Speaking of reinventing yourselves, you probably will be reinventing yourself if you do have some thrilling moments over here. We have an audience survey, and it says,
What are the
is most
options?
thrilling moment? Didn't we see somebody bringing over like?
Yeah. Somebody's like taking our opinions. And
Yeah.
Sheriff one tap. Operator single. Oh, the collat.
Single kill, one shot, two kills. Two birds with one stone, so to say. So audience says that Sheriff one tap is more satisfying, and I think you agree, Clinton.
Yeah, 100%.
Sheriff one tap versus collat.
If you get a double kill with an op, it's more like luck than it is necessarily like skill.
That's true.
Whereas like a Sheriff
Man, really?
a little bit trickier to do,
Right.
and
It
it
has
feels
intent.
so so satisfying when you get that shot.
Yeah, I'm for the op, but that's also because I use the op more than I would the sheriff.
Paper thin or anything.
Okay,
But
Sheriff one tap collat
Sheriff
is
one tap
by
so
far.
cool, especially if you can chain it into even more kills like what Elmi Moore did in the previous map.
Yeah.
I mean, operator collaterals are always fun, but yeah, it's not very skillful. Oftentimes you just get that one collateral. It doesn't necessarily always translate to a round win.
Right. Usually the reaction is like, oh, that happened. Wow. Oh, I didn't know you're standing there. But you don't like.
Man, I can't get one, dude. I like get. I feel like my headshots. I feel like they're at where I expect them to be. I feel like my headshot, like my aim is where I expect it to be with rifles. I just cannot do it with the sheriff. Even the Guardians, I feel better with.
Sheriff one tap We saw that, as you mentioned, Quack, from Elmimar earlier. I do hope we get to see it from Envy this time around, because I do remember.
Yeah, I just
last
can't
time
do
he had
sheriffs.
So many good rounds where you just had like 3 Ks on the sheriff, 1 taps, 3 bullets, 3 kills, right?
Every now and then, I like know today's the day. I'm like, I'm feeling it today. And then I'll buy like sheriffs on every pistol round, and it'll go okay. But
you'd still prefer it to be Jeremy.
it's a
as your
very
duelist,
rare
of course.
occurrence.
You know, most teams are going to want that duelist to be the guy. But last year, Envy was oftentimes the guy for them as that initiator. So we need to see him come through with some stronger performances. He needs to be enabling Jeremy as well, of course, but he needs to be that guy when Jeremy goes down to come in and get those big vaulty kills.
Exactly. I think that's what Team Secret needs sometimes. You need a playmaker. You need someone who's outstanding enough. Jeremy
Nah,
does
don't
get
listen
those
to these
moments.
haters on the
Jeremy,
desk.
you know, he got
Clearly,
ace
they
last
don't
year.
op.
It was really insane on Haven. One of the fastest aces maybe ever in the game, but is he, you know,
I'm more of a
hesitant sometimes? He's
frenzy
still
guy
young,
when it comes
still
to my
newer, a
pistols.
little bit fresh. Envy comes in to, you know, help as the big brother, right? I want to see that Envy again.
I tell you what,
again,
Clinton
Team
Paperthin
Secret,
doesn't op.
Please don't stick to old
I don't know about Quack. We've only played a couple of times.
Especially since Jeremy and Envy
I've never played
work
with Mika,
so
so
well
I
together.
couldn't
They've
tell
been
you.
playing together for so long, even on previous teams. But you mentioned about Envy being the playmaker on the side of Team Secret, on the side of Talent Esports.
What's the map's gonna be? What's the map's gonna be?
Turn around just because he was in the right place at the right time against the RX.
Oh, and he made some crazy swings, too. I mean,
Oh,
some
yeah.
of those 180s and stuff that he had were absolutely bananas yesterday.
Jit Boys is
Some of those 3K,
good, man. I'm so
4Ks
glad
were
they kept him.
out of this
I was
world.
really
I mean, right up there
excited
with
with
anybody in
both
the
Garnets
league
and
in
Jit
terms
Boys
of, like,
last
some
year.
of the most impressive
Unfortunate
highlight
then
reel
we
plays
won't see
you will ever
Garnets
have. So, yeah,
for
absolutely, Jit Boys
a
is
very
gonna
long
be
time, but
crucial because he outplayed the heck out of NDG last time. Let's just be honest.
I feel like Frenzy has made you generally
Difference in
worse on
skills
pistols. Why? Because you rely on the spray too much?
was a gulf. It was
Nah, then you're not a true Frenzy believer.
You know, the stats don't lie. NDG himself also knows it, right? And
You gotta get
yeah,
those headshots with the
it's
Frenzy,
a matter of
like even in the
who is going to
spray.
come online for this match.
And yeah,
It's
like
very,
I feel
very
good about the Frenzy because like
who gets
I'm
the
like
early momentum.
almost confident I can
They really need to
always
be able
get
to
more
bring
than
that
one
up,
kill.
and it always starts off with the pistol round, and strategies matter so much here. And that's why, again, you know, we can talk about the teams for days. We can talk about players like NDG. You need to find that mental fortitude to really just play your game today. That day one, again, just they looked rudderless, directionless. I don't know if it was
Rudderless.
calling or they just really weren't prepared against Talon. But right now, we've had a bit more time. Hopefully, everyone has adjusted to one another. Let's see some good Valorant. I mean, we had a 3-mapper. We had an almost overtime between
we had 9 maps the other day too.
What's gonna happen today?
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned that like, yeah, we're ready to see some good Valorant. We're ready to see if NDG's monitor is on. You know, last time it wasn't Jesse Vasher's birthday. This is how much copium I have right now, especially since Talon. They look so
The birthday
so
buff?
good. So
But what about the
I'm ready
birthday
for it.
nerf?
Again, these are some of Southeast Asia's best. That are
Is that
gonna
not
be
a
playing
thing?
for this series.
Are birthday
So
nerfs
let's
not a
get
thing?
Right into it. It's gonna be Team Secret versus Talon Esports in our second series today.
Doesn't it mean that you got a year
Welcome our
older?
teams on stage.
Is that really a buff? At what age does the birthday buff turn into the birthday nerf? Let's break this down.
It was a hot start into a defeat at the hands of DRX, but this squad is here looking to reaffirm that they are a force to be reckoned with here in Pacific. Please give it up for
Classic
Talon
full util or
Esports.
Frenzy half util? That entirely depends on the agent. That entirely depends on the agent. Sage would be... Well, Sage would actually be half armor. Whether it's the double soul orb or the wall, but it's always the wall when it comes to pistol. But like Fade, I would go classic full util. Fade, I go classic full util. Sky, I go Frenzy or Ghost. Raze, I go Frenzy or Ghost.
They are out for revenge.
You think 25 is when the birthday buff turns into the birthday nerf? You must be younger than 25. That's crazy and almost insulting to any of us that are older than 25. Okay, for Valorant specifically, I think like 30. I think 30. In life, it goes way further. You're 26? You think that's when it starts turning into a birthday nerf? Damn. Ban people who are under 25. Dude, what a story though. Frost and Warbirds. Talon and Secret. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Like the camaraderie. Frost giving a little hello. Maybe it was actually a goodbye to Team Secret. I'm excited for this new Talon roster, man. I had all the question marks about this team and this roster during the offseason. I was just like not sold on it. Like it didn't even matter if they seemed like decent individual choices, which I thought they were, but it was just like I just like didn't see it. But now I see it, and I'm excited because that's a big part of coaching and management, in my opinion, is seeing the things that we cannot see from outside, right? From a just match result perspective. Reminds you of WWE. I think we're still experimenting with like what style we want to go with. The music is, I'm not a big fan of the songs, the tracks.
We are entering our map picks.
The second track I like, but the first track's always kind of like.
It's going to be very important indeed, and as you can see, both coaches have their notebooks out and their IGLs right beside them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Lenny's got that hoodie on. Jesse Vash, no hoodie. He's been here in Korea in the winter before. Oh, Secret. Oh, they want to ban that out, huh?
But we don't want to do that. Yeah, Breeze. Okay, gonna be selected by Team Secret. I mean, it was
Breeze
the
again.
closer of the two. I will say that. So maybe they.
I mean, Secret wants to go again. They want to go again. They want redemption. They believe that the map was not the issue.
About governors, Neon, it's scary. You know, if they really do have a counter plan against that, then it would.
The thing is now you've seen the Neon. The Neon first time is such a curveball. Granted, it wasn't just the Neon; it was the outlawing and opping, but.
Are we really playing the same
So we're just repeating.
Teams are saying, you know, we gotta do that again. Wait, take two.
Although for Talon, like even if you're like, well, Team Secret probably is stronger this time. They probably woke up. It's like you 13-3'd these guys, and also you just played against DRX where you could have worked on your weaknesses a lot more as well. So I support the Ascent pick. I'm like 50-50 on the Breeze pick.
Is it for the first two? I'm not going crazy here, right?
That's true. Warbird's on the rematches. Warbird on the rematches is that's a good point actually. Prepping after you've seen it is a big thing for them.
It just goes to show how close these teams are, and we saw earlier on stage that Frost even gave a little wave to the Team Secret boys, right? And now as we are back to
that's a good point actually.
Day 3, day 2.
I can't remember anymore.
We're back here, and it's the same.
No.
You know what? Now you're right. Actually, this is a bold move from Talon to pick the same map on the second map. Though, oh man, just because they bodied them, I can't blame them.
Yeah, they at least kept it somewhat respectable on this map. Maybe they have some ideas of how they can.
I mean, we'll see.
The Sova and things like that to slow this aggressive pace down.
Yeah, we know what to expect now, or do we? I don't know. Yeah. Hello, welcome back to the desk. You're running back, and again, no, over to your casters, Azurai and Achilles.
I mean, I thought Talon played this very well. I thought Talon played their comp very well. But again, a big part of it was Governor was just popping off. Right? And that allowed him to be so much speedier around the map. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right, before we start the pistol, one of the, I think, glaring issues that Team Secret had was really how underperforming NDG was on the solo side hold that he got. And again, it was a thing that
Did I cast this?
Really put
I did
pressure
cast
on
this.
That Team Secret really has to
You're right.
learn how to counter.
It's all a blur.
Governor was going crazy. Jeremy wasn't hitting his op shots in that game. What we saw just yesterday. Secret qualifying to get into this position to have this rematch. That things were looking better. So perhaps just those day one jitters, a bit of a fluke there. Time will tell as first contact gets ready to come through, and Borkum.
Well, Borkum should die, yeah. But I thought Jesse Vash would trade right away. But it's actually good that he didn't, because at the end of the day, like they weren't all there to keep trading back and forth. So you might as well just stabilize that 4v4. You don't have the Euro anymore, so you don't have any flashes. Potential flashes, I should say. Flash is solid. Jeremy?
The kills come in on the back end. Jesse getting one, Jeremy with two. The fuse will come through, and that is going to be Secret getting themselves on the board nice and early.
And Jeremy popping off early here. That's at least a good sign for Team Secret. Again, another one. So many problems, right? From that first series that they played against Talon. When your front end and back end get into trouble, that's when you really have to reevaluate things on how you're going to approach it. Anyways, this pistol,
damn, that double is
You're
sick.
absolutely right. That recon dart ping from Jesse Vash got so much value.
Jeremy's like, oh man, now I'm going to use the outlaw against these guys. He's bringing it back. Jesse, even with the Marshall, I like it. This is a big buy, though. This is a very big buy. I mean, Talon's only got Classic, so I can't imagine that they'll win this, but especially on Breeze. But if Secret were to lose here, this would be devastating. I would see losing even 2 weapons here could be devastating, especially if it's like the Outlaw and the Bulldog, obviously. But Outlaw and anything.
Just figuring things out. No real need for Talon to use all of their numbers. I think when you have agents such as this Yoru and this Neon, especially when Bond still has both of his flashes up, you don't want to risk losing one person. You kind of want to go for that.
Talon have done this
big execute, right?
Last time as well, right? They keep drawing this line alongside the toxic screen, but like deep into the pocket. I actually don't think he knew exactly the angle the screen was at. To try to force some pressure onto the A site. Huge slide. Huge slide. Oh no. It's happening. Oh, this is... The thing is Talon's trapped. Like, they can't... They have to just stay in here. Yeah. Because of the Outlaw and the no armor. There was no option. So it's fine. They drop a Spectre.
Not sure if that was a miscom for Talon here. They had their own wall up on B, and they still weren't able to bring the spike, at least for the extra
are the chips too loud?
Income, right? That means that at least Talon coming into this one might be shy of a few utilities, which ultimately...
I mean, NDG got... I mean, the slide was good, but...
Yeah, at least they still got that.
It was a Spectre that they picked up. Not much Talon could have done. Oh, is this just making you hungry?
First, or if it was Jesse with a really good sense to look back over towards bridge side. Either way, Governor, oh man, getting wrecked.
Wait.
Ban is dead.
Wait, what?
Snakebite kills him. Governor with a nice headshot.
What?
Go ahead and even up the numbers.
He must have gotten tagged.
Either way.
By some
spam in with
what?
That. Snakebite and just got the finishing shot. Yeah. But already explosive action off the rip as everybody gets corralled over.
I don't even know.
Jit Boys, however, still playing around halls. Does manage to come up with yet another kills. Looking for his second here in the round as MDG just swing through, but as he re-swings, Marshall in hand, he does take him down. Keeps the numbers fairly evened up here.
This is rough.
Governor goes sprinting over towards this B-side elbow.
It had to have been a combo. It had to have been a combo, but a combo with what is the question?
Too bad of an idea. Readjusts the tripwires here, so Governor is pretty aware.
Yeah, I guess it was shock dart. Actually, you're right.
Off angle onto the side, and he's kind of just hoping that it's gonna tag someone for that kill all the way through Nest.
It was just like so instant. I like didn't hear the dart either. You know, raise my volume.
Wrap around, arriving over at main, clearing the trap wire. Comes in from behind. It's a killing blow, but
I mean, job already done for Secret. He could actually get one more. That's such good bait. I mean, not that there was any need for it because they didn't hear the tap, but it was still, I mean, it was, from Borgum's perspective, it was absolutely worth the shot, and Lenny bit onto it.
What a...
Yeah, oh, it had to have been shock dart because it was Silva and KO, yeah.
I thought Governor was just the most of the casualty with a bit of damage, but Pond being taken out so
that's
early
that's a nasty combo. I guess I think we have seen that before. I just don't think we've seen anyone die to it that instantly before.
He still at least has that impact on that on the buy round for Talon.
Well, they're able to scrape it together again, so fairly even here. But oh man, Envy, the great shot. Shutting Governor down.
Jeez.
That's one piece of that.
That's a good angle from Envy.
Now, up to live, just still on orb collection duty, trying to get that dimensional drift online. Because I mean, Lenny's been sitting here with the Hunter's Fury for a while, and if they want to roll that combo, they need Ban to try to catch up.
Borgum's gonna get pit this round. Good decoy, but there's still way too many smokes. Using the cove to fake go in or try to go in Paper X style, Forsaken style. I don't mind it, but they give them a bit. They give up on it pretty fast, and they don't have a lurk, so this doesn't really do much for them, right? They're still just trapped in mid, and Secret has given that up for free. Jesse Vash is still watching Nest, so they're safe. And you still got Jeremy watching from sight into tunnel.
Probably just, again, holding the longer angles. That's not going to happen.
The VCT feed audio is delayed. It shouldn't be.
Back orange to be able to take down Lenny. Recon ping coming through, and now as they arrive into mid, Jeremy able to take out Cruz as well. The spike just now being ushered over, and Ban is taken down. It's all on to Jit Boys, and he doesn't have any time. He doesn't have any life. Jesse Vash.
I mean, maybe slightly. I only adjusted it for my own earphones, so.
Team Secret out to a nice early lead.
Was that another recon dart from Vash that opened up onto Lenny as he was planning the spike?
I believe it was.
Wow, again, timing on these darts have been pretty immaculate, giving, you know, these free kills for Team Secret and just...
You're saying the audio is delayed from the screen?
Talents try to get into these sites. You can't see that they're second-guessing themselves now, especially when NDG has been playing with his tripwires a lot farther back into his own site. So these initial shock darts from Lenny don't really get the breaks on those strips.
All right, Ban is digging deep. But it's the eco.
And it's not really, that rotation really isn't been paying
So Secret, they're already shutting them down. Obviously, winning the pistol helped. Yeah, Vash, Jesse Vash's timings and his lineups and shots have been very good. When Jesse Vash's Silva is on, it's like on. And so far, it's looking like it's one of those days. Part of it is probably the read on Talon. They probably really study the tape. I think that's part of it, right? I think that's one of the things that really confused them last time was just the speed and tempo of a Yoru Neon combo. Oh, you guys need to watch out. Oh, boy. Taking way too damage on the way. I thought they were going to die their own team's friggin' Hunter's Fury. Alright, Lenny has a Vandal.
Lenny changing that plant position as the Cloudburst gets thrown down, and Jit Boys behind the double door. Swing around the corner, Lenny.
2v1!
With util in hand, however, but now gets the recon ping out.
Jeremy, very quick.
Jit Boys has no weapons.
He's been getting warmed up more and more in each match.
It's taking so much time.
Jeremy looking around, just trying to bait him out, but the call coming through where Jit Boy's making the decision. He's going to stay put. Himself firmly planted. The creep up. The one tap, the two. Jit Boys.
Nah, Jit Boy still gets C's. Played that smart though, just not showing himself.
Too much into his head there. He was so sure that Jit Boys was going to be coming out of A main.
The game is still wait. The game is ahead now, but it wasn't last time.
Sure, he's going to have
really.
Peek out through mid
Well, I'll turn on a stream.
I have all the cards, right? I have the weapon, I have the HP, I have the positioning to actually threaten that spike defuse. But Jit Boys just got into his head, and Jeremy's like, no, I just got completely outplayed. Wow.
Very excellently done by Jit Boys. I mean, this is one of the things that we were talking about yesterday in their series versus DRX was that Jit Boys was really stepping up, really leveling up compared to that opening day. It was much more like him from the beginning of last year. And he continues to deliver.
Somebody shoot a gun.
Times here from Jeremy, but as we just saw, did get pinged by that recon dart. Fast enough with the Cloudburst to deny the vision. And now creeping forward, but Envy waiting in nest. Just waiting for this wall to drop. And surprise, he's got the shot. Fly swing out, not there. Here's the jump out to safety.
Oh, you are correct. Oh, I don't know why that would be because I didn't change any settings unless you're telling me that's how it was the entire time I was recording. I don't think it is on my YouTube videos. That's so weird. I'll worry about it after this game. I don't want to. I want to focus on the game. I'm sorry if that really bothers you for anyone watching, but anytime I try to fix something in the middle, like I just can't focus at all. So.
No flex with any Sentinel though, since Jit Boys is already down. Or excuse me, there is no Sentinel for Talon here.
You know what it could be, actually? It could be that it's slowly getting later because of how I have my setup. That could be it.
Oh, sees the Sova. Lenny. A bit of damage. Snake bite now going to be lobbed in. And he finds Shit Boys as the pick down.
Wow.
And now just Cruz, the last one standing, is Jeremy able to find Lenny. And
Jeez.
Cruz can't even get on the flank fast enough. NDG pops out around the corner to take him down and keep them in the lead.
And again, everything disrupted there. I mean, Ban got it, right? That was such a smart move for Talon, using that high tide to conceal his push up on Nest and just wait for it to drop, thinking that someone would pocket themselves at that corner on Nest. And then Jesse Bash does what he does best. Outmaneuver, outbrain his opponent.
Well, first time out of the map and of the series going to be called, seems like. And Talon not exactly.
Here, while we're in a timeout, I will try to add a little bit.
Both wanting to pump the brakes a bit, trying to get everybody squared away the rest of this attacking half here of Breeze.
Just love how, not love, but like,
It might be slightly fixed now.
I'm not biased or anything because, you know, the predictions and stuff, but but it is a definite change of pace with how this first map
Timeout music's pretty good.
come into play, because again, Governor was just steamrolling when they were on the defense. It is a switch on the side. That is the only difference of the series start here, that it is Talon that is attacking rather than the But is that truly a big enough difference, or has it been, you know, Team Secret,
all right,
again, just waking up, heating up, and able to finally understand how to deal with the zipping and zapping of Governor here?
The zipping and zapping. All right.
So far, they've been.
Their economy's also in shambles, so Talon.
Get into that position where that momentum really ramps up, and he just starts being dominant.
Yeah.
So,
Granted, I do think Talon's going to have an easier time on defense. I forget last time what the win rate was like per round, per half.
He's been also good at the reads too, right? Because
really
the timing.
Really deep dart, I should say. As Ban, eventually does catch Bash. I mean, second time, Jesse does get caught here in Halls. Ban getting some revenge from that previous round.
They did take some damage for that. Cruz tagged significantly, or tagged somewhat, and then Ban's pretty low too.
Who's next?
Oh, it's just gonna be
Excuse me.
that weapon with his ultimate.
Now needs to lead the team forward. Envy just around the corner. And
Yeah, oh, I mean, that is...
Jeremy gonna be taken down by Chit Boys.
I guess he just didn't expect the Euro ult to be there.
Completely blinded up. So
That's one heck of a setup.
Ban, there was no way that he was not going to get that kill.
True enough, right? NDG, a definite chance for him, and that's all kills on the A site. So every player of Talon that was looking to buy a weapon in that next round, free upgrades all abound, and that was such a sick play too. Just able to use that dimensional drift as a surefire way to ping your teammate where you just have to shoot. There was also a risky play that we saw Envy do, where he threw out the fragment and actually pushed through his own molly just so that he could try to make a fight happen.
It's what, the second Thrifty here for Talon now?
Yeah. I mean, look at that. He really risked it just because he did have his own teammate having that angle for a potential crossfire. That was very unfortunate too. You're right. Lenny does have that Hunter's Fury of his. But they're not. I do like this from Talon though. They haven't been pushing that hard at the start of the rounds on the mains. It's always been mid that they've been.
Why does NDG only have a shorty?
Oh boy, Governor tracked.
Ooh,
very fast here on the knee.
Wow.
Slides out of the way, but still does take a decent
That's his
chunk of
one weapon
damage.
of choice?
Has to use the fast lane just to cut back across. That's one of the entry tools gone. Is
Instead of another pistol?
Talon is
In the back of B?
up here towards this
I
pit.
guess the goal is you're delaying with the trip and then
Maybe the drone in onto Borkum. Hunter's Fury
you're
from
just
Lenny might be able to flush him out,
keeping the shorty for backside.
finding him in this mess is going to prove to be difficult. Decides to
Oh
hold on
boy.
to the bite. Spots
Yeah, that's hard to read. That's good from Borkum. Governor was already so low. What? That is... Forget the decay.
for the fourth, and he's got it.
Borkum's redemption arc. Here we go. I mean, really smart moves exiting the pit first.
Decay
They expected it, but then he just
HP second by second. And unfortunately, as
sticking right next to it. It's, I mean, unless you run out of it, it's hard to read.
But as soon as Borkum gets that first kill, Talon started panicking and wanting to get that quick refrag, which Borkum in kind used to his advantage. So again, it's a vicious cycle of
okay.
I get killed, I have to force a
4
peek,
more
and
rounds.
Down 1 by 1.
Standing ahead. Absolutely fantastic round there. It was in fact
All right.
time.
Pushes us back halls. Gets rid of the
That indeed it is.
Quick shutdown.
potential trip. Was there a trip? Maybe.
How do they respond? Looks like again. Just
He only has one up on the site.
towards A. Flash does get the catch there on the inviate stairs. And hold as well. Look at the stuns.
Oh, the relay did hit. I was wondering because we swapped away.
If they can clear him out, find the kill. Leon eliminated. Pulse is still going out. That's going to be the res coming through. Jesse Bash bringing him back into the fight.
Oh, that is quite late.
Can he find a tag? The answer is going to be no. And actually,
Cruz is in halls, but he gets everybody gets pinged, so he just wants to back off. I think he had a good shot going through. I mean, they're just gonna stick it. Oh, or not. I guess because they got the half, yeah.
Work to be done here as Shipboy's the last one standing, but it does not matter. He will end up getting taken down. The half hold is good enough to go ahead and finish this one off. 6 rounds now locked in on this defensive side.
Really thought that was going to be a bigger threat for Talon because they
Cruz,
still kept
I wonder what
Shipboys
call they made
alive
for Cruz
up
to not.
until
Dude,
the very
Borkum is
last second.
17 and
So he
6.
had multiple of his lineups
That trip
being thrown,
can
as
be
you can
crawled
see,
under. NDG
but
needs to.
the retake of Team Secret specifically on A main was just so
Wasn't NDG one of the players that had a
Talon,
trip
as he
that could be
mentioned.
crawled under?
These pop flashes here, every single time have resulted in a successful Talon kill. On that one, it was Ben leaving
Yeah, Borkum
Lenny
is
by himself in the
is
corner,
on
and
one.
everyone else from Team Secret just waterfalled into A main to make sure they had time to defuse that spike.
Recon going out. Governor sprinting his way down.
Talon's like not pushing any pressure onto the Cypher setups. I mean, that's a cool entry, but that's a TikTok entry. Because unless you got the kill, it doesn't do much, and then they're just all standing in the snake bite. Dude, Talon's falling apart. I think. I feel like they need another timeout. It's just that they already used one.
Team Secret, absolutely dominant thus far here on Breeze.
I mean, I will give credit to Secret as well. The snakebite stops them from funneling in.
Enough to use the smokes against Talon. That was Jitboy's own wall that he played around on, and he wasn't even tagged by the recon dart up until he started fighting Governor, as you saw there. So Governor was looking for an opponent on orange, but none. He was kind of hoping as well that maybe a stun would concuss, stop any rotations from happening. But again, Envy was just too fast in realizing that he needed to reposition quickly and won that fight.
Oh, did Ye get hit by the snake bites too? Yeah, I don't know. People are getting hit a lot by snake bites. It's a little concerning.
Really rough position here.
Maybe everyone's just in it together to try to get Viper nerfed. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so finally they're going back to trying to play the map a bit wider, though they don't have the weaponry for it.
Can deal some damage, but Singer,
their round-around calling is not as good, and this was my big question about them. Granted, I think against DRX, the calling was still okay.
Very true. They have.
But my question was, when you get stopped, what is your response, right? I said that on the desk yesterday, too.
Mix up the weapons, though. So they gave... All right, they're giving a lot of the heavy firepower to Governor and Bond, so they might try to poke their way into this B side.
I mean, but you haven't shaken up the B side in several rounds, so you have no idea that this setup has been here for quite some time. The trips are actually changed towards mid as well, so they don't even have to worry about it. He lets them pass. As long as they're not coming through, yeah, NDG can watch the back. And what a trap. Again, they just like haven't checked this in so long that they have no idea.
Wow. Swing on the corner. Jeremy with a one tap, finishing off Cruz.
Talon's falling apart.
8 rounds now locked in for Secret.
That was so dirty. That was also the first time I think we've seen NDG actually mix up his tripwires on the right rather than in the site itself, and then Talon's just like, you know what? We haven't.
Man, when do the team bundles drop?
The outer portion of that B site, and it actually worked.
Still gotta buy one for my RRQ boys.
Fast lane of his, it's not gonna work out. Also,
I will have to check out the designs though, because like T1, maybe they have a sick design.
I like how there was the 2 cloud bursts from Jeremy here. He threw the one on top of himself, and then he threw one down below to fake out that he actually dropped from where he was.
Very smart. Orb here at A main, gonna be taken, banned now. Dimensional Drift is available. Combos
You got Reckoning and Dimensional Drift. If you cannot clear out the site with this,
kind of have that 1-2 punch.
B's. I mean, I guess because of Reckoning, you want to hit the B site.
Certainly feels like a must-win round.
Yeah, there's probably a little bit of mental going on as well. But that's, I mean, you just got to shake it off if you want to climb to the top.
The selling point of Talon on that first series, once again, a quick dimensional drift. They're hunting for something.
He's coming down, spots one here at backside. Jeremy in the meantime finding Lenny.
Dude, NDG just swiveled on that.
Boys providing some covering fire. Take down the enemy Cypher.
Oh my gosh.
Just thinking about pushing the wall. Does so. Just to his left is the Harbor, and Cruz is going to be eliminated as the Reckoning gets used.
But that's like, dude, that move right there is just such a, that's a bold move from Jesse.
No recon though.
No recon, no drone, no nothing, but they have the advantage, and Ban is low on HP.
At some point, you guys got to start moving. They've checked all the angles. Yep.
Going to be taken down. Borkum dead. It's all on Shit Boys to see if he can do what Borkum did before him. It is going to be held to happen. Shit Boys now on for the ace. The push shot.
Oh, Shit Boys!
Shit Boys gets the ace to lock in the
Dang.
final round of the half. What a performance.
What a shot too. Vash had to hail
Dude, that second and third kill was insane on the last 3.
The snake bite, so they were kind of hunting. They knew the general vicinity, but not where he was. And then Jet Boys just went to town. It was a very difficult task, but he got the double spray down. He was able to reposition again, and he was able to hit that ace against Vash. What an absolutely stellar hold here from Jet Boys. A masterclass in showing to us how
Jet Boys keeping them alive.
Inside that pit. Boy, oh boy.
He's like, don't need to learn comms if I just kill everyone.
4 to 8 here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, the 9-3 certainly would feel considerably worse, but I don't think that Talon is celebrating the ace or breathing too easily.
Too easy
here.
for Ban.
They have their work cut out for them as they get ready to swap sides. But the Chit Boys continuing to show.
By the way, we're looking to co-stream VCT China kickoff on Friday. I think it starts tomorrow, but obviously tomorrow we have Pacific, so.
Absolutely right. But this is, at least, you know, looking back at just that previous series, supposedly the side that Talon are kind of hoping for, right? Since Governor did want to go for those zoomies of his.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon can play their comp better on defense, quite frankly.
Struggling in that attacking side, he just could not find anything. And what was kind of interesting about that too is there was that very nice.
Wait, weren't you one of the announcers? We've been taking turns. They've been having us rotate and try different styles and whatnot. I wasn't very happy when I was announcing the. Wait, you mean casters? Because yes, I am also casting, but today's my break day, so I'm watching from home. But if you mean like the people who are announcing the team entrances, then we're taking turns. But like the day I did it, they gave very mixed directions, so I was not happy with it because I was like, I don't know what tone you want. But if you mean casting, yes, I will be back in the arena tomorrow casting. Well, hello. Oh, that timing on the swing was good. Well, not much you can do to that. 4 to 2. Talon should group. No reason to play separately. Okay, that just ensures that they're not taking over bridge, so that's good.
On Tetris coming into stairs. Might not expect that he's this close though.
Excuse me. I mean, you have to. You have 4 people. If you just don't check this corner at all, well, Jesse. So Jesse thinks they absolutely will check it.
Jeremy!
What? Oh
The
my.
quick taps, finding those headshots made it look so real. But Governor.
I was like, why are they letting him play aim labs?
Kill and Talon get their pistol win.
Hey, Owen.
Man,
How's it going?
Jeremy was lighting up. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Jeremy's looking better and better. This is the Jeremy I wanted to see.
Kind of hit that
Like the types of shots he's hitting.
hoping for here for Team Secret. They already got the kill, but they lingered a tad bit too long. And as you see here, Governor
Oh,
was
right
able
on
to
Octopus.
get
Well,
not only
yeah,
the
here I
kill
am.
onto Envy,
I cast
but some
VCT
massive
Pacific.
damage on Jeremy, which I feel like
Used to
ultimately
cast in
led
both
to
Korean and English, but this year just in English.
as Jeremy had
Not
to
casting on the Korean side, at least not for the regular season. We'll see what happens during the international tournaments.
no information in that 1v1. Talent put themselves a point
Guardian,
on this
Vandal, half armors, Stinger,
Some
Inspector.
pressure down here in mid, but no one really there to receive it. Borkum now cutting back around to join in with the rest of the team who are getting ready to.
I mean, this is a good bait and switch. They can have Governor spam. Yeah, long range spams first, and you got the Stinger close range.
Swinging out behind the pyramid, finding a
Governor
second
trying not to get greedy. I can appreciate it, but he's still going to stabilize for 3.
flawless here.
Here we go. Overdrive online once again.
Again, Team Secret just kind of, it feels like they just wanted to finish off that round quickly, right? To go straight into this gun round.
There's still tickets for Masters Madrid? Ooh.
Started going out.
I mean, I guess you also just like don't know which teams are going to be there, so.
Definitely separated here.
He has Neon Ult for next round.
So maybe that's also a reason why we saw
You're still giving him the Guardian, so they're not going to rush out then. Okay. I'm okay with that because it's a bit of a tell. I mean, you can tell Team Secret's ready for it, right? They're like, what if they just rush out again? Because I think that's what Talon did last time. They got the early overdrive on defense and they just like ran out.
I do think how they're just letting Talon simmer.
A monster rookie? You mean Governor? Yeah, I mean, he's in the grand scheme of things a VCT, a rookie for sure. Obviously, he's been around in challengers a bit, but I mean, including myself, I don't think a lot of us have like followed him too closely.
Pushed up with the rest of his team. It's a 2-1-1-1 split. If he brings this spike all the way through mid and he drops it, that might be cause of concern here for Team Secret.
I think that would definitely be one.
Was this Secret who was holding this angle before?
I'm not spotting much, and now they're going to work their way out here.
No, this was yesterday. So
Mid. They're kind of splitting off away. Cruise for the moment, but NDG in a potential spot where he could deal some damage because right now Lenny does not have eyes on mid.
30 seconds left.
He's setting up the wall, trying
maybe
to
it was Secret actually.
He's playing around such a really narrow gap to try to spot anyone.
Oh, it was Secret. Okay.
As Borkum continues to have some flank pressure here in Hall.
I mean, you have someone with overdrive.
Boys gets the catch there onto NDG, cutting off that flank. Governor getting tagged up, however, has to pull back, and Envy's able to finish off Jit Boys.
But now he's low, so he's not going to go for this. Good relay bolt, NT. But what a wraparound from Borkum.
Leaving Ban on his lonesome. There's the location of 2. Heard the drop down. Borkum swinging back out. The reface is there.
Tried his best.
And with Envy's back
Where does
up,
Team I Am play? Because I heard about them, but I can't find the team playing. Challengers Korea starts next week.
Huge timing as well.
I will be co-streaming whatever matches I can. Not just Team I Am's, but other matches as well. So we'll definitely catch at least a couple of Team I Am's games. But you'll be able to find the Korean broadcast. There is no official English broadcast as far as I know. Maybe there is, actually. I could be mistaken.
Any case, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's 9-6 already. Governor, as he was only using a Stinger now round, I think he wanted to
But yeah, they'll start playing next week. I'm very excited. I'm excited for that team. I'm excited for Challengers Korea in general. There's a lot of newer names. Yo-Man's back in Challengers Korea, so I'm excited for that. Yo-Man's on Nongshim Red Force.
Free-firing it through that high tide.
Are they still called Red Force?
Now staying put. Looks like a quick jiggle peek there for Cruz as well. Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yep, the call for backup there from Jeremy. Get a good amount of damage in. Governor's still going to try to float in this spot just in case.
That overdrive alone is giving a lot of pressure to Secret. The only thing is Talon isn't exactly taking much space. Yeah, so if they're going to sit like this,
nearby.
If you're gonna sit like this, you should definitely take shop control, main control.
So he can just go.
If you're gonna back out, you. But the thing is, like they've emptied the B site for so long.
Vash might not get caught out here.
So trying to regain control of this is something. So then they're just gonna take mid, which. I mean, I guess if you have mid, I think you should definitely just stay watching all.
I thought they were gonna push B like 10 seconds ago, but they're
like this could go either way. This could look like Talon just catching everyone from behind. It also look very silly, and so far it's looking in the silly camp.
Well, Lenny able to find one before getting taken down, and Borkham catching Cruz just outside of Nest.
Oh,
However,
time.
Interrupts it. Yeah, time is dwindling. Okay, now going to be overdriving here as they take that spike over to back pillar.
No time.
Playing close to fast lane.
Oh, no, he was planting it. My bad. I like blinked for a second.
Swinging around the corner, put some damage down here on NDG with a full flash connect. Ban!
Oh, ban!
How is he still alive? How did he win?
How does he get that?
Instant replay, please.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Drop
Jeez.
it out for us, please.
That is worth the pop off.
He should have been.
Dude was flashed. Ban. Oh my goodness. I thought it was Governor, that was going to start things off, especially when they were entering that site. But in hindsight, it was truly bad. So he wasn't. What are you guys doing?
Wow.
Well, what are they doing is falling down to such a clutch play from Ban.
I don't know.
Unbelievable.
I mean, if that's the round that allows Talon
Dude, ban. Bringing the America to Pacific.
Team secret
for a while, so need to not have
NDG, NDG might have had to reload, but like.
Swipe the slate clean, but ban. It looks like that was enough to get him fired.
That's unfortunate.
Pushes forward, catches Borkham just at the end of Hall.
You gave them a chance to warm back up.
Dude's not overheating.
He's got dimensional drift as well. Jeremy should get this kill. Oh no! Oh, he does not realize that he was going to be shown first. Bit of an overheat, but that one's one of those where it's like it's only overheat because he died.
Him down. Tries to go to rotate. Boys revealed now, needs to try to back away. Seems like
boys.
Team Secret is going to want to encroach on his position. The drone leading forward, checking over towards arches as.
Dude, Jit Boys is so clean.
Hunter's Fury, however, from Jesse Bash finally found his mark. Right now,
the spike being down is huge.
Wire goes off. Now they know.
NDG has to plant on the other side, yeah. On the pillar.
The wall comes in, and Jesse Bash for now waiting to see if that.
Yeah, they need to start creeping in.
Was somebody on their lonesome, or both players are here. Now they know.
Now they know both are here though. So Jesse, wow, he makes the call, tells NDG to just survive. Now Spike is playing on the other side, so this is a gamble, and Cruz has a bit of a read on it.
Cruz turning back, catching Jesse Bash over at elbow, and knows NDG's rough position, but still needs to win the fight. Up over top of the wall, spotted for a moment. NDG, time on his side. Drops down.
Oh, no.
Being played with, spots him, and as he tries to get up onto the opposite side.
Just trying to. Oh man, that's rough.
The reason why we saw Jesse Bash not moving from Nest is it was only
he missed the jump.
That was tagged by the tripwire, and Governor used no utilities, didn't make any noise up until that very last second. What a huge neural theft though as well from NDG, and this lurk kill on Vash.
I mean, Cruz having the read on Jesse flanking was the big part. I think Jesse wrapping around was a good call. Especially because Spike was planted on the other side of pillar. So that in theory should have been a hard call to read.
To get that pinch play on Jet Boys. Thankfully enough, Vash is a good enough Hunter's Fury player that he did get that trade from such a far distance, because you saw how Jet Boys was able to deal with Envy so quickly with that one tap.
Oh, and this is a full send rotate here from Talon.
I must wait a moment.
It's a pistol.
Pretty much everybody making their way
They're just going for a stack. You might as well. Especially on Breeze. It's not going to pay off.
They don't really really have any weaponry.
But at that point,
Now the execute happens here on
you
the B
really
side.
should.
Not gonna spot anything
Well,
soon. Talon going to realize that they
I don't know about the dying to spike thing. Cruz probably wants his reckoning.
50-50, so, you know, does happen.
Borkum is close to his, though, his pit.
Is okay. I was gonna say there is a chance that maybe we could see Ban use his dimensional drift. You know, let the rest of his team come in. He's got a lot of utility to work with it, but save it for a better round just in case. Still have some to work with, but TS. I mean, I'm already counting this a win because this looks like it's not going to be retaken by Talon. So it's 11-7.
Yeah, this is going to be them getting to 11. As they swing in, Cruz trying to jump there. On a Borkum, can't make it happen. Lenny going to be taken down. Jeremy, can he collect both the kills? He's certainly going to try to. Running low on bullets, and Governor will be able to shut him down. It's a nice shot, but
one enemy remaining.
Safe play. Dispatch knows that he's dead, but he'll have enough to buy going into the next round. 3 players survive as Team Secret get 2 rounds away from taking this opening
Wait,
map.
That is
the
so
Twitter
annoying
released
to track.
map.
Right, when you have the zoomies as that neon, it's so difficult for you to just to find to be able to track him and get the kills, especially with such a recall-based gunplay like Valorant has. Anyways, timeout has been called. Really a different look here from Talon. Not as clean. I've been mentioning this every single time that we go on the timeout, but they really haven't had a clear-cut set of rounds that makes you think that Talon's going to mount that comeback in the 7-11.
Reading comments from the previous match. Trying to relive my nightmare.
The pistol in the second half and getting the anti-eco. That's the only rounds that they've been able to get consecutively.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's been really scattered around when they're able to pick these up. Widely, Team Secret have just had a chokehold on this game's control. I mean, you can see that very clearly in the fact that they have not
the top comment in the post-match thread is, just saw Chobra fall to his knees in a 7-11.
Big gamble from the side of Talon. Frost and Boyd very much hoping and trusting that the players from here on out can get them back on course and not get knocked off course once again.
A big indicator as well.
And then the follow-up comment is, no, it's at a GS25, which is one of the convenience store chains in Korea. We have 7-Elevens too, but
for the most part, right? It's been cool, calm, collected. They've been rotating a lot, all the pieces moving and getting very substantial kills here all across the board for Team Secret. So I think that's a good indicator that they do have that good bit of control. Bot though.
Okay.
Ooh, that's big.
It took a second to
that's a
line up.
nice op kill.
Get his mark. Borkum taken down. This is one of the things that we were seeing, quite a bit from Talon in the opening series was the kind of interchangeability of this operator between Governor and Ban.
Yeah.
You are powerless.
Full command cancel there.
Yeah, but I don't think they know that it's 3. Yeah.
Swing out, doesn't get the shot. Second attempt though, does get NDG.
They still flood it.
Makes his way into the site.
If Ban had gotten the first shot, I think that whole sequence looks very different, actually.
Great headshot taking down Vash.
Dude, Envy's committed to this, though.
That's going to get them over onto this spike.
Oh, he realized it's not planted for him. That's rough.
Pushes out, though. Governor
He was afraid.
will line it up. Op can be recovered, and that's going to be Talon holding on. So timeout does result in them getting the round victory.
Very true. And again, all stemmed by giving Bot that operator in his hands. Maybe just using this extra time as well to discuss a couple of things. But yeah, operator very successful here in the hands of the Yoru player, especially when Borkum did get a couple of those shots in. Van just stayed as calm as he could and just hit that nasty shot. And Cruz just getting that freebie kill as Vash repositions the back of the site, all leading to this one round for Talon.
Curious to see how they approach the alt economy, though.
Oh, man, I'm glad to see people are actually seeing like that RQ has good ingredients, though. Because I actually think that was like that was not a game that really showcased those ingredients as well as I think they could, even potential-wise. But that's kind of cool.
Dissuade them from moving over towards A, because for the moment they've got that kind of 3-man stack over towards the B side with Ban up in nest.
There is this Hall's control from Borkum, but like you said, because they do have that operator in the hands of Ban, they don't really want to.
Okay, so instead of taking A main control, they're just covering it with the pit.
they're just kind of holding a little bit.
So they're just holding this line. So it's the same idea, except they just don't have info. But you're assuming that unless they come in through here, there's like they're not gonna come in through here, which is kind of fair because you only have the drone. I mean, you have flash drives, but and then you have 4 ultimates. Well, 3 ultimates for the retake. Governor, they hear all this though, so Governor gives up on door. So there is actually an opening, except there's only 30 seconds and they haven't picked up the spike. They're gonna start peeking into B, so B has to be the hit here. B has to be the hit. The real question is can these two get the kill onto these two on the rotate? Dude, Ban just... I don't think Ban... I think Ban was like too focused on his crosshair?
12 seconds remaining. Hunter's Fury.
It was very slow. Oh, time though.
Follow-up shot would do it. Jesse Bash waiting. He drags it back.
Oh.
Still not found. Spike now planted. 0 point connecting on the 2 over here at the Arches.
Oh, that's rough. They spot Borkum, which is going to spend a lot of time. Yeah, Neon just has to run across. You have to leave that up to Chip Boys. Oh, maybe he did on scope. Could have been it. You still have all the ultimates. Chip Boys behind you. Thank you. Jesse was running, so they need to remember that Borkum was there, though. They need to clear this fast. Lenny. Oh, this is smart. This is smart from Cruz. I mean, really good hold from Secret. Really good hold. They just bought so much time for Borkum, and Borkum gets that 1 kill, which leaves NDG alive. It's a good post plan.
But in that final bout, he just held on, and this was also...
That was quick from Jeremy. I mean, I give it to Jeremy.
He was already about to check mid, the same time that Jeremy did, but Jeremy was just half a second early. Truly, it was the
yeah, I mean, NDG woke up. Dude, and that's why, like, I actually didn't rate NDG. I mean, I don't know. Like, everyone was like, oh, NDG. I mean, NDG looks terrible in day 1, but I thought it was so uncharacteristic, regardless of whether he's, like, used to playing against tier 1 or not. I thought his aim could definitely keep up to a certain extent. Whether he's whether his mental can keep up or not was the big question. And to me, NDG, I definitely chalked up to day 1. I thought he was 100% going to perform better.
There's a ping on Governor's spot too on drop, and look at this. Borkum's right on top of him. If Jeremy even drops to this,
I guess they know.
On what a read. I don't know if it's a read or they heard him. Either way, right?
Either way.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's a good drone. It's a good drone to counteract that pressure. Now they know that B main's empty, except there's still 50 seconds, and that's Neuro Theft, so not much they can do here.
Goes out, Ban out, saying, yep, they're coming this way. Sends out the flashes to try to slow them up. With the darts.
I just saw some news.
Jeremy does get pinged. Deep flash sent out. Ban avoiding that one. Chip Boys. He's trying to be cheeky. He's trying to be unpredictable. He's getting himself tucked underneath the window.
This is, I mean, he's got a sheriff though.
In his hand. He needs to be so very accurate with these shots so far. They're not looking for him. Into the cyber cage.
The cyber cage.
Sends out one. Tries to send out the snake bite to interrupt, but then oh no, draws the
Oh,
wall.
he does.
But can the plan still come through? They're sprinting forward. They're grabbing this fight.
Oh my gosh.
A 1v3 to try to clutch this one up.
Dude, Jit Boy does his best. No flashes, 1v3. Man, dude, that spot, that's a spot that, like, people forget it just long enough.
Just spotted him. He was jiggling the corner. Right as Ban looked away. Just waiting on the wall. No util to work with.
Rough.
No hope either. NB will be the finisher.
GG, Secret turned up.
The score might stay the same, but it's them with the win, 13-8.
Now you'd be a little scared of that ascent. I'm gonna go get some more water and such though, so maybe some more coffee, maybe a little bit of food. So I will be right back.
That wasn't what he was hoping for. And Team Secret not gonna miss a beat. They're not gonna miss that chance to just continue pushing in. And all throughout this first game, and again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first game. We're not done just yet. Was such a Team Secret hold. Breeze, they struggled before. This time, it's a whole completely different spell. Jeremy's doing everything correctly. NDG, great anchoring at the back of the site. Anyways, we're gonna pass it to the desk to discuss this Breeze map even further.
And that's why Team Secret wanted to pick Breeze again. They said, okay, we have something planned specifically for you. We know you have these specific compositions, Coach Frost, for the side of Talon, but this is what we have prepared for you. Team Secret look like they're in top form.
Yeah, it was a lot more disciplined this time around. There wasn't any of that chaos and confusion that kind of really hampered them the first time around against Talon. This time around, Talon looked very befuddled. It looked like the communication was still kind of a problem. They were all over the place. I really like the way Team Secret came into this. A lot of lurks, a lot of flanks early, and then they did some really smart stuff with their defenses where they were setting up in places where Talon would hit and there'd be no one there. So all this util gets dumped for nothing, and then Team Secret would strike. So things like that really, really helped them get the ball rolling early.
I mean, so much of it also at the same time, Talon, like you mentioned, it's like bits of miscommunication. Sometimes it looks like Governor goes out on his own, and then the rest of the team is like kind of catching up to him because he's just so fast as a Neon, and it makes you look as if like this whole Talon squad right now is really wild. Remember the one round also Borkum had a Viper's Pit, and Talon tried to walk through. Borkum got like a quadruple kill. I mean, things like that. There's not much, you know, in terms of tactical play. It's not very safe. And it allows for Team Secret to come up with a much stronger defensive first half, and then easier for them to close off. But there were some moments where Talon had like insane clutches.
Oh yeah, definitely. So a lot of moments where we jumped up and had to scream, including that one by Ban, where he managed to get that 2K even after being flashed. You know, there were those moments from Talon that were there. It's just that Team Secret, they definitely looked very, very prepared. Jeremy definitely stepping up to the plate as well. And Borkum, we have to ask, what time is it, Quack? What time is it? It's Borkum time.
We are in BST for sure.
We are in BST. We are in Borkum Standard Time right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, he did have. It's nice that we brought him up during the pre-show because he definitely delivered. And you look on the other side where you have two controllers on the side of Talon, right? And you know, no Sentinel at all. So this definitely is like, you know, this definitely favors Team Secret because Borkum could stand the test against two more controllers on the side.
Oh yeah, he was incredible. I mean, making just brilliant maneuvers through his Viper's Pit, things like that, completely befuddling his opponents, reading what they wanted to do so well, coming up at the right times on the right angles to really punish Talon in moments where they don't expect him to be there at all. So all of these things put together, plus some really fancy shooting, added up to him being the MVP of the map. Well deserved. A 308 ACS on a Viper.
5 first kills with that too.
Disgusting.
Not to mention, Jitboy is also holding his own. And, you know, you mentioned how Talon did have potentially some miscommunications. It didn't seem like everything was, like, gelled together just yet. And you have to bring up Jitboy just because, you know, the language barrier is there. And he's usually the one that might be out on his own or might be prone to misinterpreting things, right? But he is here, definitely performing. And, you know, I even forgot at one point, it's like, oh, is Jitboy on Sentinel or is he on Controller? Because he was playing like a Sentinel as well, right?
Yeah.
He could flex into that even on this agent.
Well, and Viper is somewhat of a Sentinel
That's
in a
true.
way.
That's
like,
true. You can hang
like
back
Viper's,
a bit.
Viper's more Sentinel than Sage, right? Like,
That's very true. And Sage is more controller than Sentinel, right?
Exactly, yeah. But like, I mean, literally, I wrote down one thing in my notes, and it just says, Jitboy's bailing Talon out. Like, so many times, he would just come up with these miraculous plays. I mean, it's phenomenal to see, but it's concerning for Talon that, like you said, man, that there's no help for Governor, or either they just can't keep up with him, whatever it is. Things like that are starting to really show the weaknesses in this Talon squad.
There was that round that Jitboys did get an ace, but again, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of individual performances that look really great on their own. Ban getting the clutch, oh my god, Jitboys with an ace. It's still not like exactly safe tactical gameplay. And the whole team kind of falls apart a little bit because of it. And you see that at the statistics at the early part when you see that, well, Team Secret has 15 first kills. And that means that a lot of these fights, Team Secret's walking into them with numbers advantage. So Talon, there's like that slight bit of miscommunication, or sometimes they're just too wild and they need to kind of like what Coach Frost said, play as slow as they can, play fast. So
I don't know, but right now it doesn't look like the same match that we saw from day one.
Yeah, and not to mention, Secret play this very actively.
Hello. Why is John Cena streaming? Ariane, I have today off. That is correct. We are on rotation. So I am at home co-streaming, and then I will be back tomorrow, and I will be on the cast, not the analyst desk.
Every time someone on Team Secret got killed, there was somebody there to trade almost instantly every time, and they're making a lot of really, really smart plays. Even on that Ban 1v2 at the end, it was brilliant, a brilliant flash from Envy.
My God,
Just a beautiful flash. Ban is full flash. He should be dead to rights. Somehow the shots don't land for Team Secret. So,
but it wasn't a bad play.
Exactly,
yeah.
It was the right play. It's just the execution wasn't quite there. But that's good signs, because if you're doing the right plays, more often than not, they're going to come through and give you those wins.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Team Secret, right? This was their map pick, though. So as we head on over to the next map, which will be Ascent, which I should say Team Secret, they are pretty confident on, but we
Thoughts
saw,
on RQ? I don't want to talk about it.
I mean, that one was slightly different on that day 2 game, and at the same time, you're thinking about Team Secret. They have rehearsed this so much. They're
I don't want to talk about it.
I just wonder if Talon, you know, again, like I mentioned before we went into the game, does Lenny have that on-the-fly adaptation? Does the whole team kind of have that?
So from my perspective of someone who's always thought that they had some good direction and ingredients and their roster upgrades in this offseason built towards that direction, I think they showed all the weaknesses that they could have, like that were a very real possibility. So I think we saw comms clearly not being up to where they would want it to be. Now, comms is one of those things like, is it ever going to get to the point that they want? I mean, who knows? But because that just doesn't change that easily, especially with language barriers. But that's one thing. And maybe because of that, I think the old habit of like everyone just trying to make their own hero plays on like any given round, if things don't go well, that shows up still somewhat often. And then like relying way too much on safe defaults.
Again, he's dealing with a very raw squad. This Team
that was
Secret has
one.
been playing together for like how long? And this talent squad has been playing together only for months.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but
I think that's the biggest thing. But then on the side of Gen G, it's like texture continues to frag out. Today was less of a texture hard carry, but
relatively well most of the time. So
yeah,
they can do that again and then shore up some of the little things, some of the micromanagement plays that were kind of.
I mean, I think they looked good. I mean, I think they looked okay. I think they looked okay in the context of Pacific overall looks better, right? So yes, I think it's a big upgrade for them, but overall the average of teams seems to have upgraded a lot, so that's that. Thoughts on DFM? I was actually pretty optimistic in their first game. You know, the fragging power for me was there. Cess was fragging decently well. They seem to have like some good cohesion on calls at the very least, and like Anthem seemed to be able to direct the team as a whole. Then their match against Team Secret, they just looked lost, and I was telling the other casters this, it almost felt like DF or Anthem just like wasn't in the comms with the rest of the team. So I don't know what happened there, but
let's just not acknowledge that.
So because that's the only sample size we have, it's kind of hard to tell.
No, nothing new to see here, guys.
Well, and that I agree. I like Genji's comp better than RQ's comp.
We are going to toss it over to our casters as well, Asarai and
I like Genji's comp better than, yeah.
Thank you very much. The sky may be blue most days, but now we have a nice little winter flurry.
I mean, like, listen, Silva's always really solid on Icebox, so I get it. It's just like, man, I mean, it could also be a case of like Genji's comp is very good against RQ's comp, but I just feel like RQ's comp, and I felt like we saw some risks and moves they were making that were a direct result of the weakness of their comp. So I talked about it during the match, but
are looking very much alive, very much awake this time around.
I was going to say something about the weather, that my hands are just absolutely shaking every single time because of how the winter flurry is.
And GE, I thought their second match looked.
I would still pick this over the Philippines, which is
like in the same range of performance that I expected from them. Well, they haven't broken my expectations one way, or they haven't impressed me more, and they haven't disappointed me more. The first game I was disappointed, but yeah. So we'll see today. I think today will be a good test.
Was spotted by Jeremy, but a little bit faster on the headshot. Finds the kill. Jesse Bash, however, still trying to anchor things down here in Boathouse. Ends up falling to ban.
NDG can get one more. That's huge. Okay.
Boys will find NDG before that right click can come through. So the man advantage is going to be there as the spike gets planted.
No one has the anti-flank on B main.
That's I remember seeing that backstage too, something similar. I don't think I said it on broadcast, but that also seemed to be it, right? And I think it's partly, or maybe I did say it on the desk in the context of, I think. Oh my gosh, 3 HP.
With 3 HP, manages
Holy
to get
cow.
the pistol win here for Talon.
So when it comes to DFM, it's not only that they seemed confident off of a decent showing against DRX, but also I think they went into that match thinking like TS is just going to be a pushover because Team Secret looked so bad in their first match against Talon. And I think when that didn't happen, DFM was like, oh, whoops.
But Talon squeezing that pistol round in is...
So Bleed performed... No, I just think... No, I don't think G was going to be like... I don't think... I never thought Global Esports was going to be like... To put it in an extreme way, garbage. I thought they were going to have like good ideas, and I thought they had decent shots. I do agree. I think the firepower is the part that is lacking. That doesn't mean like they can't shoot back. Oof. Rough. He tries. Where does Envy? Oh, top mid.
Spike is going to be picked up. Brought forward here by Lenny, who's about to actually clash here with Jesse Bash. Governor with a very
What a
good
read.
sense of it. Spamming it through that smoke.
I mean, I guess just not taking chances.
Get in ahead of the door.
But I would agree Bleed didn't perform well. And it's not even about Ye. I think Bleed performed poorly. And I think a part of that is like I was impressed with the Crazy Guys calling, especially in the finals of Ascension, but a lot of that was definitely prep. A lot of that was definitely prep and count, like not necessarily like counter stratting, but it's like understanding patterns. And they continue to be way too reliant on Scary, so that has to change. Today, I still favor Zeta, but I was saying in chat earlier, I'm so torn on it. I think it's like 55-45, but the reason I eventually chose Zeta for the predictions on the show, on broadcast, is because if I'm that torn on it, I have to put faith into Depp and Laz, especially Depp for me personally, to carry it forward.
Just hovering on the alarm bot for the moment. I wonder if they're going to be able to punish for this since they activated so early. Energy's right there. Nothing yet, though. Yeah, this is recon. Yeah, they're just waiting for you, though.
Oh, Vash was swinging. He might have actually spotted Governor there for a brief moment, but as he continues swinging out, trying to take down Ban.
One Phantom.
Jeremy, though, pushing forward, spotting one, finding the kill, trying to dash
Oh,
away.
Borkum. Okay, I was like, what? That's good cover from Borkum.
Elimination and Jit Boys has been spotted right as that smoke does bloom.
He would love to get one more kill.
Jit Boys fired into the void, and the void fired back.
Yeah, this is difficult. 26 HP.
Yeah. No, that's 100% my opinion on Bleed. Is that's kind of that's kind of the reverse, right? Where their macro was, I mean, it was non-existent, to put it lightly. They didn't have like any reads or map control. They just kind of like waited, and they said, if we win the duels, we win.
I actually thought that was going to be somewhat dangerous for Jeremy.
But they're not all consistent enough for that to be a value.
There was still one player of Talon chasing him down, and then whoa.
I don't know if Benkai has to frag. I just think if GE has like 2.5 people fragging out throughout the entire match, I think they have a good shot. But
now a chance for Secret to go ahead.
How much freedom are you given to criticize teams while casting? So I can't remember if I've ever been given like direction, like feedback on criticizing teams on a broadcast. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. On like other content sometimes. Oh, bit of a miss. It's a weird texture. On other content, like I've had times where they're like, well, let's like not go too hard on this. But on broadcast, I don't know if anyone's ever been like, you gotta like not do that. But I'm also fairly cautious because the audience can be so vicious, right? It's like, here's the thing, is that if the audience is actually, if the audience is less brutal about it, how do they not check that? If the audience was less brutal, I think more casters would feel more comfortable being more critical, right? So like, it's one thing if the casters being critical is kind of where it stops, then I think a lot of us would feel more comfortable with that. But the moment we say like, oh, like for instance, let's say, you know, we say something like, you know, like, since Governor's playing, I won't say that, but like Darian's just like not checking his corners on any of these entries. Like that needs to change. And the moment we say that, if everyone's like, how is Darian the main entry for this team? Like that's ridiculous. Like he should be taken off the team. It's like, well, I didn't go that far. Like I didn't mean it that. I just think that's something they need to work on. Maybe it's a today thing. Maybe it's this matchup, right? Maybe like who knows? But I'm just, you know. But like the audience like takes it far. But at the same time, I mean, I don't blame the audience like feeding off of it because obviously you're gonna talk about it. So it's one of those things where it's like there's a fine line.
To counteract the split that Talon have been doing.
But like, you know, if there's like a blatant mistake, like if someone's like just missing lineups, you know, I've said it before on broadcast where I'm like, oh, he has no idea that the jet is through. Oh, maybe he did hear it. I didn't hear it through the Odin. I just knew that he had gone through. You know, if someone's like missing lineups nonstop, we'll call it out. We'll be like, well, they need to learn their lineups. You know, it's just not working out.
Love that too, that you're using your own teammates' nano swarm to
and then when it comes to like strategy,
and even though you take the, you know,
I will often pose it as a idea rather than a criticism because I can't always be sure of exactly what logic led to A, B, and C decision, right? So I'll, you know, I might say things like, okay, so Team Secret, because they're ahead, they should feel comfortable with a 3-2. They still have the alarm bot in mid. That seems reasonable to me, but you know, like if they had done something else, then I wouldn't go out and say like, well, that's just wrong. Except there are times where I'll do that. Like for instance, you know, if the turret's watching this and you're like not trying to play off contact, you're just like staring at the same thing the whole round, then I'd be like, I don't know if you should really do that. Like this happened with the RQ game, right? Flips is pushing out when he has the only Vandal on defense as Gecko on B Garage, and I just can't fathom a world where that is theoretically a better choice. Did it work out? In that round, it did, and that's fine. I'm not saying that he deserves to lose the round, but I don't think it's a good idea. Right? Like I can't think of a world where that gives you just like objectively more benefits in any scenario, other than if he kills everyone, right? Like that's the only scenario where I think that's a better benefit, which is a very if-then statement. So those are the times where I'd be like, wow, I just don't agree with it. Like I just don't think it's a good idea. Could it work? Yes, it could. I don't think it's a good idea.
Fragment sent over towards A main, try to stop the push from coming through.
Oh, really? Is our analyst desk is more straightforward? I have been more outspoken on the desk. I think I've been more outspoken this year. It's funny because we have much less time this year. So I'm just like, there's no way to beat around this. And also we can't like break down replays. So it's not like I can like be direct and then show like one round where there's a silver lining. I just kind of have to say my bottom line, which is if I think it was bad, it wasn't good. How many subs donation would it take for you to go full that entry was straight trash for a full cast? No amount. Just because I don't know if I would ever think that at a pro level. I don't know if some player made me think that at a pro level. Actually, I don't know. There probably was a game in the past where I probably did think that.
This is going to be a push coming through from short. Talon going to be very much happy to see that ult.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I often think, I mean, I came into this here thinking, oof, he was not ready for that angle. It's a nasty off angle. I came into this year thinking I did want to be more honest. And that's the other thing that's a real tough part of broadcasting is, and a lot of people, I mean, even veteran casters, I think, are always struggling to find the right answer for this. Is, you can be honest and not, like, rude, and you can be honest and not a dick, which I guess kind of goes hand in hand with rude, but, like, not brutal. Right? Not vicious. I guess it's brutal, but not vicious, right? So they don't have to go together, and there's a very fine line to do that.
Great disruption there from Talon too. You saw up until the very last second that Secret had a very good read of what was happening.
Close my window again.
And then, sure, just evacuates Hunter's Fury so that he's pretty sure that no one's going to be pushing on A-Short. The problem with that is it also takes away at the hold and quick rotation that they could do if Talon decide to go elsewhere. And it just works in two birds, one stone kind of situation where Talon realizes, they're going to be more prepared for A-Short. Let's just go the other way.
Operator's out. 3-3.
Up now in the hands here of Jeremy.
All ults, though.
Players just outside of his reach as the drone gets ready to fly.
I think if they see the op dash back, they just... Oh, well, actually, no. KO's on the A side. They would have liked to full send it, I think. Because if they slow rotate out now, it's like, I mean, this op could have rotated, right? They're still pinging it, but if they're going to go A, they should just send both their ultimates. Yep. Okay, that's fast. Yep, the Huntress Fury as well. Yeah, they need to send everything if they want to be absolutely certain. Yeah, oh, they saw him too. Cruz got vision before he died. They never checked why, but I think he's very well aware of it.
Seems like he's got a pretty good idea. There could be a player in that position. Now
they have everything covered.
Paranoia sent. He's going to try to swing out, but he's not ready for Lenny. That added little bit coming through.
You got to save that op.
Jeremy on the flank just has to hightail it. Hold on to the op.
Yeah, but look at Jet Boys already. He's aware that Jeremy's going to be doing this.
Notice that in general, the better the teams are, the more critical the talent is. I mean, it also goes like hand in hand with expectation. I think that's what it is. So for instance, like, not that I feel the need to defend myself, but I've noticed that a lot of people are split on... wow, he just dumps the op. I noticed that people are pretty... people have some strong opinions about... no, I can't speak for Quack because I'll be honest, whenever I monitor my own VODs, I kind of focus just on my own cast and a little bit of chemistry. But our cast of Zeta versus G's first match, people are like, wow, like these casts are like really biased and they're like so brutal against GE. And I think part of it is that the expectation I had for Zeta was Depp and Laz are going to perform well, and I'm like curious to see if Huron and Uran can do well. And quite frankly, like I wouldn't blame them if they don't at kickoff. And then Huron and Uran did, so I'm like very impressed. Meanwhile, for GE, I at least expect to see good utility, and I just didn't. You know what I mean? So at that point, I'm like, well, I don't know. This was the whole color of your team, and I saw bits of it at Convergence. So, like, if that's not working out, like, what is gonna work out for you, right? Like, I mean, I can't speak for the Americas cast either. It could also be like different casting pairs, etc. Yeah, and then the other thing is, again, I don't expect audiences to like keep this in mind, but honestly, like if I'm critical of a team and the fans kind of eat it up and they're like, wow, like, geez, maybe they really aren't that good, or like the casters are so biased, whatever. Honestly, I feel like I'm kind of doing my job, unless I'm being rude. Obviously, I should always keep myself in check, but because like you said, at the end of the day, like I'm there to present not just one match, but like the year. So, like there should be expectations and consequences to those expectations. If we were to just look objectively and be like, okay, well, spamming for 3 bullets there was a decent chance, and then be like, well, Borkum walking into smoke is like such a risk and he should not have won that. Like I'm not going to look at every scenario like objectively in a vacuum, right? Because that's not the point. That's not the point.
Very close rounds.
I guess if you're doing VOD reviews, that can be a point to a certain extent, but or like if you're an analyst for a team, you probably shouldn't care about the storyline. But
the shots could have connected, but then just it just boils down to how well you can quickly trade.
I listened to like
because it's been so close,
half of the split map.
Be able to come out ever slightly on top. That was just enough for them to transition into a site, force that.
I mean, it didn't seem like it too much. But here's the other thing. It's like, let's say a team is constantly making the same mistake. For instance, like I was losing my marbles over RQ, partly also because I want RQ to do well and I have high expectations for them. Where they like kept making what I thought was a bad idea, right? I don't agree with it, and they kept sticking with it, and quite frankly, like they didn't convert on it. So I have not been convinced yet. It's like, but the thing is obviously they can't hear me, so they're probably gonna keep doing that if that's how they prepped or that's a habit. So sometimes it's not us like trying to harp on a team. It's just that like that's that team for that day, right? Like maybe they'll change the next time, but.
That's what they're kind of hoping for. Jeremy, though, ideally he wanted to get both.
But yeah, I mean, I listened to the Steel one. I mean, you know, as a strictly broadcaster, sure, there's things to work on, but obviously also strictly on a knowledge base. He's got great background for good reason. Oh, I guess he just assumed it would be half armor. Rough. But I thought it was pretty good. I thought also like Pansy did a really good job of kind of like making him feel at home, allowing him to kind of speak his mind, even if it may not always be like the best balance of broadcasting in general.
Alert them that Cruz is lurking somewhere.
And I think that's where you can tell someone like Pansy is like a veteran. Oh, they just don't check it.
2 HP remaining on him. Nearly able to find the kill.
Because sometimes you have to care more about the actual sum than that's just way too much utility.
Jesse finding the elimination, and Lenny can't get the lineup with the outlaw. 1 kill found. As Secret, they will rally back, keep things neck and neck. We're almost.
Almost, yeah. At least not being able to find that extra kill right on that outlaw really did hurt them, especially as I mentioned. NBG's alarm bot did give away Cruz's position. Cruz thought that maybe he could be able to find that first pick, but NBG's just too quick. And then we saw everything happen. Talon not able to clear the corners efficiently as they were just hoping to maybe get into the site as soon as they possibly can. Plant it, play the post, and then that's it. But it was a rough transition. They got damaged, they got bruised on their way in, picked off one by one. So Talon's just going to be calling that timeout first.
Oh, yeah. Since we're in a timeout, speaking more about the criticism thing, there is one more thing.
Talon just wanting to stop Secret from being able to catch up here. I think Frost and Boy as well seeing.
If a team is just getting outclassed or just playing poorly that day, you know, like some days, like teams just are playing poorly. Like Team Secret in their first match, or DFM against Team Secret was close to that. Not like entirely, but if a team is just playing poorly, at a certain point, you start to realize that all their problems either stem from like they're just not winning a single gunfight, right? They just like can't click heads, or like they just clearly just don't have any set plays, or they haven't like practiced this map, or their comp is just like absolutely terrible. And it's just like, well, if I wanted to criticize this thing I saw, like I would just have to keep harping on the same exact point, right? And obviously you want to avoid that as well. So sometimes you become less critical of teams that might be worse, because it's like, what more can I say? Like I've already said it once, and it's like, well, I mean, it's just not going to change, and it's just bad, and it's a bad place to start, and nothing else can get fixed until they fix that. And it's like, it's rough.
Would.
Team Secret does look a lot better. I mean, I don't know what the issue was. Obviously, for NDG, it could be jitters, etc., etc., etc. I mean, he just looked lost that day. I think on the breeze, probably the neon threw them off as well. But overall, their comms seem to be better.
Flash goes in. NDG again backstairs, sees the dash.
So they know he's there. Oh, he dashes back into the paranoia. That's good. And team couldn't come in. Buys enough time. It's good enough.
Into Boathouse here to try to reinforce NDG's position. They swing out on the back of the flash, but
Damn, Jit Boys wins that.
coming out on top. Envy now making his way over to switch. He had the double take in order to lock him down.
I gotta save it.
Envy didn't spot him.
Man, it's the worst feeling on Ascent where you just like keep having to save the op.
As well from
Do you think Pacific as a whole is far behind Americas? I think the average of Pacific is lower than Americas, but I don't know how far.
Just
I mean,
head first into a pool, Talon's pool, and
the top. I mean, I don't know. I think I think overall, yeah, sure. The average, sure. Almost.
Would have been stylish, but in the end, it's nicely done. Bam, getting the take.
I mean, listen. The other thing is like we can't like say certain things jokingly on the broadcast, right? So. Yeah, what's up, Raph? Thank you. Where's the RQ jersey? Well, they're not playing any matches until April, so I retired it into my closet until April.
Borkum as well as the back of the site. He used them from the shadows, as we saw, to assist NDG here. But ultimately, I think they just kind of took each other's spaces. So that's why you saw them push out of boats in an awkward spot like that, right? So ultimately, Borkum's TP.
Yes, I'm streaming on 4 platforms actually, but my Africa TV and Naver we just started streaming on today, so I don't think there's anyone there, so I closed the chat. But we got YouTube and Twitch going.
Ball coming through. Go on this rotate. Fury from Bash. Ooh. Right here. Up the tag, trying to get the kill. Can't make it happen, so damage not going to be found in the end.
Not ready yet.
Talon, I mean, just.
You know, for a team that hasn't really done much about the alarm bot in mid, Talon has more rounds than I would expect. I think their executes have just been good enough to overwhelm.
First Bucky of the year. Really. Jeremy holding the corner and
You just put it back directly in your closet for wearing it. Well, I have a closet for shirts, like clothes I have worn, but I could wear again, like if it was only brief or if it's just a t-shirt I wear at home. So that's where it is. I'll probably wash it before I wear it again.
0 point tells all. They know that NDG is going to be over at boats here. Sheriff could do some damage to the Nano Swarm.
That swing was a bit late, but they got it anyway.
Vandal in hand.
Oh, jeez, they almost missed that. They almost missed Borkum.
Looking for that ace. Can he find it? Yes, he can.
Dude, is that the second ace?
Boys coming up big. Puts him down and puts Talon even further.
Dude, Jit Boys is
second of the day for Jit Boys.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Man. What a monster. You're absolutely right. The timing as well.
Is Ban fluent in Korean? I think he's fluent enough. I don't know. Like, I don't know. He's probably not fluent enough to work in like an office building. But he's fluent enough to like converse. T1 communicated in a mix of Korean and English if you listen to their comms last year.
Just to check. He thought they were far away, but they were absolutely not. They were right
Classic,
in his face.
just fast push into B. I mean, Jesse, what a hold.
Fury not mattering too much. Now they're just going to wait for the rest to go off. Jit Boys trying to bring him back in, and NDG immediately puts Ban back down. Lockdown is available. There's no reason to not send it here, given that it is the last round of the half, so the investment will come through.
Do I think 100 Thieves would farm Pacific? I mean, that's always hard to tell because power levels are so relative.
They have to push out of the smokes, and yeah, it's just a shooting gallery. Envy will find the last 2 of the half, as we are 7-5 here on the scoreboard.
7-5. I think Talon's fine with that.
So that they would get the Tate, but they will stop anybody pushing to punish that Tate too, especially with Borkum's lockdown a few seconds after.
Well, yeah, Talon's communicating fully in English, which is why Jit Boys actually has been trying to learn English, and they said that his English is still a little rough, and he says it as well. But I've heard that he's putting a lot of effort into making sure he can communicate freely.
Quick calls, great control in mid for the most part. Team Secret though. Always somehow
Well, GE, yeah, they were too global to a certain extent.
Odd final rounds of the half. Talon really just trying to sell. Okay, this is going to be that A hit. Governor go in with a spike.
I mean, the new global is pretty global as well, but
Secret was kind of
It's like all people who
had outgunned them
speak English well.
And then swinging before the Hunter's Fury comes across, delayed by half a second. They would have
Reckless playing in T1 Academy is a crazy thing. Yeah. The whole Chinese region thing, I mean, say what you will, but at the bottom of the day, that region is so massive that you have to. You have to. It's so big.
It all starts with this second half pistol. Ooh, Talon definitely desired to get this. Governor and Ban have
not necessarily in terms of actual population, but in terms of actual like esports orgs and payrolls and whatnot. And no matter how you cut it, at a certain point it's gonna feel unfair. But like the infrastructure's already there, etc., etc., etc. And then if you wanted to look at it, I mean, is there probably an effect of the market share, like in terms of like esports market share? Because I assume the actual revenue, I'm sure India is pretty large on it as well. I don't know about the actual Valorant like player base in India, but I can only imagine it's big. But I mean, I'm sure that has some effect. Who knows how big?
It's dark here, so it really is just a cut of noise.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why I think a lot of people are hoping that India like continues to be involved and grow. It's just it's tough because right now everyone's having trouble growing financially. But it would be cool to see.
Not to spot if anybody's going to be coming through mid, through short.
Just a fake smoke that no one's really gonna buy because that smoke, you can't really jump through that without being seen anyway. So there's no reason for them to move, but you get first kill. Governor, a little rough on that. You could tell that he was kind of freaking out because he just like did not think about readjusting his aim to headshot level.
Next to no health remaining.
30 seconds left.
Bonus is very much on Jin Poison Cruz.
Yep, doesn't have any abilities. They're trying to buy time for Governor. But he is very well aware.
Going big, finds 3. His Team Secret bring it back within 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of it is like just the number of team, like pro teams and then amateur teams and then infrastructure and team houses and broadcasting structure and all that.
Laps there from Talon. If he got that, he could have had a better pinch play with the rest of his team. Could have delayed the A main control or could have delayed from A main.
Like one of the advantages Korea used to always have with any league is that at the end of the day you could always like get everyone to live in Seoul and play matches in Seoul regularly, right? Especially with pro teams because they would just have team houses in or around Seoul, which is harder to do in America because like even if they do live in another part of America, like telling them to move to like LA for a long time is very costly and uncomfortable.
Nobody spotted. Governor gets closer and closer, just holding forward.
You see this? Dude, what? Nice spray. Lack of tournaments and sponsors. Well, that's in every region right now too. That's just esports right now. I mean, I don't think it's like an esports winner. I think the esports winner probably was before that and is still happening, but it's more so just like financially everyone is strained right now, like everywhere. So you just gotta weather the storm. Enjoy whatever games we do have, and hopefully we can get more games in the schedule spread out a little bit better. And that's all we can hope for. Have you seen the team bundles? Not yet. Are they officially like out now, or are we just talking about the potential leaks? I haven't seen any leaks either. Other than when Gen G leaked it on their like match schedule poster like 2 weeks ago. What am I buying other than the RRQ? I don't. It depends on how much they are. I might buy just RRQ. I'm curious how T1's looks because I feel like T1 could look really sick.
Having that many weapons to play in this bonus round of theirs.
Governor looking to go aggro.
Here.
Paying attention here towards
I think they saw it. Yeah.
Now the swing comes in. Oh,
I mean, it could have just been a timing, but I feel like maybe Envy caught a glimpse of it, and that are some good shots. This is the Jeremy I wanted to see this year.
They're not checking for him. They don't look left. They're not MP turners. Lenny guns him down, and now he's got the spike, but his back is turned, and Jesse Vash.
Oh my gosh.
Just think of the rabbits, Lenny. Just think of, look over there and just think of the rabbits.
Can't handle all this backstab. A stab for a back, stab on the back for a stab on the back.
Jeez. Holy cow.
Jesse Bash comes swift. But that spray transfer for Jeremy, that really solidified a huge control in that round. That was a bonus round.
I don't know if he so much forgot he had Recon Dart, whereas like he just because he had no idea and it's an Odin, I just don't think he wanted to pull out a skill. I mean, it could go both ways. When it's that type of like you just gun down 2 people, like even if you have an ability, it's like so tough to make that call. Like let's say it's a KO and you have a flash drive, it's like, do I pull that out? Like what if they just swing? Like
May you live in interesting times, as they say. We certainly do.
I mean, it is an upgraded Pacific League.
yeah, no, the round was a lost cause no matter what, but it was a crazy highlight. The India scene's growing, issues are great. Well, yeah, that too. I mean, yeah, we have to remember, like, in terms of PC esports, India is very, very new to the scene, similar to Japan. Stabilizes for 1. Most he could have hoped for after the first shot. It's 2300 VP. What is that, like $25 in US? It's right around what I thought it would be. I'll probably only buy RQs.
Spamming through. Dropping back down here towards the site. Weapons are covered for both.
Oh, you mean have I like seen them ahead of time? No, I have not. I have not.
30 seconds left.
But the revenue shares goes to the teams, right? I think that's probably why.
You know, playing at the back of the site. Also, hold on, Vash hasn't planted the spike.
And it's like classic plus spray plus bundle, so you can like always represent your team. I don't know. That actually I think is one of the more reasonable values. Also, I don't know why they took so long to. Like it was a 3v2. Why not just bait them in with the plant? I guess because they were low.
Tries to drag it down. He's just a pixel off. Jesse Vash is able to close out the round.
Okay.
I don't know. Someone in YouTube chat said it was 2300 VP.
The reason why it wouldn't
Well, Japan is relatively new to PC esports,
I guess.
right? Lots of fighting games, but like that's very old school, and it's mostly just like the players that have kept that around. And then like Apex Legends is when like PC esports really took on. Obviously, they have the league, the League of Legends League, but that they've always been a much smaller region for that. If the Sentinels one has Zealous' ass, I'll insta buy it. I mean, you do you. I won't judge. He does strut it, so he struts his stuff. So.
It breaks any.
As far as I know, I mean, I don't follow any mobile esports scene that closely, but as far as I know, it's very big in India and parts of Southeast Asia. Same with China and parts of Latin America.
Darts prepped by Lenny. You can see they're trying to exit the site.
Yeah, they're trying. Yeah, they just want to go for. Okay, now you don't repeak.
Still able to help find 1 kill here on the entry. Spamming through. He's out wide. Jeremy with his knives finishes them off.
I mean, you had chosen for the retake. You were up 5v4. I don't know why you would leave yourself open to that shot.
Yeah, and their backsides are exposed, so Paranoia going through. He's just going to get sat here and lumber for the time being. Wait for that Paranoia to expire. Fragment to buy further time.
I just have this bad feeling that I'm going to check this cubby. Especially with Envy shooting here. Well, I guess they never were given the chance.
Still, Jeremy and Jesse Vash left standing.
China bundles are coming later. Oh, okay.
What a call from from Team Secret, and again, not really a lapse of judgment here for Talon, but rather
Yeah, Talon is starting to fall apart.
Talon being overly cautious, right? And that
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's what after I said, like, it's if you want to be overly cautious, commit to it, right? Or at least commit as a team. This is that's a classic case of if someone's gonna play stupid, you should all play stupid, right? And I'm not saying they were playing stupid, but it's just like you have to commit as a team to one or the other.
Sure, there'll be that one frag as Secret pours into the side, so on and so forth, but Secret still got so much priority as well as post-plant positioning that when Talent started coming into their own side to retake it, Jeremy, I think, was there. Other players of Team Secret was there to supplement that, and now double digits here for TS. It's looking very, very difficult, or very, very dangerous for Talent. Now that
Man, am I gonna get all my predictions wrong today?
Yeah, I mean, so far the timeouts have
Could happen. Why is there delay today in matches? There isn't. Oh, but if you mean in terms of estimated start time, those are just estimated start times, and they're all scheduled 2 hours apart, which would assume that the previous match is 2-0s. So the first match was a 2-1, so that's why.
You have to be able to slow them down right here, right now, and you need the team to be able to win out from here as well. Governor not going to be going for the buy. Offers one up for his
The esports bundle gives teams 80% revenue. I mean, that's, I think, very fair.
But very similar to what I said on Breeze, we need to see good ult efficiency from them.
Though perhaps 90% would be okay too. But that's me speaking from not Riot's perspective.
All the way through A. Not a bad idea though. Jet Boys can get a kill. That will.
Yeah, you know, that's a good way to put it though. This next match, G versus Zeta,
securing his own.
I feel like it does. It is dependent on GE, win or lose. Again, nothing against like Zeta. Not that they can't win on their own terms, but I feel like Zeta's not quite there where they can like commandingly win in their own terms. But we'll see. I mean, I like the new Zeta. It looks promising. Good flash.
Backing away for the time being. Dash at the ready.
And they're gonna start to rotate back. I mean, I'm okay with that, other than oof. Other than the fact that, yeah, they didn't. Okay, well now they've cleared the Killjoy stuff. Porco. Okay, Crew's also not checking for that. Is unfortunate. Jeremy gets hit. And here he comes. Yep.
Getting the hell out of dodge. NDG pushes up, finds yet another kill, and with 12 seconds.
This is a textbook clean round from Secret IMO.
To try to win it out.
Scott played still.
How was it on the desk during the 8-hour bleed versus T1 match? Like, what do you even do? We went crazy. Lost our sanity. I ate so much that day because I was just trying to stay like focused. Just like I wanted to just stay like alive and be a human being, so I just ate non-stop. Who's gonna bounce back when regular season starts? That's a fun discussion. I think Talon, if they lose here, I mean, I guess bounce back isn't really fair to them either because they had such a good first match and a decent second match against DRX. I mean, I always gotta, you know, plug my boys at RQ in there. Bleed, I don't know. Bleed, we'll see.
Talon eating to change their fate. Guardian here, Jit Boys at lockdown.
Do you feel active if you eat too much for me? Well, you get food comas if you eat too much, but you can beat it if you keep eating. But that's really bad for you, so don't do that. But it's not like I was eating a lot. I was just like always like nibbling on something.
Over just outside of A main here.
I mean, Bleed, I feel like Bleed is kind of, they're going to be all or nothing, right? Either they're going to bounce back in a really good way, or it's going to look rough. And I hope it's the former, because that would make it more interesting. Team Secret has no control over mid.
Workham's lurking
So Talon, yeah, Lenny should exit here, and you should be ready. Either you should be ready to provide support with the paranoia, or Lenny should be ready to exit. Oh, dude, that position for. Oof, that flash drive, the team flash, that is rough. Yeah, Lenny was just like sending that drone out in the open. That was crazy. Shit boys. I mean, he's been so good, so can't blame him. But dude, Envy.
Cruz wanting to push forward. Fragment holding him at bay for the time being. Drone goes out. He's been spotted. Spray can continue. Jesse Bash melts him down through the wall, and Shit Boys doesn't stand a chance.
Dang.
What a play from Envy. I didn't even realize that he just was able to pocket himself inside of.
Did you just stare at a wall for 7 hours? Yeah, I mean, we could just talk in our green room. We could just talk in our waiting room. So we were just all chatting. What did he say?
Translate?
No, I will not.
Okay.
Oh.
If I was in PH,
Not translatable stuff.
Say no more. I think we understand, even if we don't.
I mean, it is too early. I'm gonna give every roster the benefit of the doubt. Wait, what the? Oh, Jeremy was, or not? Yeah, Jeremy was below the turret. Talon's breaking apart. I was afraid this would happen. I thought if anything could bad can happen, this would be it. It's just that their calling and their prep seem to be very prep heavy.
Seems like Talon is just biting it.
It also was Governor popping off.
They're about to bite the dust. Down a player.
In this match, he was not.
At match point, there's no idea in hell of where Secret wants to go.
Do you think they'll drop Ye? I mean, I hope not, unless Ye himself wants out. Not that I think if you think someone's mid, not that I think you should stick with them, but I don't think Ye was mid. He tweeted out that in the last match against Global, his vision was getting blurry and he doesn't know why. So I just hope he gets that sorted. But we'll see.
Shot, however, coming up short. Now NDG also just utilizes his own lockdown here as Jesse Nash will finally put man down on the floor.
I don't think they can get this retake. I mean, you have no answer to this Odin. Yeah, you just can't do anything. Oh, this is rough, chat.
Jeremy pushes alley, fights Shit Boys for the 3K, and 13-7, Team Secret will keep themselves alive.
Jeez. Well, I'm 0 for 2. All right, global esports fans, rise up, because so far all my predictions are wrong today.
They didn't break Dora's market, so Secret, all their attention was just poured in at stopping that spawn push out from Talon. And sure, no one was getting that visual confirmation, but it was painfully obvious that all Bash had to do with the Odin was just suppressing fire for
I don't think it's totally unexpected.
Right? They couldn't push.
I think it just proves that their day one performance was very uncharacteristic. I was shocked, but
And it just brings up more questions about what the hell happened on that.
I mean, Team Secret looked like exactly what I would expect, and I think Talon was they weren't ready for that.
So congratulations to them, and a happy birthday once more to Jesse Bash. For Talon, who's a really hot debut, a decent effort versus DRX
All right.
just yesterday, but fortunately here at kickoff,
Zeta versus GE. GG's to Team Secret, and GG's to Talon. So it's Team Secret and Gen G. Oh man, here's the thing though. The thing is Team Secret could beat Gen G on a good day. Team Secret could beat Gen G on a good day. Oh, these plans are getting spicy. All right. They're gonna have a bit of a longer segment on the desk, so I'm gonna let my chair take over the stream for a bit. I'm gonna go grab some dinner, and then we'll get wired up for match number 3. We will just co-stream the entire thing because latest it should end around midnight. So everyone go get some food, some drinks, enjoy the analyst desk segment, and then we will come back. And we'll talk more about the game this time for Zeta G. I know we were talking about a bunch of other stuff, so I'll be back. And that is, I agree, Team Secret's actual skill floor is fairly high. Again, day 1 was very uncharacteristic.
Move on to phase 2 with today's win. I'm standing here with the birthday boy, Jesse Bash. Maligayang bati. Hope I said that right. Happy birthday, Jesse Bash. Must be having a good birthday, yeah? So far, so good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, what can you tell us about today's game? 제시베시 선수 생일 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 참 기분 좋은 하루를 보내고 있을 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 얘기해 주시죠.
That's the question. I think actually everything that we did today, we didn't practice this. It's all about me telling them what we need to do to win the game. So I know that we are the better individual player. I have a better player than them. So I tell them to just play this like it's a ranked game. Okay. We don't gonna do some execution or strategy. We're not gonna use anything anymore. These 2 matches, we just play 1-1-1, kill everyone they can see. You know. Actually, yeah.
오늘 탈론을 상대로 딱히 준비해온 전략이나 뭔가 준비해온 것들을 하기보다는 사실 제시베시 선수가 선수들에게 뭐 어떻게 해라 그때그때 오더를 내리면서 선수들을 조종했던 게 굉장히 큰 승리 요인이었다고 얘기를 하고요. 오늘 전략을 정말 아무것도 쓰지 않았고 또 제시베시 선수 자체가 우리 팀에 있는 선수들이 상대 선수들보다 잘하고 좋은 선수들이라는 자신감이 있었기 때문에 선수들한테 가서 죽여라 라고 얘기를 하면서 좀 그렇게 경기를 풀어갔다고 얘기를 합니다. Speaking of having better players though, of course Envy and Jeremy really popped off, but it seems like, last year you guys out-aimed everyone in the duels, but this year it looks like everyone's cracked. Do you feel that way as well? Do you feel like there's an elevation to firepower in Pacific in general? 오늘 인비 선수와 또 제르미 선수가 굉장히 매서운 모습을 보여주기도 했지만 사실 작년에는 정말 교전에서 모두를 찍어 누르던 팀 시크릿이었거든요. 근데 올해는 좀 교전 능력이 모든 팀에서 상향 평준화된 것 같습니다. 좀 체감되는 부분이 있을까요?
We still have actually we didn't show more. We didn't do. Wait again. Actually, we didn't show everything yet. I think there's still some first game jitters to NDG. Like in Breeze, he mistakenly pushed the camera button, so they get the clash. So we're still shaking here, but luckily we win today.
사실 선수들이 아직까지는 좀 긴장을 많이 하고 있어서 팀 시크릿의 저력을 다 보여주지 못한 것 같고 NDG 선수 같은 경우에도 좀 브리즈에서 실수로 사이퍼 카메라를 누르는 실수도 보여주기도 했는데 아직까지 좀 이 무대에 적응하는 시간을 가져야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 또 now sorry, you said you're hiding stuff. You're not using a lot of strats. Is that for later on in the kickoff? 그러면 오늘 전략을 사용하지 않았다고 했는데 좀 숨기고 있는 건지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
What's the question again?
Are you hiding the strats? Is that why you're?
No, I just feel like they're like example on Breeze. I think they have a bad agent comp, and I feel like not having a sentinel, that's the best strategy we can do, where we just walk all sides of the map. Because I know they will look for a kill, so we just wait all sides of the map. That's why every time my call is we don't need to plant the spike anymore. We just need to find everyone and just wait for the reaction of every kill. Yeah.
You say a bad call?
Yeah, because they don't have sentinel.
Okay,
so just playing super slow. They will they might panic. Yeah, they might.
일단 오늘 전략을 보여주지 않은 이유는 딱히 쓸 필요가 없어서라고 얘기를 하고요. 이게 좀 숨기려는 의도보다는 사실 탈론 쪽에서 감시자가 없는 조합을 썼기 때문에 저희가 좀 시간을 갖고 여유롭게 천천히 플레이를 하면은 어차피 정보 획득을 위해서 그쪽에서 나와줘야 하거든요. 그래서 팀 시크릿의 입장에서는 굳이 사이트 안으로 급하게 들어가서 플랜트를 하지 않아도 이제 전진 수비를 나오는 좀 탈론을 잡아먹거나 아니면은 또 오히려 맵 전체를 돌아다니면서 그냥 킬을 만들어내는 식으로 승리를 가져갈 수 있는 게 훨씬 더 좀 이득이 크고 소득이 큰 전략이었기 때문에 오늘 그렇게 좀 화끈한 교전을 보여줬다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이인 스테이지로 들어가게 됐는데요. 각오까지 들어보겠습니다. Lastly, your mindset heading into the play-ins?
Yeah, what?
Mindset?
Mindset. Well, hopefully we can be ourselves when we play in the planes. No more jitters or anything. Yeah, I think we have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
긴장을 하지 않고 저희가 저희 할 것만 잘한다면 플레이오프까지 충분히 갈 수 있다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you very much, Jesse Vash. 여기까지 제시 베시 선수 만나봤고요. Now we have the little plushies for you. Hope that was your birthday present, but it's actually for the fans. But yeah, we're gonna have it autographed, so anywhere you want. In the face? No, okay. All right, the fans telling you happy birthday. Okay, cool. You can give me the marker and throw it to wherever you want. Woo! Okay, it dropped down to the floor, but they picked it up. Happy birthday. Again, congratulations to the fan, and I'll toss it over to the desk.
Team Secret looking like they're in top form indeed with that 2-0. The road to Madrid is real indeed for Team Secret. And that was so surprising. As you saw, Jesse Vash, he mentioned they didn't even really practice. It looks like they deal, spontaneity works well for them.
I don't know how much I believe him. I feel like there had to be some level of preparation.
It's his birthday, give him that.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right, it's his birthday. You know what? Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
like, look, even if their game plan was to kind of just slow things down, just drag Talon down into the mud with them, that's fine. That worked. Like, there was a plan here today, and it really came through. It shined, and it helps that players like Envy and Borkum were absolutely going crazy today.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy coming in a little bit as well, but Envy towards the end of this game really racked up on those kills. I mean, let me tell you, we got to go into the stats pretty soon, and we have to look at those numbers. But apart from that, also just, I mean, how much did Team Secret really pull off? I mean, Astro was talking about it in the cast. They were just putting out baits, and Talon were just kind of biting on them for some reason. Apart from that, round 11, maybe we did have an ace from Jit Boys, but that kid is like... Oh, wow.
Yeah, his back.
Sorry.
My back
my back.
Yeah.
Oh, my back definitely hurts as well. But I mean, you look at the stats, you look at how it went for Team Secret and how this was completely dominant once they were on attack.
I mean, and that's the crazy part is that's the part of the map where they struggled mightily the last time. But this time around, they were really anticipating some of these push-outs that Talon wanted to do. It seemed like their crossfires are really good. Again, the coordination really good. Whether intentional or not, some of the individual plays really good. And the way that they were reading the map, I mean, again, Borkum all over the place in these spots that they're not expecting him. I can think towards the end there where Cruz walked out into A site and just got, hit from underneath hell where he was. And yeah, I mean, they were perfect on post plan. I mean, that's huge. It's a completely different team today than we saw on the first day. So I'm blown away. I'm really happy that they're able to bounce back like this, to be honest.
I mean, I really think it's a little bit of prep work also. Whatever Jesse Vash said might be true, but at the same time, it's just a lot more control, a lot more preparedness against a team like Talon Esports. So you saw all those first kills that Team Secret had, and it's not necessarily because they were aggressively pushing out, always looking for opening picks. No, they were just kind of hanging back. And sometimes Talon, especially on a map like this, not having the greatest start sometimes, and also just not quite being able to push through some of these choke points, especially on retakes. We saw that so many times, like you were talking about, Paper Thin. there were just moments where, you know, things were kind of smoked off, or B-main, for example, and Talon just kind of tries to rush through.
Yeah.
And Jesse Vash has an Odin, and he just sprays them all down.
Yeah, and real quick, I want to point out something that you might not have seen on your screen because it wasn't up there. Is Borkum, yes, he didn't have like a ton of kills, but he had 23 assists on that map. I mean, that is an insane amount of assists that he's putting up to help his team out.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, you know, you have Envy up there, you know, you guys did see that on your screens, right? It's so great to see Envy back in that comfort role as the KO, right? I really do love him on the KO. We know that he can flex, but this was really like him shining.
This
and
is
back to the Envy of like, you know, the shining Envy of like, you know, 2023. It's definitely exciting for Team Secret, but the journey is not done for them just yet. They qualify over to play-ins, but let's find out who else joins them from this third series. It's gonna be Zeta Division versus Global Esports coming up next. So don't go anywhere, guys. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけどもう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたしメンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、まあ、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、まあ、新しい風を感じて本当にそんな感じですね。
まあ、チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるしただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならそれはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプのなかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーでゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるしユランと比べると大人っすねめちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルはなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんでちょっと見てておもろいのは
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きでそれにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって
いろんなこと今試し中なので前とは違ったゼータが見えるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけどぶっ倒すしかないんでビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんでそれの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけどチャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので緊張しないように弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new Zeta. That's it. It's a new Zeta.
Team Secret onto phase 2, our play-ins. We're gonna find out whether it's gonna be Zeta Division or Global Esports. And for Zeta, it's really a testament to their young guns that they brought onto the roster. And for G, it's going to be validation on whether this experimental lineup from all over works.
Yeah, it is a really
Global.
interesting mixture. Yeah, literally global. Like, it is living up to their name. And I think it's going to be really important here for just Global Esports, if they're going to get over the line against Zeta this time, to keep their spirits high, to come in with some energy. You know, that was something that I was talking to the coaches about, that they felt like that was lacking actually day one for them against Zeta, was that they didn't have kind of the energy they did when they went against Bleed. And so all of that feeds into itself, right? You're playing better, your comms are better, your decision making's better. All of those things are going to come into play against the Zeta team that, like you said, the young guns are already firing here on day one. They were the top performers in most categories, Depp right up there too, of course, but that's like a huge thing for Zeta, where we all thought, well, maybe it would take some time for Zeta to get these new players really fully built into this roster, get them fully flowing with them. Instead, it was like right off the bat, they were like popping, especially on Icebox.
Straight up direct upgrade. That's what it is. And you know, it's also the same thing of the core guys, Laz, Deb, Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero having some insane moments to it, an Omen outplay of all things. And it just shows you how much more Zeta has this time. Also, the other story is just like, without Masters Tokyo pressure, like they're a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed. But then sometimes up against old enemies like T1, it gets a little bit tough, and you know, you're always getting into your own head sometimes. But that's it. It is a lot more hope that you have for Zeta. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, like, nobody expected them to really like beat Bleed that way. None of us did on the desk.
No, the predictions were very, very red. You know?
Exactly. But, you know, they were incredibly strong that day. Russ was having some great calls, great supports. Polvi was, he's like literally the definition of an entry.
I'm back.
Just dives right in. But yeah, although they were able to beat Bleed, who were looking a little bit...
Why? Wait, what did you say in the interview?
Can they do this, you know, kind of the same thing that Team Secret did to Talon? Can they do that against Zeta Division?
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? It might be similar to Team Secret versus
My wife had
Talon,
ordered
wherein
chicken.
I'm not sure if it's because Global maybe did not
I ate some chicken.
with the younger guns of
Now
Zeta,
we're
right? They
energized.
probably didn't know how to deal with Euron and Heroron because there was very little information on how to do that. And you've got to love the new pace that these two bring over to Zeta, because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression that Zeta has. So they feel very different now.
Yeah, exactly, and they've talked about it in their interviews a lot, where they've said that Hirodon and Yuan, especially Hirodon, are fearless. Like, they come in, they're willing to be aggressive. This is something that is very out of the norm for what we saw from Zeta last year, right? Like, it was the slowest team in Pacific by far, took their time, and really thought about rounds. Again, I sort of liken it.
I thought Huron was a little... He was getting used to the stage a little bit in the first match, but I thought he looked a lot better.
America's Flare. So it's like this combination now that seems to be going well. I mean, it didn't look bad at all against T1. I mean, they gave him a good fight. They just need to kind of keep growing, keep
I just ate some chicken.
the knobs, twisting the the buttons and stuff like that, and getting everything where it needs to be, getting everything set.
Not to mention that...
Curious what the map draft is going to look like.
And there was a big question for the longest time as to whether Zeta was just like a big fish in a small pond, you know, with regards to the region, right? But as Valorant continues to grow, as VCT...
I don't know if the...
seeing this evolution,
surely...
this information, and for Coach Carlisle to come from a region with that basically bred champions, right? That basically you have the likes of Cloud over there. So to have this like sharing of energy and information is just totally different for Zeta.
Precisely. You got a wee bit more
try to
structure.
prop up my soundproofing that's all falling off the wall.
Zeta Division squad being that much more aggressive. You know, they have a lot
Dude,
more
I never
firepower now, and that's the main thing. Not only do they have that, they are still able to
That's a good, though. That's a good conversation right there.
Show up a little bit in that T1 game. You get stopped by someone like Xcurate, and then you start to slow down. And sometimes against a team like Global Esports, I think that actually works, because you know, Global Esports, you've got this.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Like
have him prop up the jersey and then zoom in. I like it. Dude, Uran's so funny, man. He's just goofy, man.
Zeta can put a stop to Polvi. And even if Benkai does try to pull off some crazy lurks and trying to bait rotations over, it doesn't quite work against a squad like Zeta, especially when you have Laz watching your 6, watching your flank. So I think Global Esports is another one of those teams where takes a bit of time. It's kind of like talent esports. New roster, you haven't had that much time together. There's not a lot of, or maybe not enough cohesion, and it takes a while to really.
What did they play last time? Bind and
I
Icebox?
think that, you know, for Zeta, Global here, they need to watch out for those pop-up
What did
performances. That
what did
I think Global
Zeta
relied a
play on
lot
Xbox?
you know, for the previous matchup against Bleed, right? You had Benkai on Split, for example. You had Blaze King, and then you had Russ, as you mentioned, Quack. But I do feel like the
Hey,
team isn't
Pablo.
working like a well-oiled machine just yet, right? Far from it. It's a good starting point. It's a very interesting starting point.
After the last game,
But as
Dep
you
has
can see
gone all
from
the way up to
Zeta,
26% in win contribution.
together,
These charts are always
bit
kind of
more
nice to
cohesion
look
here, as
at.
we can see from our favorite Pentagon.
Like the scary thing about this,
I like the
is
Pentagons.
Last year, Dep, one of the best duelists, you know, constantly up there in terms
Nah,
of
Zeta's
CSR
more than
league
just
throughout most of the
shooters.
season. The best player in the world after round 20. Literally, like in every metric, he just like he gets better as the match goes on.
Bind and Icebox. Yeah, what did Zeta play on Icebox again?
He can have these huge individual
Oh, right. They played the Harbor comp. Okay.
that could really change the destiny for Zeta. For
And
that
GE went with the double initiator, which I think is fine.
you mentioned it, like Blaze King. This is a player that I think a lot of people
Blaze King and Benkai.
understood in the global stage or really knew a ton about. Yeah, he played like. Way
I actually think this is a very fair representation of what people would have expected in global esports.
And we have seen it multiple times this year. Not just here in this stage, but also at Convergence where he had that crazy ace.
Yeah, not to mention Ascension as well. He did have a lot of great performances.
Oh yeah,
there.
G had to play all three
Stopped
maps
only
against
by
Bleed. I
Bleed,
forgot.
of course, who is now here on
Sunset,
Pacific.
Icebox, and then
But
Split.
yes, you know,
Right.
This roster right here, this is a roster that I feel like I want
I
them to
don't
surprise me, you
know.
know? Please prove me wrong. I would be so happy if this actually works because it means so
I
much.
don't know if
for
you play
entire
the
state
Split.
Really,
on
no
Zeta.
kidding. I mean, there's a lot of talent in that roster. It's just
I think
a matter
Zeta could
of
do
how
fine on
much
Split,
time
though.
They need to really get to this standard, get to this Pacific level that Zeta Division is kind of already at, and that's why you know, we expect them to beat them in that first game. But now you're seeing this Pentagon and the comparison
Hashtag G winning.
Dep, of course, I would still.
We shall see. It's absolutely possible.
Our duelist. Yes. And you know, I don't know if Polvi.
Okay, so probably a Scent ban.
Blaze King is that initiator player.
I assume they'll float Sunset again.
Trade out for the team. He has like really interesting sensing of how to push or when to.
I mean,
push.
Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast is
Comes out, especially
the
sometimes
weakest
in and out of smokes.
link if you had to pick one, but I don't think he's like massively behind. I don't think he's like. I guess the best way to put it is, I don't think he's like weighing the team down. I think he's also, yeah, like I said, like you said, I think he's also playing his role pretty well. Hopium is all it takes. Well, that's not. That wasn't enough for RQ, but you know, maybe for G.
I think that's something that we're definitely
No, but see, for G, Zeta, I think,
to solve that. And on the
like,
side of Zeta,
I don't know if it's even necessarily Hopium. I think it could. I honestly think this is.
Zeta, and this,
I think on paper this was the toughest one to call. Well, maybe Talent Team Secret, depending on if you really believed it was just Day 1 jitters or not, like whatever it was.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Zeta Division's coach.
Dude, Carlisle's so
and
tall.
also Global Esports Spin. Thank you guys for joining me. Now I'm gonna ask you first, Carlos. Close game against T1, but not quite the result that you wanted. So, what do you think were the main takeaways from that last T1 series? 칼라우 코치님, 사실 T1전에서 상당히 좋은 경기력을 보여줬지만
I guess it was 1-2, huh?
직전 경기에서 어떤 점을 배울
The Ascent pulled through? Oh, that was the one where Sugar Zero actually like turned into Sugar Hero again.
Really hard for us because nothing that we could do,
And then he became quiet.
we wanted to do worked, so we have some like issues as a team that was good
Man,
for
what
us
do we
because
think the
could
band's
sit down,
gonna
watch the
be?
whole game again, figure it out and fix those mistakes, so and come more prepared for this match and also the all year.
1세트에서는 분명히
I think Sunset for third map for sure. Trying to see Zeta probably bans Split, G probably bans Ascent. So Breeze.
그래도 사실 미리 예방 주사를 맞은 것 같은 게 이렇게 경기를 다시 되돌려보면서
Not sure.
하면서 어떤 점이 문제였고 그리고 어떤 점이
Maybe Zeta bans Icebox actually.
좀 롱텀 1년 주기로 이번 시즌 전체를 바라보면 그래도 좀 얻어가는 게 많았던 경기라고 얘기를 하는데요. Now,
Toughest doesn't call. Everyone proceeds to pick Zeta without question. Well, yeah, but the thing is winners predictions, like, it just says who we eventually picked, right? Like, all of those could be 51-49. Whereas, like, Talon Team Secret could have been most of us picking Talon, like, let's say, I'm just making this up, but like 80-20, and, you know, people picking Team Secret for like 40-60 or whatever, right? It doesn't show the actual thing.
Yeah, we're trying to put like so much focus in like details part of the game that is really important, like scrimmage, like skills, resources.
If Zeta gets tossed win,
like
I guess he will ban Sunset. You think so? I don't think Zeta's gonna ban Sunset.
Be really good at it, so that's one thing that
I don't buy it. I don't think they're gonna ban Sunset.
그 소규모 교전도 그렇고 이런 미니 게임 그리고 자금 관리부터 시작해서 스킬을 어떻게 사용할지
I mean, I'm not sold on their comp on Sunset, but
디테일 관련해서 많이 신경을 쓰고 있고 이런 세세한
I'm not a big fan of the breach on Sunset. But then again, teams play it well if they do. So I don't think they'll ban Sunset. I think they're happy to float that, even though GE seems very confident on Sunset and they did, you know, get that win.
He was willing to take a lot of risks, which definitely paid off. But when it comes to Zeta, they're really good at punishing those risky plays. Are you worried at all today? 일단 제타가 상당히 좀 상대의 리스크 있는 플레이를 잡아먹는 걸 잘하는 팀인데 폴비 선수가 블리드 상대로 좋은 모습을 보여줬고 상당히 리스크 있는 플레이를 통해서 좀
Yeah, I mean, GE is obviously very confident in Sunset, and we've heard people say like GE seems pretty good on Sunset. I think they have some good ideas on Sunset.
Kind of aggressive player that likes to take a lot of risks, as you mentioned. It's all about whether he's feeling confident. Playing on stage for the first time, or rather on the VCT Pacific stage for the first time, it's taken him a little bit to get into his groove. With every game, he's getting better and better, and taking those confident peaks, it will work out for him.
But yeah, I don't know. If I'm Zeta, I don't think this Zeta will ban Sunset. I think it will get floated. I don't know if GE will pick it either. I don't know, actually. GE might pick it. I guess that would be the weirder part, if it's left open and they don't pick it.
그런데 스크림에서도 그렇고 연습에서도 굉장히 공격적인 선수기 때문에 자신감만.
But the other question is like, do you ban the bind if you're GE? Because I feel like that was more on you. Like maybe you go back to a more meta comp. Like there's ways that could be fixed. I don't necessarily think Zeta's bind like looked impressive.
것에 좀 집중을 했다면 오늘이야말로 정말 자신감 있게 제타를 상대할 수 있을 것 같다고
We shall see.
합니다.
Especially this early in the year, map drafts are interesting.
What's your game plan heading into today's matchup then? 이제 상대에 대한 데이터가 좀 쌓였거든요. 어떻게 상대하면 좋을까요?
Obviously, it changes a little bit because they've seen our game as well. So we have to approach the game a little bit differently. There's a lot more preparation that goes into it, whereas before, when you haven't seen the team and they haven't seen you, it's all based on your own preparation.
We shall see, though. I think I mean, I think GE definitely brushed up on their their utility and their comms and whatever like they prepped. I think a bit more. But for me, for Zeta, I think that's what they need to work on, which I think is going to take some time with two new rookies. Yeah, no. Regardless of whether Zeta wins this or not, I think Zeta's going to look better as the year goes on. I 100% agree. And I mean, T1 looks strong. T1 looks strong.
ゼータディビジョンのレップです。そうですね。まあでも絶対勝てるっていう自信は俺はそんなになかったんで、うまいこといかなくてとても残念です。でまあさて勝ってまたワンチャンあるんで。
Yeah, I think this is the best way to look at it if you're Zeta, right? It's like, you know, maybe we didn't get to show everything, but it's okay. T1 looked like a strong team.
試合は自分のパフォーマンスがうまくいかなくてですね。
I think that is also fair.
まあいい形で勝てるようにできる限り頑張ります。
Yeah, I think she might ban Icebox.
My name is WillChobra. My in-game name is Lightning Fast, and I'm a professional Valorant player for Global Esports.
I think that's
The
doable.
game lead was very good in my opinion. Our game plan and strategies playing together was like fine, perfect. For the next match, the way we prepared was like we knew what we wanted to do, but we couldn't do it on the first game. So basically,
I'm just not sold on the Blaze King Sova. And then Pulvi doesn't look as comfortable on Icebox.
Going forward, I feel like Zeta should fear us all in our team, and we are ready to take our sweet revenge, and it's gonna be much different than last time. And we are gonna win it the GE fighting way.
Oh, I can't wait to see this match, especially when
I for the longest time thought Depp had it specified in his card that he would not do media because he's
versus T1, and of course definitely versus
looking at their
GE,
previous
they
drafts
do
here.
so much better, even though they've already won this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the Zeta team and already how they're playing so far this year. You have to imagine the ceiling
about
is rather high. Already you have the three mainstays of Laz, Depp, and Sugar Zero. We know that they're rather good. We've seen it before, not just here domestically in Pacific, but also internationally. Hero Run and Yuan so far so good. I mean, better than I expected. To be completely
Zeta banned
honest.
Breeze against T1, but was it a T? No, they banned it against G as well.
One thing I do want to see, the one thing I'm going to call out is I just, please just let Laz play a little bit of Chamber. Just a little bit.
I don't think Laz is going to play Chamber. Maybe in the next patch. Maybe in the next patch when he gets buffed.
That's all I want for today. If he's on Chamber at least once, I'm a happy person.
Which map though?
I don't know. I don't care.
The thing is also, it's probably not. Honestly, I'm surprised we all went for Zeta, but I wonder if we all thought the same thing. I wonder if we all thought it was like so hard to pick.
How difficult it is to predict, right?
Like, I wonder if we were all like 55-45.
Right, okay, calm down.
Why does everyone want Chamber? Laz is just a really good Chamber player. Laz is just a really good Chamber player, so people just want to see him perform on that again, especially since we saw Excurate pop off with Chamber.
An aggressive duelist, and you know they mentioned that like things didn't exactly go to plan. I wonder what it's like when Pulvi has that team that everything goes.
The thing is I wonder if also Zeta just like isn't playing the Chamber because they want. I think if they pick the Chamber and Laz does well with it and they win the map, I think it could. I think it could be seen that it's not really helping the team grow with the two rookies in terms of like learning timings and map rotations and all that. So in some ways, I don't mind it.
Yeah, backstage like pick Zeta. Or else.
Yeah, Carlisle's not out here like threatening us behind you.
Right. But yeah, I mean, like it is going to be very interesting to see these two, especially now that.
Dude, that shirt for Paper Thin is very pink. I just realized, which I'm all for, by the way. I love pink shirts, but it's like the cardigan plus that is.
I mean,
it's a combo.
It's always confidence a big factor.
It's a combo.
You can always have the strategies. That's what the coaches are for. On paper, you have everything all planned out. Valplant.gg, I don't know, something. But then in game, everything's different because you got these slight different tendencies. Your opponent's trying to play their own game. So you're not always sure, like, when I have to do this or what's the timing? When should I be pushing out? And sometimes confidence affects it.
Obscure looks good with the Chamber, though.
Global esports now, after that win against Bleed that nobody thought they would win, now they're feeling much better.
I heard RQ at Chamber in today's match. They did, and it was Elmimore, but we saw the same issues where he played it well on defense, and that helped their defense a little bit, but their overall map control kind of suffered at the cost of Chamber almost.
Prove us wrong. We are so here for
Is that young Paper Thin image he posted legit? If it's the one, I didn't see if he posted the same one again, but if it's the one I'm thinking of, yes.
Zeta Division and Global Esports coming at you right now.
Does Poe look good on Jet or Raze? I mean, I think he looks
Once again, the last hope
fine.
They've risen to the occasion before. Can they do so again? Please welcome Zeta Division.
But he didn't look that comfortable on Icebox specifically, and he plays the Jet there. Not to say that like he was making mistakes. I mean, it could just be that the team wasn't setting him up as well as, you know, at the same time. I'm not sold on Blaze King's Sova. Whoa, sudden camera switch.
Hello, India. GE is fighting for a spot in the play-ins.
Seth gets his redemption by getting to do the announcing voice. Man, I'm excited for play-ins tomorrow, though. Gen G. Team Secret. Tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath. And teams have to play 2 matches each. That's brutal. Brutal. Run, Junior, run. I think almost against GE, if Uran like doesn't take as many risks, I actually think Zeta will win maybe comfortably. We'll see. Blaze King actually set up Pulvi on Sunset? But he didn't play Sova there. He plays Fade, right? I mean, it could just be an icebox thing for the whole of GE, but... Here we go.
Picks and bans here for Zeta and GE. I just love seeing the energy that the coaches bring to the stage. You know, rallying all of the players. You kind of saw Carlisle.
G has first veto.
Zeta, really making them laugh and smile just before they step in. And you saw Spin, right? Really trying
So they
to
do
give
ban
that
Icebox.
energy
Okay.
to his team.
Oh, whoever said that in chat, you were right. I agreed, but you're right.
Lost twice, once against Bleed and previously to Zeta. So
Zeta bans the Breeze.
They're gonna go right back into bind though.
G's gonna pick bind again.
Zeta this time around. What's gonna be your answer now that there's no icebox?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
But I hope that
I mean, you could pick Ascent if you're a Zeta, honestly.
it feels as though Global Esports would be prepared for this.
Lotus.
Okay, Lotus, sure, yeah. This is a good map for them too. This was banned last time by GE. So
I mean, yeah, their Lotus is decent. I just...
That is also
Huh.
a big question, right?
Well, and you mentioned this earlier, Quack. And I'm
Yeah,
really
not
glad you
Ascent.
talked about this,
But I
that
wonder if that's because they know the style, like the style of GE.
that's great for GE, but you know, for Zeta,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, actually. I feel like Ascent would have been fine.
on Lotus has proven really powerful. To
Okay, so Sunset is
Yeah, I think
floated.
that's also the the thing that makes Global Esports stand out, right? This is a roster that has 4 IGLs on them. You know, that's like 4 brains there.
The bind repick on GE is
follow like Russ, who
interesting.
is actually the IGL, but the rest, you have Blaze King, you have Benkai, you even have Lightning Fast, who has had IGL experience in the past. So anytime somebody needs to take over, anytime a new idea has come in, Global Esports.
I gotta respond to this.
Yeah, and one thing I want to touch on real quick at the end of this is it's Sunset again for Zeta, which they kind of didn't do
Oh
so
my
good
God.
against T1, so hopefully they've been able to figure it out.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I mean, maybe not so much about the calling of the IGs. I believe the players
Same.
will do that. But apart from that, it's just Zeta.
Here we
they had
go.
a really rough time against T1 on some of these maps. So if they can't close out bind, that would be a bit of an issue. But the comp positions look good.
Well, comfort picks all around, but we're going to see how comfortable
Russ
our teams are going to be as we step into
on
our
the
final series.
KO,
So we'll pass it
Blaze
on
King
over
on
to
the
our
Gecko.
casters, Achilles and Azurai.
G loves the Gecko. I think Gecko's good. I think Gecko's good in the current meta. The thing is, okay, so the thing about this map is we can't actually take into account the last time.
Zeta versus Global Esports.
Because last time we just like didn't see this comp like using itself. You know what I mean? Like we saw utility being used, but there wasn't like any unique chaining. There wasn't any movement around the map like that only this composition could have done. So hopefully that changes it. Hopefully that changes. Because here's the thing: is like the glaring weakness of Zeta's comp is the single Sky. And so if you just have the Sky watching just be main, they're gonna have to jump peek more aggressively than before.
Now just checks it completely.
So I honestly think they could benefit a lot more from pressuring B overall, not just in the pistol.
Seems like Global Esports do want
Wow, they just walk out double.
Contacting into Russ's head.
That's a rough start, especially because they have the screen on B, so you can't lurk easily into A. Cypher setups on A from Zeta, so they don't have to peek out of this at all. They can constantly turn on and off the Poison Cloud one way. There's not much GE can do, especially without the KO. They can't retrieve the Dizzy either, it looks like.
Really deep trailblazer confused and doesn't check left. So only sees the one player.
You can always go for that TP play. Look at how close the 4 players are, but
that's why we don't have that any movement here from Yuran and Laz as well.
I mean,
wary about it.
They're just gonna, they're so low though. Yeah. Oh, I mean, that was supposed to be a really good swing out from Huron and Sugar Zero. They're so low, but Huron just needs to stay alive. It's a 3v3. You TP'd over. So this is interesting from Huron. He TP's over, and he just wants to tie them up in window. It's a tough angle to check by coming in through garden, though. But I guess Laz gets a wallbang, so that about makes it easier.
Lightning Fast better be prepared with 5 HP. He needs that help from Benkai all the way from Hookah here. He does have an angle though, so this could actually still work for GE.
How do I make my pen? I'm assuming this round is over.
They get themselves down here onto the side. Benkai able to set up the kill. Lightning Fast collecting it with 5 HP. Can he actually close this one out? The answer is going to be no.
Okay. How do I make this thinner again?
Get the defuse. Zeta Division will once again.
Oh, here we go.
To start things off.
Okay, there we go. So big.
One timing check though too from
yeah, good round from Zeta.
Fortunately peeks or just wants to see if he's gonna get flanked himself. That fadeaway shot from
committing the early Sky Smoke on a pistol round is a daring move. That's a move from Zeta that just says like we're not losing control of this.
And you saw as they were pushing up into the site,
Here comes that force spy again, dude. G loves their force spies too.
Pretty easy to deal with when you have pistols.
I think the success rate is right around 50%. But
they've been very willing to go for these 4 spies. Stinger might not be as busted as it once was, but still can do a decent amount of damage.
100%.
GE have been able to.
The thing about a 4 spy on bind is just like, yeah, especially if they know that you've been eager to go for forces, they just have to not give you the range, and at that point, like, the force spy doesn't really assist your post plant. That's all your utility, really.
Just trying to get a pick, but now that they don't find one, they're gonna start shifting back over here potentially towards A.
They can't really push, especially when they haven't gotten any control on B long. If they go through that, you can see Depth's there. The kid actually just throw the nade outside of Hookah and really deal some damage.
Smoke's down. Line there, camp still is set up.
They can't plant. That's buying time for teammates. TP over as well.
Once again, the wingman getting disrupted. So now
Spike is down, so they don't need to worry too much. So they're going to leave only one person on B for Zeta. They have to let the plant happen. So you don't have control of lamps. Wow, long range Spectre. Check Cubby. Okay, they want to keep them in there. Russ with a nice flank. These Stingers are doing work.
Fast falls and Depp will be good for 2. Scoop the defuse or hand it off to one of his teammates. We'll see what they opt to do. Looks like the call is going to be to build up towards that showstopper. Zeta not going to allow for that force spy to work against them.
Yeah, G's one of those teams that could have made it happen. And was close in a sense.
Now they have to save.
Unfortunately,
it's just like
Russ got taken down. And again, I keep saying this in multiple games already when you're on bind. You have to get that backside control if you have opponents.
I don't know. I'm not sold on the force buy with a double initiator on buy. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's recency bias because they haven't succeeded, but
GE starts to push out from lamps, and then because Step was on top of APC, it was just easy for him to take them down one by one because again they didn't have that clear-cut position at the back of the site.
yeah, I'm not sure how Russ actually got in there without being spotted, but
Wise of him to back away. Unbeknownst to him, that judge would have been waiting around the corner.
definitely a round where there's not much you can do. If anything, I think they should fight for orb control on showers.
Push into his wires yet. They might be able to.
Start working their way forward. 0
Okay,
point gonna be
so
cleared
they find the location of both.
We force off the angle there as the paint shells come through. Man looking for the plant.
Good reset from Sugar.
Quick little twist. Managing to find and transfer over onto Lightning Fast, which is classics in hand, limited util. Right here. GE, can they do more damage?
Okay, Molly to push him out.
Towards lamps. Careful. That does force Blaze King back outside and up front. Last finding one. Except back behind the peek in. Blaze King dead.
Very calm and collected retake.
3K. Looks like the handoff here. Still wanting to go for that showstopper. Step will now have that online here going.
Wow, and they have showstopper against the first buy round from GE.
No real threats of lineups from Global Esports here, but I mean, to be fair, it is a save by 4 though. But even the force buy that they didn't really.
So they have Thrash.
To do that, I mean, I understand that they need to take the site by force.
Really? Last year I was not convinced that he was legit. He had a rough year last year, IMO.
Resources to
I like him, but
because they do have the capability to do that. They got Lightning Fast, they got Russ, they got even Blaze King with a mosh pit to at least play that if they can, which they have been trying to do as they were like.
Okay, so early Sky Smoke. Again, they have double controller, the opponents do not.
Oh, what a flash out.
Oh, they spotted him. Yep.
Well, just equalizing. Finds himself too.
Oh no.
Oof. Oh, don't try to fight that. Don't try to fight that. What are you doing, Lightning Fast?
Lightning Fast falls. Blaze King here.
Spike wasn't even down there.
But cannot find any. A very swift, aggressive round from the side of Zeta.
Oh no.
As they go ahead and move up 4-0. And this is one of the things that we've been
Oh
talking about
no.
in the last couple of days as Zeta's been playing is that we're seeing more high-tempo performances from them where they're willing to really...
Well, that was disastrous.
Rather than sitting back, much like we saw from them so much of last season.
Courtesy of their coach, for sure, as we saw. And I mean, it's not like GE's, getting...
Here's the thing. You know that they were going to pick defense again. So it's like, you got to show me something on attack for the reason that you're playing this comp.
He really couldn't assist Lightning Fast, but Zeta Division's calls to interrupt and disrupt the setup that Global Esports are doing is just working so well for them. And to kind of put a cherry on top, they always somehow manage to...
What was DRX running last year when they were running the KO? Was it double controller, double initiator, or...
Esports, Zeta always forces GE to put in extra effort to pick up the spike once again and plant it on the site, which really is a difficult endeavor to do.
Yeah. Well, thank you, production.
Hey, Broadcast. Hello.
To try to turn things around. I mean,
that's their name on YouTube.
Already, thinking back to when these teams did first clash
Bind.
series, we saw Global have a pretty decent resurgence despite not being able to pick up the pistol round. They were
it was double controller.
Attack, which for Bind is not a bad half at all. Very defender-sided map.
Oh, they played Harbor once too. I didn't realize.
They need to find that magic. Part of that would be
the double controller is it helps control so much space here and here. It's just like, man. I mean, I love Cypher, and I think Cypher is pretty good on Bind, but and like he kind of works to help stall on defense, similar to the double controller. But it doesn't guarantee you space. It's more you can just like know that they haven't taken it over yet.
Tripwires on both sides of the map, just to make your opponents guess where you are, and also assist your teammates on the side itself with it.
Wow, push out.
Here, short.
Do you hear it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he got tagged, so he got slowed. Okay, so this is, I mean, Benkai could do, wait, what? You guys are gonna
Russ with a nice little linger. Will catch you.
Why would you? Why would they rotate in here?
That it is. Polvi trying to jump up.
Oh no, you didn't have it cleared. You, I mean, all they did was push out up to here.
Just going to be trying to build up towards.
You had no control over this.
So far, it's just that one kill equalized.
That's rough. I mean, Russ even got a good kill on window as well. I mean, I think faking, I don't know. I think faking it with like 2 people and then having one slow creep out would have been cool.
To look to play for this one, and all 3 players going to be observed.
20 seconds too.
Catch coming through off the 0 point. Wingman going for the plan.
Oh, dude, they friggin' got him on a timing.
Blaze King now stuck behind the box. Look, he for sure had the kill lined up there on the Dep, but Dep comes away with 3.
Solo controller Viper on Bind is, it's rough. I mean, Viper has so much value, but
GE trying to mix things up, right? They try to set up some bit of utility for lightning fast.
I mean, Viper as a solo controller anywhere is relatively rough.
On a side,
Surprised teams are still running Sky. I thought those nerfs were big enough to counter out his pick. I mean, I think she still has value, but like here, again, you have to take control of B main some other way, right? Because before you could just keep sending utility on the 20-second timers until the end of the round, really. But now either it's like aggressively jump peeking more often, or it's using that early Sky smoke to take control of B and draw out other utility. It's things like that. So if anything, I think on Bind, it's simply that she's not as oppressive in the way that she takes control of a part of the map. And I think she's still really good for executes, so I can see why. On other maps, I'm like, I don't know.
Guiding light. Quite a bit. There's the first kill. Ready, covering.
This is my father. Dude, here, yeah, 9-0. Holy cow.
Outside by Fountain. Bottle push forward. Benkai again, just trying to lurk, trying to linger, trying to find any kind of but given the cash and 2 players left alive. Benkai and Blaze King likely just gonna have to team up and find a nice little corner to huddle in.
Literally
For 40 seconds.
Check something and then everybody just gets killed by Hero on. And this is, you know, even through the nerfs on the Sky, by the way, Sky, I think, is dubbed as the queen of find B long. Right? You try to push it out, there's so many angles we can throw that guiding light. And one misstep, you know, you don't bait out correctly for your teammate. All of you are pushing the same time. No one's.
Man, I do think it's gonna change though. I mean, I think she's just not as oppressive, but still, I think there's gotta be some other ways to do it. I'm curious what the next agent's gonna be. We're already in that stage for Valorant where I'm like, I don't know what else you could come up with.
On the hunt, Benkai observed. And dead. Hiroron again. I mean, this guy is just laser focused today.
Dude, Huron is. Oh my. Ooh. Nice swing around.
Gift and keep his life intact.
Are we watching a ranked game?
The only consolation that can be found. I mean,
Vine solo queue ranked can be rough sometimes. It can be rough sometimes.
About to be cash capped after this round, win or lose. And Hiroron is currently just got an.
No. We're still talking about the match.
You cannot.
To be fair, G, okay, so let's imagine what could they do. The thing is I think they can bait out the Sky utility with the Gecko, right? You have better cooldown, so I think you can bait that out, then put pressure on Showers or Short, right, with Viper or Cypher, and then you could execute onto B, right?
Up with the judge.
Or then you can keep the Gecko on the lurk and then execute onto A. Now, obviously you want, you know, Wingman helps the plant a bit more as well. But they also seem just so intent on having Wingman plant all the time, which is like, doesn't always have to be that way. Oof, that trap wire. But it's stuff like that that's unfortunate.
They managed to get it through. Orbital strike called down for a target, but no one was lurking within lamps.
All right, they might win this one just because Povi's already in there with the judge.
Their best chance at a round. Paint shells to further delay. But damage coming through. The decay as well. Going to start working them lower.
Surely you are aware of this, Yuran.
Polvi finding one.
Oof.
Taking down Trigger Zero, but Yonan finding that Shower's controls. Polvi will find a second. Lightning fast. Holding.
Okay. They had good control of their own pit.
The positioning of Laz finds the kill, and now Depp on his lonesome wants to try to deal with additional damage if he can, but Well, he will be able to. He's also going to run out of time to try to take as many people away as he possibly can, but Volvi with the TP gets himself out to safety. Global Esports will get themselves a round win.
Again, that is a heavy investment for Global
Okay.
here. That was, what, 3 of their players, a Viper Pit, the Showstopper.
Man, it got just chilly enough that if I open my window, it's so cold, but then if I close it, it gets warm.
I have to say this, Lightning Fast in the backline has been doing so much damage from Global Esports. He's 7 kills right now. 5 kills above Russ, Polvi, and Blaze King. So man is doing work. So if they can find a contact, have Lightning Fast right behind him to assist, there's a good chance Global Esports can find the fight here.
Oh, the turn of the flash. Polvi, what an entry.
That's a good entry. Oh, I last tried to save for as long as he could, but I mean he stayed alive for as long as he possibly could have, especially with that neural theft.
Catching Zeta off guard. Global, like you said, maybe that's
Leave it half open. And that's what I used to do, but I have to leave my curtains closed because the windows are so big. And then we live on our apartment itself is very high, so our house is high above like overall ground level, but we live on a lower floor, so it's not just neighbors, but like probably people walking by our building can hear a lot of it. It's starting to get late, so. Dude, Huron is on one today.
And Yoran packing back over towards the spawn. So Global finally able to get 2 rounds strung together on the board.
Polvi again. Definitely a magician. That quick double satchel setup from the box outside showers into showers itself. You can already see Zeta's just, yes, we did not expect this to happen. Zooming.
Perfectly timed turn on the flash as well.
True.
I mean, you can tell, that's the kind of set play that this has been really worked a lot over and over again from the side of Global. So very nicely executed.
So, but again, that stuff you could have done with the Sky before as well. So it's like, you got to show me something more, you know?
Esports. We'll see if they can carry forward with it.
Yeah, but this is where you see Zeta Division have so much bank, right? Because even if they start losing these rounds, because they are maxed out, then they start getting the loss bonus.
And on which note, I like the KO on Bind. I think it's pretty good.
Still with the op in hand, takes a quick little
Does he jump up to the truck? No.
Kill comes through. Now he's just going to be pivoting over towards Heaven here. As Lightning Fast has gotten himself situated in the cubby next to Teleporter.
Toxin screen down.
Stopped. I like how Dep just.
So G just has no information on this part of the map. I mean, they know that they haven't come flanked around, but they don't know if they're sitting in front of Teleporter, if they've pushed out B long, or anything like that, or if they're peeking out of here. So they don't really have an option to go anywhere else. Now, if Zeta keeps that in mind, they know that G also just hasn't approached anywhere, so they have no reason to move.
Going for the contact here, but he does see the blades come in.
Yeah, they wait out. A couple cooldowns. 0 point comes back up. Yoran just going to be sat here within lamps.
Oh, he doesn't know that there's one close, though.
As well as one behind him. Well, now they certainly do. Sugar's however,
Well, Blaze King also was not expecting so many people.
Russ sending out that null command. Just trying to stop them from having any additional util to send their way. 2-man advantage, however, here for the side of Zeta.
Good Cyber Cage just started to pressure Tetris.
Overwhelm these numbers.
Ooh, Benkei went around.
Neural theft coming in. That's a showstopper right at Benkai's speed. They know exactly where Russ is at. He'll be flushed out. Zeta Division racking up another round, not allowing for Global to get 3 in a row. Dep with that operator always demands.
Okay.
Truly. I was about to comment that, Benkei realizes that.
I mean, G's comp has a lot to deal with the operator, though. They have a lot.
There it is. Neural theft right in the face of the players of Global Esports.
Zeta is looking better than they did the first time they played the bind against Global Esports. And Global Esports is looking about the same, which is unfortunately not great.
Glad to see the fans having a good time.
Truly. What's the next step here for Global? Right?
The thing is okay, you can do the same thing, like, you can do the same thing Gen G does on Icebox, right? Uh-oh. NT. Where you can, like, toss things at the same time. No.
Oh, he juked it.
How does he?
Teleporter, what movement is that?
Dude, that is insane. Oh my.
But not before killing 2 and completely denying any value from the thrash.
Dude, he like knew he was gonna dodge it. That's crazy, because if you've played Gecko, you know that it actually drifts. The thrash drifts, and it moves at its own speed.
While there's a fragment being thrown at him.
Holy cow!
Don't expect him to do that too. No, certainly not. Hiroron just holding the hard angle, finds one lightning fast with a quick reply. We'll be able to take him down, but Laz,
I mean, he won't know about Benkai, but he's still gonna win because that's pretty far swing out.
Vastly improving upon the first time that we saw them on this map versus Global.
Yeah, that was crazy.
From the first series with Zeta.
But what I was going to say is you can still do the same things with the Gecko and the KO as Gen G would on Icebox, right? Like throw it all together. And with the Rays, I mean, T1 used to do this. Now T1 used to do it with a Harbor though, and a Sky and a Gecko.
It feels like he can't find an answer against Laz.
So,
every single time he gets
but the theory is there, right? You basically throw a bunch of crap out of the screen, out of the smoke, around a corner. And they all fly out at different angles, including your Rays. And the defender just basically has to choose, like, I can only shoot one of these, or I die. But I don't know always which one's going to be Rays, so I can't always pick out the Rays, because that's who's split second. And, like, they could do that still, even with Solo Controller Viper. It would be enough to get them 4 rounds.
Get back here in the ears of the players and remind them of the game plan.
Dude, Junior looks so serious. When he first started taking over for SQQ, he just looked like a kid.
Now that you have just 2 more rounds left in the first half.
Well, you gotta wonder, right? You gotta wonder.
Simple as, if it's only as simple as, it is as simple as that, but leading up to it,
we kill the last.
And I wonder if it just has like a mega strong defense side, which I also don't.
Right now, Zeta has been Sugar Zero with 5.
I don't really believe the KOs also get countered to the Cypher, so like, okay, maybe, but
for global esports in that,
I'm just not sold on it. I mean, surely something worked in scrims.
been able to deal with Depth's,
Yeah, he looks menacing. He used to just look like a teddy bear who was just happy to be there. He almost used to look a little too jolly and too kind
Ups the pace a little bit, but with the orb and the
for a coach on VCT.
Has his escape covered.
I do like that though.
Okay, so they get pushed out by a single
knife, so all of his abilities, as you mentioned, just able to
single sneak bite. It looks like.
But they do realize that he's there, so if they're fast enough to rotate to A, maybe they can.
Nice sky smoke on a timer.
Depth, but he's already here, ready.
Surely they heard that. Yeah. This is what. That's what this comp is meant to do, right? You can have these crazy pop flash. You can do the overhand, underhand on flash drive, throw the Gecko up high, vice versa, like whatever. He got that kill. So stuff like that is good. You can use your opponent's smokes against them.
Ooh, Sugar Zero might have been given a bit of a gift here, but Polvi looks like he's going to have the timing, and he does. Swings in, paint shells down. Yudon having to sprint ahead of this one. The Seeker helps keep him protected. Kill found. Mosh pit at the ready. Seeker still going. Yudon now. Last one standing here for the team. Tap on the spike, has to dip back out, however. Finds one. Looks for the other. Puts some damage down on the lightning fast. Swaps weapons. A little bit of spray. Trying to soften him up. Swings back out. And oh man, lightning fast just playing around with time.
Oof.
Dink through the box.
He dinked him.
4 bullets remaining. Yudon gets it. He doesn't have the time remaining.
I mean, that's all weapons dropped though.
4K for him, but a 3rd round for GE.
I knew exactly that it was
Those copy, the finished copy pastas are so funny to me.
over the box on short. But I was just about to say that was the round that Global was hoping for, that they can outmaneuver.
Yeah, the post plant, the round was done, but took away all the weapons. So Uran took whatever victory he could.
They started getting that contact.
Dude, Poppy's eyes got so big.
Esports here get themselves that round. If they buy enough time, they can maybe replicate it again. Because now there's a showstopper in the arsenal of Polvi. He can go ham onto a site.
I mean, maybe just a fast attack in towards Hookah.
Wait for it to drop. Wait for the 0 point. Just wait right around the corner. There you go. Yep. That's good use of the comp right there.
Man now going for the plant here on the site. Global once again.
There you go.
Oh, Benkai! Ready and waiting. Gets himself his second kill of the map thus far. As Global almost certainly have themselves a 4-8 half. Spot there from Sugar, onto Sugar Zero, I should say. Comes down Sky Smoke. There's the
there's nothing Sugar can do here.
Will be able to just get the wall bang. So 8-4,
Okay.
Zeta out in the lead. A one-round improvement compared to the last
I
time
mean,
that we saw these
GE kind of woke up and they said, "Oh yeah, we picked this comp for a reason." I mean, I don't think that's enough reason. I don't think the double triple like pop utility, pop flash is enough reason to pick a comp. But it's a big part of the reason.
In the past couple of rounds, they were playing Zeta's push-out game, and this time
I mean, it's a doable round score.
as quickly as they can. They just need some key information. Again, figuring out where Dep was so they don't have to deal with that first contact operator. Next is if they can bait a bit of utility, sure, that's gonna be good. And then now we see Benkai also adding in those better alerts. Like I mentioned, if he can outpace in this lurk
What does that
versus
say?
lurk, Sentinel versus
Zeta.
Sentinel
Fighto. Fighto.
string in a few more rounds.
Benkai op is greater than Dep op. How dare you disgrace our boy Dep? And I'm not even the biggest Dep supporter.
themselves. So now they can kick things off with a pistol, perhaps the run back here on the defending side is going to be possible.
How effective is Lightning Fast going to be as that single controller? Pose this question at the start of this game. Especially when, again, they're going to be on the defending side, right? Because his smokes will be very much spread out across the map. You can't see, I think, that the play is... Wait. Has he not used his Toxic Screen yet? Yeah, he hasn't, so he is saving it possibly for a retake.
Interesting.
We'll be doing just that. So holding it for now. Yuran's in the meantime, just segmenting that A site a bit. It looks like we're going to have a triple push in towards Showers here. Now,
Ooh, they surely heard that on the last. All right, they clear it.
spotting two. We'll draw a snake bite out of
Dep
this.
gets the orb early. Nice.
Lost in the exchange there, and orb going to be taken away by
You could
Dep.
see like your ice cream warm, and this would still be a hotter take.
So GE knows something's up. But because they started backing away, Zeta Division, as Laz hasn't spotted any...
Oh, that's a good lineup on the 0 point though, because otherwise they would have had to guess that they gave up Showers control. But now they ping that no one is there, so they can continue second B again. Blaze King can still buy time on B-Long with the Dizzy and the Wingman.
Same two players going to be spotted. Wingman is at the ready. See what the call is going to be. Right next to each other, Wingman going out. Dep, however,
Wingman takes a little bit to stun.
Going to be taken down by the paint shells. Polvi does come away with one there.
That's on short.
Polvi going to be forced out of position. Good awareness. As the kill comes in, now the TPs come flying through. Lightning Fast sat here on site. Jump forward. Quick adjustment for that headshot. What was that reaction? A great kill for Lightning Fast. The snake bite eventually does flush him out. Benkai.
One enemy remaining.
Now, last one
1v1.
standing here. Up against Laz. Gets the dart.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you like don't, because if they're still at the bottom of B-Long and you release...
And Benkai will be able to get it. The 3K for him, for Global to take their first pistol round.
Yeah, Benkai did spot him, but Laz did not, as he was, I think, just jumping around, hoping to maybe catch a glimpse, even through the minimap, but no, and again...
Well, I mean, I think it's... The thing is I think, I feel like in that moment when he tosses out the Wingman, he shouldn't be the one that's trying to swing right off of it.
Pretty hefty things, even by himself.
Right? Rush should be holding the angle until the Wingman activates, and then Blaze King should have swung off of it.
Solid pistol for GE, and this is what they were hoping for. This is what they're looking for.
Benkai just finalizing the setup here is Polvi. Swinging out here towards Long. Outlaw in hand.
Benkai's new air, not a big fan, but
Spotting at least Dep. 0 point chucked out. Needs to press on to 2. Given that he had a visual
that's a
confirmation,
good read onto Zeta. I mean, obviously just an eco, but
They don't want to reposition there.
It could be forces. You never know. Maybe they learn from GE.
Blaze King. Just a quick little check.
Just thinking about it.
Okay, using far range flash drives. Starting to show us a bit more of that comp.
Oh, he's aware.
Yep, the volley at his feet.
Yep, knew very well.
Damage. Rest of the team getting ready to try to creep in. I mean, I say the rest of the team, they're still very much split, worlds apart. Trap wire cleared out. Benkai setting up the other one to try to catch whenever that plant does come down. Fast trying to beckon them forward into this.
30 seconds.
Screen goes up. It's a very deep screen.
Dwindling, another snake bite for the delay.
I mean, if they can even land the plant, which would be ridiculous in my opinion.
And now just massacre. The spray down comes through.
Oh boy.
Go ahead, pick up another 2, 3K in total, and now a 4th. 3 charges left to go.
Okay.
As it's a flawless here from Global. Now just 2 rounds
Zeta
separating.
kinda needing to win this.
Great calls from Global there, not to really play too much on lamps. You saw Russ was holding for a couple of seconds, but then he repositions in the back of triple just to go hand in hand with Lightning Fast. And it does make a lot of sense. They had the smoke. You know that Zeta has to push because there was just like 20 seconds on the clock. And even if Zeta did over push to where the players of GE were on that
I mean, they lost the pistol. We'll see if they troll here, then Zeta's throwing. But so far, it's just GE. GE won the pistol, and they did well. On the whoa, what is going on with our observer PCs?
Everybody pretty far back here.
They're playing it slow.
At all far towards
He knows that they pushed out of A, so they're gonna take B long control. I like it.
ready to move up here. Out Garden.
No, they spot one. I mean, that's.
Maybe Zeta again just trying to bait.
Oh, and a nice stack too. Oh.
I was gonna say, and then take the teleporter. But Polvi has plans.
Yeah, this outlaw's just too much value. We've cut the noise once again, and Polvi just went straight to the A side, probably thinking about a possible TP play, which it feels like it might happen, but because there's 2 players here of Zeta, maybe not.
Clearing up both of these is rough.
Cam taken out. Blaze King doesn't.
I don't think it had a chance to check the right side. Yeah.
By the way, Yodan as he tries to walk up, just gets domed multiple times by the Stinger.
30 seconds left.
Clear on the Dizzy. The double push coming through. They line up for him. The kills can't be found. Step now, last one standing. 180's managing to find the kill, but as he looks back over towards Hookah, he gets taken down.
Call that timeout.
Esports continuing to run this back.
Oh, that was very messy for Zeta.
Dude, imagine if I got every single prediction wrong today. That'd be crazy.
Find that entryway, especially when Hiroron was the first one that got knocked out by.
You're a hater on which comp? The Zeta comp? Oh, for global?
Available to take these angles. Now Zeta.
I mean, we are seeing some bits of it on the defensive side, which is I think where they can show a bit more. Okay, it's a timeout. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I do think they needed the timeout though.
Quite a difficult feat to do. So Zeta Division, as we see here, calls that time out. There needs to be some form of adjustment right now. They need to be able to figure out how to deal with Polvi, who, again, just needs to tuck himself in the back of the site, and somehow this man manages to still find that contact all the way from such a far distance.
He was playing around the world.
Yeah, he was.
From A to B to A. But Zeta, they're having this bonus conversion come through for Global Esports, using their first timeout here of the map. So Carlisle and Junior have to relay to them. As we're seeing a couple sheriff purchases coming through going into this next round, but knowing that Polvi's got that outlaw, it's definitely a scary prospect as they get ready to go into this one.
Yeah. And that's in the same position that Polvi was during that first half. He just cannot find that entryway, right? They are still very much aware of the power that Lightning Fast utility can do. It. I say this with Lightning Fast actually putting so much influence throughout this entire first game. He's 13 kills right now for GE. Man is doing work continuously.
Trailblazer come through and check. Griffin spotted him up on top of the truck. Either way, yep, there was the head, but that just draws his attention over, and Yuran's able to take him down at range with the Stinger.
They still can't find the tripwire.
What's happening?
No, they cannot. Ooh, head was
Are
spotted.
you still on
What a shot!
Team Secret? Minx, I'm not sure what the question is referring to, but no matter what the interpretation is, the answer is no. I think.
Chance though for GE to maintain control, but as I see that Russ creeping up towards Shower, taken down back of the head.
I like the Outlaw. I think the Outlaw's a good addition.
Knocking him down 23. Benkai now arriving. Flash goes in. Showstopper sent out. The funny thing is Laz was just trying to grab a gun.
Spike planted.
He's caught up there by that mosh pit for just a moment.
Realistically,
Dude, how did this happen?
Has a gun is Laz.
What did I miss?
That he was able to pick up. Everyone else is just on something else.
Oh. Benkai with a quick turn, able to find one, looking for the second, but get it on. Will take him down. Blaze King with one shot, I was going to say, remaining, will fall to last. So Zeta Division after the timeout are able to break this win streak, which
Dude, you know, there's a small part of me that I think I know why I like Uran as a new recruit on Zeta. Uran is legit like me for real. Likes playing Viper. Loves to run and gun with the Spectre and the Stinger. Like, there's just something about this guy that speaks to me on a spiritual level. You know?
Okay, is there another interesting thing? Hiroron couldn't pick up any other rifles, so he's on an Outlaw from Polvi. So, I wonder how that's gonna pan out.
He's on an Outlaw for Polvi? That's right. Are we getting a little tired?
Very aggressive push. I mean, Global, they have all this information.
I mean, it is 10 p.m. They started at 3, so it's already been 7 at 3. 3 matches a day is so rough to cast, especially in Valorant. Like, Valorant's already so tiring to cast. Like, it's so difficult to really keep up your mental energy. This is always meant to be a retake by GE.
Okay, plant is interrupted. Polvi moving his way forward. Sugar 0.
Should be a flash to the window and they pop out. Oh, well, not if he just gets the kill first. Alright, flash was sent out. But Laz somehow wins that. Ah, that's rough. That flash didn't work for anybody. I gotta imagine that Blaze King was snake-bited, so he couldn't come through. Or mollied, one or the other.
Zeta Division will get themselves up to double digits.
Wait, why do you hate the Gecko Molly change?
There. Not just the flank from Polvi, but the Patient as well. On that pocket that he was positioned at, he had to push forward. And there you go. And still manages to pick up the kill on Polvi. Captain.
Pacific had a big rush to get this kickoff tournament done.
Zeta IGL.
Yeah, I mean... Listen, at the end of the day, in terms of like production and such, I think obviously there are some good parts. There are some obviously not great parts. And what was I gonna say? But just know that like the venue and stuff is it should be changing for stage 1. So we'll see how that goes, for the better or worse.
Try to reinforce this position here with the rest of his teammates.
Oh, you are stuck here. Yeah, the showstopper. That's a good check. This is a good round from Polvi. Really fast backup. Along with the thrash. Okay, they know it. Oh! Oh, the reload! Oh my gosh. Okay.
Won't be able to carry his weapon forward. It's going to be a 4K for Yuran.
Jeez.
It is going to be Global hanging on.
At what cost though? Look at that economic damage. Everyone is just hovering.
Oh, you thought it was fine, so you don't like that they changed it to ticking damage? I mean, I agree. I thought it fit a niche well without the ticking damage, but I think the ticking damage is fine.
This route is going to hurt economically speaking.
Yeah, it was kind of underwhelming, especially in like solo queue. And then when you're playing on a team, it's like it really started to feel like it was only, I don't know. I mean, not every skill has to be powerful, but I mean, Zeta, I think you back off of this. G would be very silly to peek out into actual B long for that. I guess you can deny the dizzy, which is good.
Oh boy. I was starting to get slightly worried for Global.
I mean, if you're gonna cut audio this much, yeah, I think you have to have Laz start exploring a little bit, especially because you don't have depth. You gotta break that trip. You gotta break that trip and see if it calls a reaction. Granted, G's position on the map would make it so that if they did break the... Okay, so he breaks the trip. You could just send one person, and there would be no way for Zeta to know if you actually brought backup or not, but... Yeah, see, you just send one person. That way there's no audio sent on B side. Granted, Zeta already brought everyone over.
Either way, they know they're further forward now. Trap wire gets cleared. Lightning fast in the corner. Still holding on to the snake bites. Lets one go. But Hero pushes out of the smoke, managing to find the kill. Benkai still lingering. Orbital strike sent down. Colby going to be forced back. Yodo just plans through it. On the wire, Laz Yodo going to be finding one apiece. It's just Russ and Blaze King left standing. Russ going for the chase, trying to rush his way in towards Lambs.
Give me 1 second.
Turns its sights back.
Oh, the reload!
Gets the punish.
Thought I think he thought backside was like entirely safe for some reason.
Players from Zeta completely scattered, so he will just rotate out.
Why do they always have... why is it the same casters for all 3 games? So basically, we just go by day. And, I mean, you could swap desk for cast, but, like, personally, I'm not a fan of that. As tiring as it can be, it's like, by the 3rd match, you're tired anyway, and I'm personally not a fan of, like, swapping the pacing between desk and cast. Like, if I'm on a cast, like, I want to kind of be in that mode. But we have done that before 2 years ago for LCQ. But in terms of like rotating in other people, obviously in terms of like call times, etc., it gets a little wonky. And then also currently we only have like 5 casters, so someone would have to repeat the desk or something. Or yeah. So.
Very much rewarded for it.
Yeah, also like less makeup, etc. Money's the biggest thing here.
Very limited tools. You can see that they do have that pit, but
no deadlock, no ISO, not yet. And I don't think there will be for some time.
Absolutely crazy with this Phantom, this hero rifle. Benkai,
yeah, I don't know.
Camera managing to spot quite a many few players here from Zeta.
ISO maybe?
Loose.
Deadlock, I don't know.
Blazer goes and checks all throughout showers. Nothing spotted, so Laz can start advancing forward.
There it is. That's the 5 stack from Global, 2 at the back of the site. Once these smokes dissipate, there is a chance for Global to make something happen. If Russ can set up a good flash. Oh wow, that nade. Ouch.
Shells will force that back. Swing in. Dep finds 2. Laz finds the others. Gets himself.
Sorry, I was reading this about how the play-ins work.
Up to map point.
You Global was just hoping that Zeta would dry peek, dry push into Labs. What wishful thinking that was. That nade clipped both of the Lab players down to 50%. Yeah, I mean at this point you already know Zeta was just gonna
I'm
be
so confused.
But not to this extent.
I'm not sure.
So maybe. But yeah, map point already. Here we are.
Is that decision taken by casters or Riot or production? Production. At the end of the day. Perhaps also Riot? I don't know.
Utilizing it once again. Let's see what kind of value you can find, but I mean as he gets positioned.
Well, okay, so in terms of hiring more, that's Dude, the Trailblazer just freaking headbutted that mosh.
Boop the mosh pit.
Oh, Flash not finding.
That was sick. It's like those videos of playing with your dog. You have like a beach ball. That's sick. That's a sick interaction. I'm a big fan. I don't think he meant to.
Wow. Laz gets the punish. Oh, he's just so ready for it. Now the neural
I mean, even if the pit, even if there's 2 people here, you go here instead of the pit for sure.
Fast still just sat there on the B site. VK just popped to try and delay.
Which team picked Bind? You can always see which team picked what in the top left here. I know it's very small, but Global Esports picked Bind.
And now it's all on lightning fast.
Spike planted.
Oh, womp womp.
Just around the corner here within the smoke. The push-up comes through. The first
I'm not sure how the tiebreaker would work. In terms of like actually hiring more people, that's definitely probably a matter of money and logistics.
To hit a shot with the operator,
Because for one, it's money, but it's not just like day rates. Because obviously we just put people on rotation. I guess that kind of works out, but it's also like flights, right? Because this is all done in Korea right now. And then there's visas, but then it's also like if you're asking someone to fly over here for half the year to work it, obviously you can't just be like, hey, can you only do like 3 days? You know, like, you know, here and there, and then like 3 weeks later, can you do another 3 sets of days or something like that? Like, you can't do that. Like, the total number of days. Dude, Spin has a lot to say. So it gets iffy. It is always tough.
Guys, take it away.
Yeah, GE might be struggling to find ways on how to defeat Zeta Division, but Zeta Division looking really, really good.
At the bottom of... At the end of the day, I think that comp needs rework. It's got cool moments. It has cool moments, but... And I actually like the 0 point. I don't have anything against the KO. It's just like... I don't know if the Cypher... If you're gonna want to play the double initiator, I don't know if Cypher is the answer.
You know, went like 10-0 or something to start this before he finally died, but he was landing some really impactful flashes, and death is death. I mean, that play he
almost
teleporter was beyond belief. He dodges the thrash, gets the repeat kill, and then
I mean, maybe you almost just play Astra solo controller.
And this is a thing that I've been really impressed with again.
Maybe.
I'm gonna say it time and time again is that his Raze is way better this year, way better. And that was a great example of like one of those Raze plays that he did not make last year.
I mean, vastly improved. Basically carrying over whatever he had on Jet.
4 out of 8 for post plan is rough.
Movement, fast reactions, knowing exactly what to do. But apart from that, I mean, the whole team, kind of like what Miko is saying, just
Also,
really
giving up a 0-6 lead is very rough.
Just a lot of, you know, some of the things from last year. You know, good standard operating procedures.
Need one more controller? Oh, I thought you were talking about my background. You mean like a controller in Valorant?
They managed to pick the right
0 thrifty, 0 clutches, I sleep.
And just the right protocols. Like, Euron was really impressive to me because the way that he played Viper, the way he controlled the map, just like falling back bound by bound. If I think they're going to come from short...
I mean, generally 2 controller, but it's like if you really want the Cypher, the double initiator, I want to say I think the Astra works better, but I just don't know.
Yeah, no doubt.
But then hitting A site is so tough.
I mean, that Sheriff shot he had from short up to A heaven, like, just he's unbelievable right now. Like a 360, 350 ACS is.
I mean, here's the thing. I would love if, you know, I would love to have, you know, some more people. I would love to have more days of broadcast too. I mean, I don't know the exact details, but having been on the production side of things, sometimes it's literally just like the reality of it.
Very scary for everyone else left in this event.
I remember when we were talking.
What's the last Switch game you played? I played Ring Fit Adventure like 2 days ago. I just take it out to the living room.
Started to lose confidence a little
And then I booted up Xenoblade Chronicles 3 a little bit during the offseason again. Played like a couple side quests.
But off of the timeout, they were confident.
Yeah, I don't know anything else I'd be playing on that Switch though.
To throw off like Polvy's crosshair placement.
Was EMA starting soon? Oh, is it starting now?
With the Sheriff, and they actually broke apart.
I guess so. Jeez, they start early. EMA starts early.
You know, no team should be winning, right? But at the same time, these are rounds that I think Zeta
EBL Navi, that should be a fun game.
It just goes to show how much
I mean,
they've improved.
I think Navi should win, but
again, Coach Carla coming in with something new and the new guns coming in, so it's working so well for
350
Zeta.
ACS.
Esports, you know,
218 damage per round.
that, you know, the Zeta division that everybody knew.
I mean, Povey,
does not exist.
he tried his best.
No, it's even better so far. I mean, in my eyes, this is better in every aspect. And like,
yeah, 2 p.m. That's early.
Better, I think, because there was that one round where Polvy use the blast pack to hop over Laz's trapwire way at the back of B, right, in the alley, and then they wrap around, they get Sugar 0 in Octagon, and then immediately someone's there to turn and make sure that he isn't a problem. Like, so that to me is like good comms as on top of everything else that is going well.
Really flowing as a team. I will say though, the one thing
Dude, this photo, dude.
Their attacking side.
Yeah.
I don't.
A little bit rough. I mean, it is
I mean,
after all, but the
okay, here's the other thing. Honestly, the photos they did this year,
the way that they just like
it's not great. A lot of the player photos just aren't great.
no utility. Let's just walk
Look at them in game. It's. I mean, I don't know who the photographer was. My new pictures from that photographer too is I don't like it either. The lighting on them are kind of bad.
Starting out on that attacking side. It's not
But Deb, I mean, it's because his haircut doesn't come across well in a photo, I think.
Every step of the way, it's a little bit rough, and I think maybe Global Esports got into their heads a little bit on this map. If they kind of
I think there's something about the way the Photoshop is done too. I don't know, but I think part of it's the lighting because the background is just like I don't know.
Right? So they must want to do this retake on Lotus.
You finally have a new one? What? The one I had before that was from last year.
So, but that might give a hint for Global Esports, right?
It's only been a year.
Like, what would make Zeta Division stop in their tracks? And it's a player like Xcurit who can fill those shoes on the
It's
side
same as Global, just Brim
Esports,
instead of Cypher, but that's a huge difference. That's what I mean, though. I don't. It's not the double initiator that I think is the problem. It's double initiator with single controller that's the problem.
Many times in the past, but frankly, the young players as well have really stepped up today. Once again, you know, Yuan and Hirodon came
I actually think
didn't let go. So I mean, Laz does a great job on this Cypher. I really like some of the trick lays he has. So I'm pretty sure that Asarai was right. He caught it. That there was a late.
I actually think the old T1 comp with Harbor
that threw him off, like through all the smokes and
instead of did they play Harbor Brim or Harbor Viper? Either way, Harbor in the double controller and then KO instead of the Sky. Like I think that could be good too.
I know.
Yeah, the one in the suit was just last year.
I do, but look what Xcurit did to you. Just do that to the other team. It's easy.
That's true. That's true. I mean, like, yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's definitely a good sign actually when your star player, somebody like Laz on the side.
Nah, well, it is quite edited. The makeup and the edit is pretty big, but
it's exciting to see, especially
pick Reina.
A lot of attention on Laz Quack. I mean, we saw him looking like
I mean, Reina Gecko, I think could do damage.
Really taking in everything and ready to attack.
I mean,
Harbor, Viper, and Brim, so no one can see anything. I mean, why not add Omen as your duelist and Astra as your initiator? Bam.
I do think the ones to stop them, at least on the map, like
Man, what do you think are some? While we're waiting for the next map to start, what do you think are some new smokes you could come up with?
And if they can delay, if they can put a stop to it.
So we've got obviously the circle smokes, which is the go-to. We've got floating smokes like Omen. We've got square smokes, Harbor. Did I say this on broadcast? That I think it's time for a triangle smoke. We have a circle. We have circle smokes and we have square smokes. I think it's time for a triangle smoke, and I think it should be a 3D pyramid.
And again, it's been, you know,
But it like
it's been how many
spins.
matches so far for Global Esports. We're
You know what I mean? Like I think it should be like.
Like for example,
I think it should be.
but for Global Esports,
No, not like this. I think it should be like this. I think it should be a triangle smoke. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I hope not long. I think
And then it, but it doesn't spin. It doesn't spin this way. Okay. It doesn't spin that way.
Make sure to deal with his lurks, make sure to deal with
It
some of his
spins
offenses
like
that he tried to take.
it spins like
Every time he
this.
tried to take showers, it felt like that it was shut down by,
You know
by
what I
Zeta
mean?
when they were on their defender side. They really
What you don't know the square smokes from Harbor? Cascade is literally a square smoke. It's just a sheet of smoke. Just pushes forward.
And they did.
To me, like Global Esports,
I mean, I guess it's not a. I guess it's a
you
rectangle.
got all the right puzzle pieces. You just got to put them together. The other thing, is just Lotus.
And then we've got sheets.
We don't have
We
that
got
much
Viper
data
and
on
Harbor.
Global Esports' Lotus, except for like last year, which is out.
Transparent smokes
This
but can't be
composition
shot
now.
through.
All right, we got Gecko coming in and the fade.
Yeah, Gecko's good everywhere now. Like, just period.
I mean,
Like,
Gecko
there's
is
so many ways
good.
to combo off of it.
Just
It's really
Gecko
good.
again
Yeah,
is.
definitely. But
No
you know,
chamber, though.
we are no chamber just yet. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. But right now, as we're seeing, you know, double initiator on the side of Global and
Okay.
on the side of Zeta.
Yeah, this is pretty much kind of their styles, right? Like with the players they have in place, this is what they want to do.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see exactly what they want to do as we head into what could potentially be the final map.
Yeah,
Let's talk
Cascade
about
is the
over to
wall.
Casters,
The wall
Achilles,
from Harbor.
and Azurai.
Alrighty.
Yeah, they're really committed to double initiator, and here's the thing: there's nothing inherently wrong with double initiator. It's just like
the play-ins. Global fighting to survive, fighting to keep themselves here in the tournament. We will have Zeta first on the attack.
There is just that resounding disappointment that we're on Lotus and we
I don't know. The other thing is I think the problem is I think that's like the best way to make Gecko work is double initiator.
Last on Killjoy, I sleep.
So that might be why. It might not be that they're intent on double initiator. It might just be that they want Gecko.
How this goes though, first and foremost, it's going to be that paranoia.
Wow, early paranoia in the pistol round, really.
Yudan spotting this out. He's going to go ahead and back away. Looks like he makes the call. Over to Hiroron, says, no, I'm good. You don't have to backpedal. The rest of the team now going to push their way forward here onto C.
Oh, Frenzy's not what we want to be shooting there. Oh, he reads the trip.
Pulling him down to 6. He gets a headshot on the Hiroron, but cannot
Rough.
find the kill. Yudan in the meantime goes on this lurk, finds 3, looks for a little bit more.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get the fourth.
But now it's just going to be Blaze King all on his lonesome.
This is for Depp. It's setting up for Depp. He hears him.
But he found the entire stash.
Oh, Depp up against the corner here. Is he ready? Yes, he is.
Yep. Bit of an off angle.
Into the corner, so cannot find the kill.
No one gets chamber until Zeta wins. What do you think RQ need to qualify in stage 1? It's not easy being their fan for the past year.
It's got to be frustrating for.
I mean, I talked about this before.
To be in global esports' shoes
I
right
think.
about now. Euron hitting such
I think they need to be a bit more flexible, and I think part of that could be comms. And when it comes to comms, I mean, only they will know how to fix it. And sometimes comms just won't get fixed to the level that you need. That's for them to find out.
You know, if we're talking semantics here, he's probably just like.
I also think they're still playing kind of like very passive defaults only.
Probably not.
So it's easier to abuse their setups.
I think you can afford a couple extra claps.
And then this part once again goes back to comms. It's just like whenever things go awry, I feel like they have multiple people trying to do hero plays, which like that does not work in a pro team setting.
Closest player.
So yeah.
That lets that paint shell go, which he does.
What? Don't.
Sugar Zero still hovering around.
I mean, listen, I know what happened with RQ initially. I get it. I totally get it. I also did not understand it. But I think the current team is like, I just feel like it's going in the right direction, but I feel like he should have gotten more there. Jeez.
Is recovered. Russ taking that one up. See what kind of damage he can get. Swing out of the corner. And she can find two. Yudan swings out. Guardian shots coming across.
No.
Find the kill. Now Sugar Zero on his lonesome. Low on HP though. Blaze King. Not able to find it, but this was still a good amount of damage dealt.
Paper Rex. Paper Rex is essentially a Ninja Nation team.
For Blaze King, for the most part, actually, in a bit. Sugar Zero, I mean. Because he was getting a lot closer to Blaze King. Especially when he only had 125 HP. There was a...
I mean, here's the thing. I really think they could have been in play-in. I think it was close. The problem is that's been RQ's story for the whole last year. So then that should tell you, obviously, there have been roster changes. That, like, if you're always just close enough, then something needs to change. It's not luck. It was the same thing for DRX. If you're always getting 3rd and 4th, something needs to change if you want to go higher. I'm not saying 3rd and 4th is bad, but you know what I mean? There's something inherently not working in your system. And I felt that this roster change was going to fix that. It didn't, but it is early on. So
You can't see already Depp has positioned for it. There was a point where Laz put the turret on Rubble, but I think
This is a very heavy tree stack. Dep can't support though. So they're opening the door to constantly kind of distract them. Oh. Now they'll have no idea about Blaze King. Yeah, that's hard to read. But they still got all the kills they need.
He's going to have to try to just drift away from this one. 1v4 just not plausible.
All the Indonesians have 4 teams to root for now. RQGE Paper has a team.
There was a point where they might have actually
There are a lot of Indonesian players in Pacific.
but Zeta wanted to play compressed since
They're just all kind of spread apart, that's all.
Of his. So they wanted to coax Global Esports to push more into the site where I'm assuming they just wanted to trap them in
Alter Ego and
situations.
Boom still look pretty decent, right?
I'd have to look back.
I can't remember.
Glanced it in the replay, but I'm not sure if it was a snake bite from Yuran or if it was the volley that was sent outside of doors. Because if that's the case, then double stacked, 2 of their nades in that position. Either way, then it's going to be another bonus conversion here.
Burmese player.
Thinking back to Blind, we saw them pick up the first 6 rounds consecutively.
Dang.
See, it's just going to be that hero carryover rifle here from Blaze King.
Find you.
Yeah, there's the aggressive push out, but no one's home. All of Zeta Division on the other side of the map.
Most common gecko spot on Lotus.
I'm really going to stop them for long. They're starting to creep up once again.
Benkai doesn't have any trips though. Zeta doesn't necessarily know that. He has enough money to buy trips if he wanted. It's just that G's just gonna save up.
Stop for train rolling for depth much quicker.
Yeah, I mean it is very
Grab orb for depth. Start working their way back over towards
it is very early on to say anything about the Challengers Leagues. We'll see. And I'm excited for a couple of the Japanese squads. I'm excited for I'm excited for the Philippine and I'm excited for the Philippine League actually. And then I think Full Sense looks very strong. I'm curious how far Team IM will go. I'm curious if they will win Korea Challengers.
Yeah, I mean at Zeta at this point they're just
Zeta's learning how to play Lotus like better. They used to love rotating, but it's just like the thing is, it's I always say it's not necessarily the time itself, which that matters too, but it is about are they moving with reason, right? Rather than like in the past, what would happen is they would put up the screen, then at like the 40-second mark, they would check for this, right? And then they'd go to Rubble, and then they'd turn on the toxic screen, and they'd be like, okay, let's rotate to C. And I'm like, well, that like that doesn't mean anything. Like, you have no idea if that actually drew more people. You have no idea how many people were on A to begin with, things like that. But this year, they are moving with a lot more purpose and actual information. Yeah, Thai League's always got some good individual talent. Philippine League always has some good individual talent. So I think those are exciting. I'm interested to see how Revenant continues to do rather, for South Asia.
Just lost in the jungle.
I'm curious, how far down this rabbit hole do we go before the timeout comes in this time? Last time, it was right around this mark. Yeah, it was right after round 4. We saw the brakes get pumped. But seems like for now, not going to be the case.
The Odin's out. That's looking rough.
No calls just yet.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
And that's the op.
Is that the op away too?
Yes.
For Polby.
If that's the case, then yeah, that thing's on the ground.
That is rough. Oh, and they know they can force their way through. Yeah, no pink shells.
He's just staring over towards Baby Door. Now taking a position in top B.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing here when you have an Odin. Attack or defense doesn't matter. There's so many angles that you can use immediately.
Now you surely call the timeout.
Get some contact in, and that was, I think, the first time that we saw that. So GE probably wasn't anticipating it. They wanted to
Yeah,
get the
Fennel doing well would be cool.
and it just blows up in their face. This
I mean,
is
Zeta definitely improved in the firepower
where
department,
you're
but I think their calling got better too.
sus.
The thing is like
they're
Zeta's
reading
like
us way too well.
Zeta's end goal calling wasn't that bad last year. It's just like they just never gathered the right information or process of elimination to reach the right conclusion. But the process like was in the right direction. Well, they really want to take this away. I mean, they are floating in money, so.
What a hero. Zeta so badly wants to take it out of his hands. He knows that the door was open. Tries to get the timing there, and had Laz continued swinging out, I think he actually would have had the connection. Lightning fast, he'll hold on to his Phantom, but the op will be lost.
What a hero move there from Benkai. But yeah, there it is. I mean, I only saw a glimpse of it on the scoreboard, right? And I was like, yeah. A commitment
there it is.
The timeout you were talking about. It was probably because they had a plan set with that sniper of theirs, and now losing it
I know Benkai's got a rough cough right now.
Global in critical thinking space. They need to change something up. There is, or maybe just take a breather, because Zeta Division, they've been setting the pace every single round.
That they have been. I mean, it's just completely been dictated by them.
Yeah, I gotta make sure I get some good sleep today. I just haven't gotten much sleep this week. Yeah, like last year when Zeta won, it was like, oh, like barely getting the win, like every time. Like, and the round itself, it was always like, oh, they barely won that round. And it was just like, does everything have to be this dramatic? And this year, while, you know, parts of it aren't clean, there just seems to be a stronger direction. And I think that's very good. Oh, what a disgusting trip.
This time, though, he's going to be swinging out on C long, but... Although buts, there actually will be a spread out peak here, so there is an opportunity for Polvi to make contact happen, and he might actually go for the wider swing on mound.
I expect that they're still going to haunt over the top. Or no, at least they're going to lead with a Prowler.
That doesn't check. But they're going to once again keep the fade here just to draw attention to C, and then they will prod and pull on A. Oh no, this is early actually. They just want to dive right in. I mean, they have Showstopper and Pit, but opponents have Showstopper and Thrash and Euro Theft actually, which would be good against the Pit. And then Polvi's pushing out of mount, so this is good from GE. They already cut the map in half. They have B main control, so they shouldn't be too worried about A link. They don't mind giving the site up because they have their own ultimates as well. Now the problem is they need to hold on to this for good timing.
Try to slow them up a little bit here. Just trying to fish for that camera there. Still is eluding them.
Where is it?
It's finally gone now. Is okay.
Okay.
Dive over to the side there with the Thrash looking for the stun up, but the cannon. They're not
Ooh, the Nightfall.
No. But he's shut down. Depp gets the kill.
Dude, the Nightfall combo. Oh man, it weakens them.
Tracers are there. Blast packing forward though. Oh my goodness, he's just breaking Russ's wrist. Finds the kill, just sliding on past him. Now pushing up.
Yeah, you got his strepsils.
A flawless round where it seemed like it definitely should not have been. But Zeta Division continue onward, now 6-0.
Okay, so
this is rough.
Polvi wanted to use his Showstopper through that smoke. I want to see the POV if we can from depth. Unfortunately, we could not.
Oh, just getting him while he's trying to recover his util.
Yeah, that Thrash turned into his graveyard. But I mean, that's the strength as well as the change on the doors on Lotus, right? You hear those kind of utilities, you're like, open the door right now. They can exit very quickly. That punish play from Polvi just turned it around on its head. And he's still on an operator.
One-way smoke set up here.
Surely they heard it. Everyone getting close, I mean.
Backing off, Polvi not falling forward here. Sends the paint shells just to try to clear. Goes for the peak, but...
And the paranoia?
Swinging back in. Blaze King trying to get a punish. Trying to catch these players that are rotating. I mean,
now they know he's weak.
Been done so many times now already from Zeta. They check over at C, try to grab the orb, rotate to A. Blaze King tries to intercept, but
oh, he gets caught.
Stuck in behind the tree, pops aside for Prowlers, confirmed that he is still
That's
here,
rough.
and he just gets flushed out. Rush actually pushes
Friggin' wingman just drives by. This is a good hold. They are kind of trapped.
Do they do it again? It was in round 7 that they were able to find their first round victory there on Bind.
Really?
Maybe history bound to repeat itself here on Lotus. Bolvi gets himself up onto the high ground. Spike plant resumes.
Spike planted.
2 from rope, 1 from stairs. Alarm bot is there from Laz to catch lightning fast on the push-up, however.
This is a toughie.
Push up. There you go. Alarm bot triggered. Looking. Can't scope in fast enough to find Piano on Sugar Zero.
Lightning.
Finisher. Cleans it up, and this time history will not repeat. Zeta will just continue looking dominant.
Wow. What control from Zeta Division here. And this is the...
Could be. This could be a 13-0.
Everything that could go wrong will go wrong, and it has. Look at it. The timing for Global Esports should have been fine. Pushing out of stairs, sure, it's obvious now to Zeta Division. That's a very quick timeout to be called. I'm pretty sure it's again from Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, these are basically back-to-back, just 2 rounds separating.
That's rough.
And I mean, that's just true.
I mean, this map isn't.
Just desperation here.
Yeah, they are very much on red alert at this point. Again, I just wanted to say, they were coming into the site, and then Heron was just holding in near the
But it's another case of...
He heard the commotion coming in from stairs, and then the timing on Polvi's peak, he couldn't see him through the scope. Man, the percentage.
It's another case of the initiator's not really like.
Has happened way too many times.
Well, it's 2 things. One, you know, they finally tried to take some control of one part of the map, and Zeta responds very quickly.
Wow,
which isn't old Zeta.
I mean, it's still somewhat early to say, but
Zeta's playing with their time a lot better. That much is certain.
Will likely 13-0. First one in the kickoff. Again, too early to say.
I mean, good God, that was a rarity, you know, last year. What, just the 1?
Yeah.
Was Icebox really that bad that this was preferable? Icebox was fairly poor. I think Icebox was more a situation of even if they had 1 rounds, that's the one where it felt like G just like wasn't playing their comp. Or, well, I don't know. They also lost it twice, so I think they're like, there's something we need to fix here.
They can take their sweet time as well, because Showstopper is available for depth here, so I think they're just cooking again. Yeah, forcing some of these utilities to be spotted first.
Zeta has never lost to Benkai? What? Really?
Play some crossfire angles in tricky spots.
Did they play Paper X only after something arrived?
Who has that Odin of his? Now they know something's up.
Trap wire spotted. Forward position there in the stairs, taken unscouted though. But never mind. Yororon will be able to catch Russ. Step now, shorty in hand. Oh, just around the corner. That reload is going to be heard, but as they try to
oof, that's just that reload bait. This is dominant.
It's going to be another flawless here. Zeta will not be dissuaded. 8-0.
Why was Polvi looking at where his teammates are? Even through the walls?
The timeout's called for. This is
I
the
don't know.
coming back in for GE.
Yeah. And once they started to see,
This is nuts.
once that
Honestly, though, the calling on this map, I think, is the best we've seen from Zeta.
See the rotations from Zeta
Part of it is that they're winning their duels very dominantly, so that probably helps the calling they're doing. But like the use of their time in the round, this is some of the best I've seen from Zeta. Right? Again, like it's fine if you run the clock down as long as it's with a purpose. It may not always be the most fun to watch, but as long as there's a purpose, it's okay.
Waiting to see if there's going to be any more forward aggression coming through. See who's patient, where's thin first. Step up on top, maybe looking for a showstopper entry. Looks like, okay, Sugar Zero will back away. Prowler.
Okay, so they have already given up C. So we've seen this happen before. The question is the retake there? They do have Nightfall and Blaze King, but Depp has Showstopper. Uran has Pit. I mean, Pit is... It can be countered with Nightfall, so it's not the end of the world. Whoa, Laz, you're gonna break that and run all the way back?
Polvi is still going to be in this position.
Not yet.
There it is.
Oh, the collab.
The 2-for-1. The Prowler does get as much, but that is still damaged.
Oof. Finally, is it happening? Surely now. Surely now.
Benkai potentially wary about the B hit. Is Paranoia going to be sent through over a tree? Camera still set up.
Welcome to my world.
You have invested Yuran. Yep, they don't want to give this up. They want that perfect record.
They probably will try. Okay, let's see. Blaze King, excuse me, has the Nightfall. Prowler in hand, so he can...
The thing is Laz is trying to hold a position where if they go for the Pit with the Nightfall, he's not going to get hit.
Oh, the camera.
They're actually going to just try to clear the site. So it only hits Laz. I don't know about going through. Oh, he brought them to Uran. He brought them to Uran.
Russ will take him out. Polvi comes up with a 4K to get Global on the board at long last.
No chances for a perfect record here for Zeta Division, and you're absolutely right. That was...
Okay, 1-8.
Again.
And TNT to who? To Zeta?
The one who doesn't move gets paid the most. And Polvi
Oh.
held his angle for half
It's a good shot.
and he got 2 on a collateral. He will take it.
I mean, yeah, you have to take anything you can get right now. Let's be frank here. I mean, this
Damn,
is
casters. So brutal.
a very bad situation. I'm not going to be a snake oil salesman and say, like, things are going great. I think Global can come back in this. They're getting trashed right now.
Jeez, the kill heals.
Performances like that from Polvi.
I mean, they are.
Have any hope of turning this around? He's right back onto the same spot. Dizzy over
Okay, so
top,
this time they
Laz
want to
over
push
the
it
box.
further. Uh-oh.
Also coming down.
Oh, okay. They know the Dizzy didn't clear all of it.
Clear him. Laz will find one before getting taken out. Exchange is found.
Cage triggered.
The rest of the team, though, pushing their way forward onto A once more. Benkai crept up. Flush against the wall, inside stairs. Cam again situated over towards tree, not cleared for the moment.
4v4? Thrash versus Nightfall and Showstopper? Really? You're going to use it from all the way back there?
By Russ here. Any value?
The scout spray coming down.
I mean, I guess you know that they're in sight? Wow. Zeta really wants this lead.
Caught by the seas, but there's just nothing that Blaze King can do to try to get an angle here. Showstopper about to expire. He sends it around the corner, and he's just too close. Blaze King ends up getting taken out. Lightning fast pushing point, however, will be able to find Yuran.
Surely there's no time.
And before I can even say another word, Yuran and Sugar Zero will close out the round. Zeta Division just not allowing for GE to get a second in a row.
I felt like Polvi was better off not having Russ with him pushing on C long. Because both of them were holding 2 different angles, even though they were kind of stacked up on top of each other. Sure, yeah, you get traded.
I mean, I think the reason they did that was they wanted to push out even further. I think they wanted to up the pace. Which I kind of, I mean, I don't blame it. I don't blame it.
Sure, he has the thrash,
oh boy. Oh,
deja vu.
Oh.
Nah, they're aware of it.
Okay.
It's only gonna happen one time. One time.
That should do decent damage. Okay.
Forces him back over towards the better spot. Now the lockdown going to be dropped in by Laz. Benkai going to have to respect this.
Okay, Lightning Fast being very wary.
Lightning Fast trying to use that Oda tech against him, and will be able to do so successfully.
I don't think that's great. Okay, are these snake bites the party?
At the ready, jumping up over the top, and Laz gets the headshot before the rocket can be released. One of the tools taken away from them here. Now the 4v4. Dizzy.
I mean, the util dump is, that's like the biggest thing about this comp.
Zero going to be taken down. Zunan tries to swing back out. He gets dropped. Russ and Blaze King will find one apiece. The fuse comes in, and Global get themselves a second round.
Huge retake there from Global Esports. They're feeding the ultimate here to Russ coming into this last round.
But the thing about the util dump is it works best if you
Benkai had his camera up. I think he was trying to give information
I mean, for one, you want screens, and two,
throw out his
like you want to go step by step.
You know, kind of be that spear tip for the rest of global esports to start pouring into the side for that retake. That being said, still going to be again a successful
Man.
in global esports. They are stopping Zeta.
Okay.
Last round of the half, Deb coming out here with the attack operator.
Oh, it's just last round of the half.
Poking and prodding over at A. Deb
Damn.
jumping
Oh,
forward, and he's gonna peek in.
he wins that? I thought he was going to shoot through the wall, honestly, but he really wanted the kill. Now they don't need to go to B. They know the Odin's being picked up there. Dude, is this just my stream that's lacking out?
Start rotating back over here towards Waterfall, but the smoke comes down, and the Prowler goes in the chase.
Right before the door closes. Wow, the timing. Deb's so good.
He gets away.
And yeah, now they can still lurk. So Polvy's wrapping around. Look at the minimap.
Master wallbang.
Spray through. Tap in.
And Laz is ready for it.
Let's get taken down. Laz with a nice little lurk. And the tap on here with the spike. Tap, however, holding the angle. Gets the shot across before the Dizzy can come in. Benkai.
It's not over yet. It's not planted.
Try to see if they can convert this and get a 10 in 2 half. As pushing forward, gun barrel about to be spottable. Sees it, but Blaze King with the adjustment comes up with the kill.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
Not revealing. Spike grabbed. Dep with everything to do. 76 HP to get
23
done.
seconds.
Benkai in the back. Doesn't see anything as he dips down below, and as he swings the corner, Benkai will get the 3K to get the third round.
Oh, okay.
That was a huge round given by Benkai. He stopped the plant on the spike, and he stops the plant on the possible plant.
So, okay, so I'm curious if they use it like the way I said this time on attack, right? I'm curious if they just kind of util dump, take a spot, util dump, take a spot. The problem is in the past, again, the way T1 used it was with the sky when you still had cooldowns.
I love the 9-3 curse. It does happen a lot. Will it happen this one, though?
The 9-3 curse isn't real. Comeback gameplay, that's what's real.
Ah.
Comeback gameplay.
The more scientific reasoning for it.
Yes.
Not superstitious. Okay.
Frequency is too low for it to be a curse. Anyway, get ready to go into this one. Zeta now swap themselves over onto the defense, and it's looking like maybe a really big send here at the B site.
But they only have the Omen. So I think the way they're going to use it, unless you use it to break through the toxic screen that way, is they're just using the dump for the execute, which I'm not...
Polvy, after that one round where he got the 4K,
not liking.
that's the only time that he got the continuous kills from that first half.
Not
the other
liking
one was just
it.
the 2, and then Zeta got like 8 rounds before he got that 4K. So Polvy's return here hasn't been the best.
On out, going to be cleared. Like 4, just aggressive paint shell use there from Dep. As Russ about to...
Yeah, so they send it ahead of the screen.
Not able to line up the shots. Takes quite a bit of damage.
And then the paranoia, and then they walk through the snake bite.
Lose his life there. Break out through the baby door now is Dep. As well as Sugar's
They're going to go to A?
He is surrounded inside of this smoke. They don't know about it. Last finding Blaze King, his wingman gets the plant. The Dizzy goes up over the top. Blind's not going to be found. And right now, so much importance is being put here on Lightning Fast, but he's been spotted. Taking down Laz with the kill. Is he ready for the close angle?
Ooh, that was a necessary one.
Russ, however, now going to be paranoid. Does manage to find one. A decent parting gift, but the defuse is there.
No curse.
Zeta Division 3-1 in pistols, and now 10-3 in rounds.
The reason why you see Zeta this not, quickly pouring into the side was, you were mentioning how Lightning Fast was lurking. If you look at the line of sight for Deb, he was actually looking towards the B side from Baby Door. Very much aware of where a possible flank could be. But that one was huge. There was some overheating there, or you know, some overreaching there for Polvi, where he really wanted to get that kill.
Oh my gosh, here comes the force buy again. I mean, this one's a bit more reasonable because of the score line, but it's like, man, they surely know it's coming.
As they were rotating over towards A on that smoke that lightning fast was lurking with them.
There you go.
It seems like the awareness there.
Am I gonna watch EMEA 2? No, I need to sleep because I have to cast Pacific tomorrow.
Right now, Deb,
I'll catch up. I'll scrub through the EMEA stuff when I wake up, but I also, therefore, I didn't even ask for the rights for EMEA or Americas. It's just like, I couldn't. I would love to, but I couldn't. That's a big miscalculation.
Benkai gets the better of Deb off screen. As the door gets tapped, Yuran, sees them already entering in here onto the site. Planted in the corner. Rush coming in. Benkai does manage to hound him down.
You let them fight, but at what cost? This is what, a force buy again from GE?
It is.
I mean, it's B site, so they have a shot, but
The round win here. It will be very worth it. Prowler scouts onto one. One drops in.
clean shot.
Great timing between he and Hiroron.
They have the smoke. And as soon as one gets spammed, it's just over. Do you prefer doing the English or Korean broadcasts? I like them for different reasons.
So a couple of things. First one, kill by Laz through that smoke. That was Sugar Zero smoke. So that was an intentional smoke that they did so that Laz would have that specific angle to get.
I mean, I prefer.
The other one is on that post mount. Whoa.
I am obviously more fluent in English, so
also, yeah,
I think I am better at expressing. I think I'm better at casting in English, but I think I learn a lot more every time I like cast in Korean, just in terms of like casting.
Well, again, it's gonna be the
I used to. This year, I'm not gonna do it for VCT Pacific. Who knows? Maybe for like Masters and Champions, maybe, but. Because I used to always be doing the Korean broadcast for Masters and Champions.
Tap on the door, but already this really heavy presence here from the side of the Zeta division. If they were to go for a B pivot right now, honestly, wouldn't be a bad spot for GE. And now that they break down that baby door, that might just be the call. Step is just trying to fish for some shots here.
I'm trying to. I've been trying to work on like applying the stuff I've learned or that I've like discovered, or stuff that I've realized that I wish I was doing on the English cast. I've noticed a fair number of that stuff in from the Korean broadcast. The problem is the styles are inherently different, so it's hard to make that work. But I went to see DRX in the finals 2 years ago, but you were doing the Korean broadcasting, I think, and not the English one.
Crash coming, paint shells at Deb's feet.
DRX?
Very long time, but his goes pushing
2 years ago? For challengers?
Just gets toned by Hiroron. No, just wasn't ready for it at all. Paranoia now crashing.
In Sangam. Sangam and Maru. Yeah, Sangam versus Maru. I was doing the Korean one that time. You are correct.
Gets the read, gets the kill, and the Diffuse is getting stuck.
I did the Korean finals. You're right. How did they win that?
I was about to say that buy for Global Esports, even though they did have the rifles.
Maru was in the lower bracket finals and the finals.
Zeta realized it. I mean, there wasn't any big kills on the outlook, but come on.
Let's be clear. They've all been desperation buys. I'm not trying to be mean.
Yeah.
But it ain't been good.
Yeah. I mean, these are, again, them wanting to turn
someone
tide and hope to string a few rounds in. But
no, Huron's been on point. I mean, everyone's been performing very well today for Zeta. But I'm telling you, this map is, I think, the best calls I've seen from them so far.
Push their way to force them back. So Dep for now has to get off the angle. Paint shell is available, however. They're still pushing a full 5-man send outside of C at the moment.
And perhaps some of the best calls we've seen from them in the past year.
Down. It's gonna be nade for nade. Let's get in. C's connecting. Smoke dissipating right as the dizzy hits, but the blast pack out.
Like, they seem to have just really downloaded how to play Lotus. Oh. Dude, Duran is... Dude, I swear in the offseason, Huron looked way better than Euron, but Euron looks so good.
here for the side of GE. Laz finds another as those neural depth reveals come in. Laz finds him and the wall bang.
Man.
Finish the job. A 3K from him. 3 rounds for GE. Zeta Division. They keep themselves. They keep Japan in the tournament.
What a series for Zeta Division here. And that last
Dude, G got dismantled.
you saw that Global Esports were so set.
This almost looked worse than the first match. The first time they played.
It was falling apart. Then they started getting kills, and then they just couldn't push through the smoke, and it started falling apart even more. And then you were absolutely, I didn't even know where that tag came in and got that ping on Blaze King to get him
I think it nearly looked worse.
What
The bind still didn't convince me.
strength. And again, this team definitely someone to be reckoned with.
And it's just time and time again with this squad.
I mean, Euron and Huron both just seem to have some good reads on the pace of the game and the enemies. The comms must be so much better than they were last year for Zeta Division. I can't even imagine.
We saw it from them at the LCQ. This was their chance to make it into the play-ins, to keep themselves afloat in this tournament.
Yeah.
And they rise.
I mean, it feels good to see Zeta winning without needing Laz or Depth to friggin' drag them across the finish line.
Of this team come stage 1.
Their aim is good too, yeah. I mean, their aim is good too, but I was less concerned about their aim. I was more concerned about like their pacing and their comms and their utility, and that's the part. Because the reads they're having and the decisions they're making, so many of that has to be done individually, right? Like covering flanks, peeking corners at a certain angle at a certain time, things like that. Like you can't have your IGL telling you to do that every single time. And the fact that they have that is really good news for Zeta Division.
And with every outing, they continue to just look a bit better and better. I mean, obviously, still think
Carlisle looks like he's picking Shielded up for danger. I love that he's got this like warm father figure vibe. I think it's still good for Zeta, but then I'm sure he also brings like a lot of actually good insight and direction for coaching. What changes do I think GE needs? For one, I mean, listen, I don't know what's going on in the scrims, but I do think they need to change their comps. Or it's either that or and this latter part I say cautiously because again it could be a matter of execution, but the way they're using the comps right now, they're not actually getting control. You know what? It almost feels like the way they're playing now feels like a worse version of T1 in the off season, right? Like you're using these utility to just like gain an advantage in fights, and that's fine if you have really good aim and you can really just like always make the round a 5v4. But you're not really like gaining any control of the game with it.
So far, a huge impact. So I just want to ask you about your raise. Do you feel like your raise has grown yourself? And if so, what do you think is the difference between
I think the comps need to be reviewed a little bit.
오늘 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리를 가져가면서 플레이인 스테이지에
And because of that, I feel like G ends up just playing really slow. Like I feel like they just always need time to set up. And if Zeta's not giving you that time, nobody's gonna give you that time. What? No, there's a translator right next to him. Is there a chance we might see you up there in her place one day? I mean, if like for some reason she can't make it that day, maybe. I mean, I used to translate and do interviews, but obviously these days I'm focused more on casting and I'm enjoying it. So. But yes, I love that you brought that point up. It is good to see academy players doing well. I mean, it's great to see so much new talent doing well.
When he was playing Raze, he didn't use the operator as much, but this year he's trying to hold it more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's good with the op. Because yeah, Huron and Uran both started on Zeta Academy. Flashback, and I guess technically Voxy, well, not really, because I think Voxy was just picked up onto the roster on the bench. But Flashback started on the Academy roster for DRX. So it's very promising. It's very promising. Would you be down to coach? I've thought about this a couple times. I mean, for one, I don't think in my current state, because the way you analyze for like casting is very different from coaching, right? But I've always been interested, but I think at this point in my career, it's probably like I can't imagine that someone could offer me the right terms where I would be interested enough. I'm interested in the job, but like the terms it would take, for instance, like if I was coaching, I would want to live with the team like 24/7 at least during the season. And then since I'm married now, like I don't know if I'm willing to do that. Obviously some people are, and I give great credit. But like things like that where I'm like, I don't know. You gained like 100 subscribers for YouTube from one stream. Ooh, well, thank you. So yeah, for anyone on who joined the stream today, I probably should have said this throughout the stream, but I'm like trying to juggle all the different platforms, so I don't have all my notifications etc. across the other platforms, but YouTube will most likely kind of become my main thing. I think Twitch will continue to work fine for me. But YouTube will most likely be my main thing that I'm gonna build up. I will, as long as I'm always allowed to, I will always operate all these other platforms. But we'll see. Obviously, currently I'm only monetized on Twitch, so we'll see how that changes. But is it easy to set up a YouTube stream? Yeah, it's pretty easy. No, I'm streaming on Naver as well, or CHCZK. But I'm doing that just so it's there. And honestly, I'd actually be curious if anyone, next time I stream, I'd be curious if anyone can check that out. Dude, I want a depth signed Dan the Penguin. I should have been at the arena today.
Whoa. Okay. Up to you.
Oh my god, he hit the lights. Oh my god, you gotta walk up. The ceiling's too low. So feel free to join us on any of the platforms. But thank you so much across all the different platforms for joining us. I really appreciate it. And we'll continue to stream on YouTube. We'll continue to put up videos weekly as well. Obviously next week we'll review some of the moments from Pacific. I think the biggest one on my radar right now, which is probably on everyone's radar, is the Paper X Sunset comp. So we'll probably look at that. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Right at 11, not bad. Not bad. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed the games. I will be co-streaming the semifinals on Saturday as well, because I'm off that day as well. So I will be co-streaming that here again. I am hoping to co-stream VCT China kickoff on Friday, and that's the day that JDG and Titan Esports Club plays, which is Stu's team, the old Rare Atom team on JDG, and the team that RB has joined, which is Titan Esports. I hope to do that, but my wife's graduation is that day, so I don't know exactly when I'll be home. So that one is iffy. But Saturday I'll co-stream the semifinals, and then tomorrow I'll be on the stage. There's no break till finals, right? Games are daily. Friday Pacific is on break, but China kickoff starts tomorrow and it goes through the weekend. So there will be plenty more to watch. There'll be plenty more to watch. So cool. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for all the discussions outside of just the games itself. And I will see you all tomorrow on the official stream.
The whole team also.
Now I gotta turn off all 4 platforms.
As a unit, and everyone's coordinating